Chapter 15. Yeah, I knew what it looked like. Sophia Henley and Liam Mito holding hands in the hall. Big whoop. Luckily, everyone was at dinner, so nobody saw us together. But I knew if they did, it would be a huge deal. I knew what most guys in my situation would do. They'd take her back to the Tawakwa dorms for a quickie in the pool. But Sophia didn't need a quick bang. She needed to feel normal. And I really needed that too. It had been a long time since I'd felt any sense of normalcy. We left the school grounds and headed into Kinpago. The village was pretty crowded this time of day, with everyone going home. I made sure to drop Sophia's hand the moment I sighted any people. She frowned, but the look in her eyes told me she got it. Esses chittered from her shoulder like he disapproved, but he could bug off. "I'm starving," Sophia told me as the variety of delicious smells wafting through the square filled our noses. "What's good around here?" "You pick. Any place you want, except that one, and that one." I pointed out over half of the restaurants in the square. "You're picky," she giggled. "I prefer traditional Hawkeye dishes," I told her. "But I chose last time we ate, so I'm nice enough to let you choose this time." "Such a gentleman." She scanned the square before her gaze settled on a tiny Italian place in the corner. "I want pizza." "Of course you do." I smiled at her because she was so utterly predictable. "You don't? Who doesn't like pizza?" she said, astonished as we headed into the restaurant. I held the door open for her as we went in. It was empty in here except for the waiter perched by the host station. Sophia was still gaping at me and my hatred of pizza when we slid into a booth. Esses had an equally shocked expression, which didn't surprise me, because he was a garbage disposal. Anything you gave the little furball, he sucked down in a matter of seconds. I really hate Americanized food. Like, buffalo burgers are frickin' amazing, but it has to be not processed. I can literally taste the chemicals. I made a disgusted face. Good thing the tribe grows and prepares most of our own food, because otherwise I'd starve the way our food system in the U.S. is. "So you're not a fan of fast food?" Sophia asked. Esses jumped down from her shoulder and onto the table. "Ew, don't even mention it. You're gonna make me puke." She laughed. "I love drive-thru chicken nuggets." "Oh, stop." The waiter stopped at our table. I didn't know his name, but I knew he was from school because I recognized him from my survival instincts class. He gave us a bit of a look, the Coigny girl and the Tawakwa guy together, but I guess he wanted a tip more because he just dropped off the menus and said, "What can I get you to drink?" "Water," both of us said at once, and we looked at each other. The waiter walked off, and Sophia opened the menu. "What do you want?" "Like I said, your choice." I crossed my arms and didn't even look at the menu. "This little outing is to make you feel better." "Like you couldn't use it too," she grumbled under her breath. Esses bared his little teeth at me, and guess what? I bared mine right back. "How about we just share a pizza? Half and half?" she asked. "Fine by me." The waiter came back and placed the waters on our table. "What would you like to order?" he asked us, like this was the last place he wanted to be. "We're going to share a medium, large," Sophia stuttered as Esses screeched loudly. "On my half, I would like pepperoni, sausage, bacon, green pepper, onion, mushrooms, tomatoes, and pineapple." By the ancestors, that sounded so gross. Esses clapped his hands happily and jumped down under the table. Sophia looked at me. I opened my mouth and said, "Just the crust, thanks. No cheese, no pepperoni, no sauce, nothing." "Are you crazy? You can't just get the crust," Sophia said, shocked. "Watch me." I stared back at her with a smirk on my face. The waiter gave me a look like I was nuts, but wrote it down. "Anything else?" "I think we're good," Sophia said. The waiter walked off, and Sophia laughed. "That's going to be one lopsided pizza. I don't even know how they're going to cook it right." "Hopefully the little fire critters in the back will figure it out." I shrugged. She gave me a scathing look, one that I found quite adorable. Is it your purpose to make life as difficult as you possibly can for everyone else? Just the ones I find annoying. So, everyone, she said flatly. I grinned. Maybe. This was ridiculous. The stupid grin hadn't left my face since we'd come here. I probably looked like one happy idiot. I hadn't smiled so much in months. It actually made my face hurt a bit. It was like my mouth had forgotten how to do it. The sweet look fell from her face as something crossed her mind. I saw it in her eyes. You never answered me earlier about Haley. Do you think it's something I should be worried about? Her spying on me? This again? I had hoped she wouldn't bring it up. The memory of her tears from earlier caused the grin to slide from my face. I didn't want her to start crying again. I hadn't known what to do, and I felt like shit, like it had been my fault she'd started crying. It had been terrible. Don't worry about Haley. She might be stalking you, but so what? Everyone's watching us now. The tournament's only a few weeks away, I told her. Doya probably told her to spy on you to get ahead in the tournament. I don't know, Sophia said slowly. It sounded like whatever Haley was supposed to be watching me for, it was pretty specific. Doya could be sending Haley after you to get into your head, I said. You can't let that happen. That could be true, Sophia mused. Doya's team is cheating, by the way. They've had more than 3 practices. That's a big shock, I replied sarcastically. What else is news? The sky is blue? Shut up. Her cheeks turned pink, but she laughed. I thought I should tell you. I finally got together with Imogen. She's been doing some research, and she found out that Essus is actually a rare animal called a kerbal. A kerbal, I repeated. Sounds like something Imogen made up. Essus let out a little growl. He put his head down and charged at me. He headbutted my arm with his stubby little horns, but I pushed him away. Sophia didn't confirm or deny my claim, which made me think that whatever Imogen had found most likely had come from her head. But I was curious and felt like playing along, so I asked, So, do kerbals have any special magic? Sophia glanced to Essus before shaking her head quickly. Nope. No, none that we found. That's disappointing, I said. We could have used some in the tournament. Sophia nodded slowly. Sophia went on and on about kerbals, but most of everything she said was stuff we already knew about Essus just from being around him. I was hardly paying attention to what she was saying. I got that it was disrespectful, but I kept on getting sucked into her eyes. While Sophia was gabbing, Essus did something weird. He waddled in front of me, puffed up his chest and fluffed his tail, expanding his ears and screaming. What the hell is he doing? I asked, thinking he was going to self-destruct. Oh, it's nothing, Sophia said, petting him. It's just something kerbals do. I think it's a mating call, though I don't know why he'd be doing it now. I swear to the ancestors, Essus was wiggling his eyebrows at me in a very suggestive way. I was going to kill this little shit. Next thing I knew, he was going to start tossing roses and singing a serenade. The server emerged from the kitchen and placed the pizza on our table, giving us a weird look. Enjoy your, meal? Our pizza looked so stupid. One half was literally nothing but bread, and the other half was loaded with every disgusting thing Sophia could bear to pile on it, including, pineapple. But it was us, kind of. Sophia kept talking throughout the meal, but I stayed quiet. I wasn't much of a talker, and it was nice to hear her voice instead of the one inside my head. By the end of the meal, I was pretty sure Essus had eaten more slices than either of us had. The server came back to an empty tray. He poorly hid his disgust as Essus burped happily and put down the bill. Sophia reached out, but I snagged it before she could. I got it, I told her. I offered. Her eyes glittered. We left the restaurant and looked around. By this time, it was dark. The crowds had thinned and most of the adults had gone home. There were more students out this time of night, looking for places to hang out and something to do. We needed to go somewhere more private before we ran into someone we knew. Come on, I told her. I know a great place. Follow me. her eyebrow raised as we headed out of town. Usually by this point I'd be exhausted, but I was having a good day today. My body was actually cooperating for once, and I wanted to take full advantage of it, before I paid the price tomorrow. I took her into the woods, but it was away from the castle instead of towards. Eventually, we reached a part of the forest that was so overgrown we had to stomp on the brush to clear a way through. Neshoma led me here a long time ago, I told her. I didn't know why or what for, but I'm pretty sure we were the only ones who knew about it. I parted the foliage in front of us and let her step through. Her face brightened in wonder as she looked around, a wide smile spreading across her face. Behind the overgrowth was a clearing, a small meadow of blooming white flowers called fairy lanterns spreading throughout the emerald grass. A stone beach nestled up against a deep pool, sapphire-colored and so clear you could see the bottom. A large waterfall poured down on the other side of the pool, the top cascading down from a mountain stream somewhere above us. Fall was mild here, so the trees didn't have a lot of color, but they made up for it by having magical butterflies as large as my face nesting in the trees, their wings glowing a crystalline blue. Grapevines twisted up the trees, and the moon shone through a hole in the top of the forest canopy, casting everything in a silver glow. The only sounds were the rushing of the water and the symphony of crickets in the bush. Sophia looked brilliant. If I could make her smile like that every day, I'd never have to do anything for the rest of my life. That much would be enough.
"Liam, this is incredible,"
Sophia said. She put Esses down and spun in a circle around the clearing.
"It's like a fairy tale."
I said nothing. I gently lifted my hand and turned it to the side. A wall of water rose from the pool, but it was soft and quiet. Within the water was a bunch of beautiful, colorful fish. They had broad and silky tails like bettas, but had patterns on their bodies and heads like koi. They were neon and glowed in the dark underneath the color of the moon. I wrapped the wave around Sophia to give her an aquarium. Sophia laughed and reached out with her fingers, touching the wave. When her fingers ran through the water, I gasped audibly, though she didn't hear it. To touch an elementize's element was like touching their spirit, and she went right through whatever I still had. Despite her being across the clearing, her skimming the water felt like she was caressing my face. Esses became alarmed and started batting at the water with his paws to try and reach the fish, but only ended up splashing himself. His touch was like an itch. The fish in the water nibbled at Sophia's hand. She giggled, and I slowly brought the wave back. I returned the water and the fish to the pond and looked at her.
"Your element is so beautiful, Liam,"
Sophia said in a breathless way.
"I wish I could do something like that."
"You'll be able to, one day." I walked over to a tree with large, twisting branches. I held my hand out and helped her climb it. We scaled upward until I pointed out a thick branch that I liked to sit on, one that would support our weight. As we climbed, the butterflies scattered and began dancing all around us, giving an elaborate show. Esses followed, climbing the limbs easily and squeaking. I hadn't counted on the branch being so small. I'd only sat up here by myself, but it definitely wasn't big enough to hold 2 people. The end result was that Sophia was pretty much sitting on my lap.
"Oof, I'm sorry,"
Sophia said as her ass plopped down against my leg and she blushed.
"There really isn't a lot of room up here."
"Yeah." She was like literally leaning against me and everything. I had nowhere to put my arms. They were above me, holding on to some branches when she sat down, but I couldn't hold them like that forever. I gave up and just put my arms around her because, it was more comfortable. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. Sophia didn't seem to mind, but her magic gave her away. Her shoulder was pushing up against a tree branch and it was starting to crackle. "You're gonna burn the tree down," I told her.
"Sorry."
I felt her temperature decline by a few degrees, and the tree stopped smoking. But that hardly helped because now I was hot, and it definitely wasn't from her magic.
"Oh, wow,"
Sophia breathed, and I looked up. The butterflies had flown up against the sky and had changed their colors, their deep blue morphing to become the background of the starry night. You could see them as their wings beat against the darkness, making the constellations look like they were moving. They take on the background of whatever they're around when they're threatened, I told Sophia. It's a special sort of camouflage. She nodded. Esses had totally disappeared. I had no idea where he went. All around, tiny little yellow lights with wings of dragonflies started appearing. They buzzed around us, hovering up and down in a circle where they sat. I could hear their little melodic voices as they swarmed around our little spot. Sophia gave an inquisitive look. Fortune fairies. I told you about them earlier. I reached out and snatched one from the air. Carefully, I gave it to Sophia. She cupped it in her palms and moved her face close.
They're like fireflies,
Sophia whispered. The glow from the fairy lit up her face, and she looked up. Supposedly, they only come to people with good luck. If they don't come near you, you're cursed. I snorted. Someone didn't give them the memo about me. She laughed before she opened her hand and let the fairy go. It floated away slowly, humming a pleasant tune. She leaned back and nestled against me, sinking her shoulders into my chest. Alarm buzzers were going off in my head, but I took that alarm and smashed it against the wall because, hell, I never liked being woken up anyway, and this was one damn good dream. This was college. What was the big deal about a little bit of cuddling anyhow? My mind wandered. Surely there were people who screwed outside of house boundaries. Dating or marriage, no way, but hookups between houses had to happen. One-night stands, casual sex. Bullshit. Your casual sex with Sophia would last a lifetime. Hell yeah, it would. Sleep with her once, I'd never get over her. I couldn't get over her now.
Liam?
She asked, looking at me.
What are you thinking about?
Inappropriate things that I shouldn't be, things that are forbidden. Nothing. She seemed to sense that something was on my mind because she said,
I know you wouldn't want anyone to see us like this.
We aren't doing anything, I told her, which was a lie because we'd already crossed so many boundaries.
Right,
she said, like she was trying to reassure herself.
We're just friends.
That was like a punch to the gut. It was almost a test to see how quickly we could go to just friends to something more. I wanted to say something that would confirm, but all that came out of my mouth was, "You ever had a boyfriend?" What the hell was wrong with me right now? She made a face like she didn't like to talk about it.
A few, but nothing serious.
That sounds intriguing. And it did. She made the entire sentence seem ominous.
I'm happy high school is over.
She bounced her heel against the tree trunk.
It was nothing but a lot of drama. I had a bad falling out with a lot of my friends. By the time senior year hit, I was pretty much alone. I mean, I hung out with a few people, but I always felt like a third wheel.
Oh, I'm sorry. High school had been okay for me. Just fine, nothing memorable, but Sophia made her 4 years sound awful.
It wasn't your fault. I just went along with what was expected of me, she said. It's one of the reasons I avoid conflict so much. There was always so much of it at school growing up. I had a tight-knit group for a while, but I couldn't really connect with them. They were all interested in the arts, and I loved being outdoors. There wasn't anyone I could share that with.
It was the elementi in you. All of us love being in nature, I told her.
I guess, she shrugged. I always thought it was because I was a weirdo, that I was different.
That made me really sad. I don't think you're weird.
Thanks. Life was just so boring,
she sighed.
I miss my parents, but even after how hard it's been my first semester, I don't think I could go back now. This world is just so full of wonder and amazing things to see. I'd die if I went back there and did the same thing day in and day out.
You never really answered me about the boyfriend thing. By the ancestors, why was I being so nosy?
You first, she said. Have you had any girlfriends?
My stomach churned just thinking about it. A couple, but there was one girl I really liked. She was a Tawakwa girl named Mia. We got together because it was expected of us. Our parents basically hooked us up from the moment we were born. I was supposed to be chief, so I had my bride hand-picked for me.
What happened?
Sophia asked. My throat got kind of tight. It just didn't work out, I guess.
Liam,
Sophia said, in a tone that suggested she wasn't buying my crap. I sighed and said, the truth is, I was into her way more than she was into me. She wanted to marry a chief, someone who could give her a good life, and I promised that. But then Neshoma died, and she told me she didn't want to be with me anymore. My dad let her out of the marriage contract, because I didn't have a familiar, and I wasn't considered fit to marry.
That's awful.
She gave me a sad face.
Does that mean you can't marry ever?
This was a tough conversation to talk about. It made my chest feel like there was a giant weight on it I couldn't lift off. Not ever, but you'd have a hard time convincing a girl to marry someone like me. I wasn't sure if I meant the familiar-less part of me, the sick part, or both. Sophia didn't say anything, but looked thoughtful. I still see Mia around school from time to time, but we don't talk anymore, I said. She's got another boyfriend now. We really didn't talk, either. Mia always turned away whenever she saw me. I didn't blame her for breaking up with me because it was what everyone thought she was going to do after Neshoma died, but I didn't think she would abandon me completely and act like I didn't even exist. At first, it really stung. The funny thing was, I'd ceased to have any sort of feelings for Mia at all now that Sophia was around.
That sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you,
Sophia said kindly. Yeah, well, that's what you get for being stupid and wasting your virginity on someone who doesn't love you, I said, and I leaned back against the tree trunk.
You had sex with her?
Sophia seemed shocked. Yeah, I guess I thought it would make her love me more, or love me at all, really. I put an arm behind my head and looked up. The shitty thing was, I found out she'd been screwing the guy she got with after me while we were still together.
That really is terrible. I can see why you didn't want to talk about it,
Sophia said. It's over with now, I said quickly. Neshoma never really liked her. He always had a face whenever she came around. Sophia laughed loudly.
I hope Neshoma would have liked me.
I think he would have liked you very much. In fact, I didn't have to think about it. Deep down in my core, I just knew he would have loved her. Sophia shivered, but I don't think it was because of the cold.
Okay, you told me yours, so I can tell you mine. I was friends with this guy in high school, and I really liked him,
I could see where this was going. So he turned you down, or...
It was prom night, she started. I felt like I was so in love, and I wanted to try going all the way. We went together as friends, and I tried hitting on him, and he started flirting back. He was a complete gentleman until we got in the limo together. We started making out. We got to second base, but halfway through, I changed my mind.
This story was taking a way worse turn than I thought. The bones in my hands cracked. And?
He reached up under my dress. I told him to stop, but he got really mad. He told me I needed to finish what I started. He wouldn't stop groping me, she said. I yelled for the driver to stop, then I got out of the car and walked the rest of the way home. When I got back to school the next week, he told everyone in my class I was a tease. I was really far away from the pool, but the water down there was churning furiously.
Are you serious?
Yes. It kind of sucked.
Her voice was choked up, but she cleared her throat.
It's over now. I'm over it.
She wasn't. I could tell by her voice. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I would have beat that guy's ass. She laughed again and her expression cleared.
I bet you would have.
I'm not kidding. If I could figure out who this guy was, I'd go looking for him and hunt his ass down. Sophia seemed to notice I was serious. She turned around and touched my face.
Hey, it's all right.
I calmed down a little bit, but the possessiveness raging through me wasn't helping. Who the fuck did this guy think he was, assaulting Sophia like that? What gave him the right?
Anyway, looks like we've both had really bad luck when it comes to love," she said, and her tone seemed lighter. "Hopefully the future will be better." "Hopefully," I responded, though the answer came out more like a growl. I didn't like the thought of Sophia being with anyone who treated her like that. She was mine. Mine. My saucy little virgin. Ah, fuck. I needed to take things down a notch. Fast. There was a crackling noise by my ear, like little twigs snapping. I turned my head and saw that Esses had reappeared, dangling down from the trees. Sophia hadn't noticed him there. He had a small flower in his hands with a thin, twisty stem and was holding it out to me. He literally wanted me to give it to Sophia. This little shit was trying to play matchmaker. It was bad enough even the tree was trying to hook us up. That was not taking things down a notch. "No," I told him softly. "That's not allowed." His ears went back and he hissed at me. Esses shoved the flower at me more insistently, this time poking me in the eye. "Ow! All right." I took the flower from him and he went scampering upward again. He was probably watching the whole thing from above like it was his own personal daytime soap opera. I was so nervous, but I handed the flower to her. My hand almost shook. "For you." "Really? Thank you." She took it graciously. "Where'd you get it?" "I don't know," I told her flatly. "It appeared like magic." I heard humored chattering from the trees. If I got my hands on that little guy, he was going into the pool. "That's so sweet." Sophia took the flower and wrapped it around one of the fingers on her left hand, tying a knot. She held it out happily. "It looks adorable. Thank you." I felt a little more cheery. Okay, so the little guy had some moves. Maybe he was big with the Kerbal ladies. Without warning, rain started pouring down from the sky. And I mean pouring. It was coming down in buckets. Sophia yelped and slid downward off my lap and shimmying down the tree. I followed her, though not as fast. "Hold on, I got it," I said when I reached the ground. I raised my hand. The raindrops falling down, suspended in midair, frozen all around us. I thought of my intention, and the raindrops turned to crystal ice resembling diamonds. I turned my wrist in a circular motion. The diamonds floated toward Sophia, nestling in her hair and giving her a shining headpiece, an ornate necklace, and a shimmering dress. Sophia's mouth opened wide, and she gave a delighted sound of joy. Right then she looked so beautiful, like a crystal princess. Nobody on earth had any idea how badly I wanted to kiss her. I hadn't kissed anyone in months, but Sophia made me want to again. I took a step toward her because I wasn't a coward and I was going to do it. But I was a coward because I noticed some of the diamonds were sizzling against her skin, and I was reminded she was coigny. Almost as soon as the downpour started, it stopped. When I let the diamonds drop off of her and fall onto the grass, melting into the earth, the spell was broken and it was like she woke up. "Weird, huh?" Sophia said, looking skyward. "I've never seen a storm come and go so quickly before." I said nothing. She didn't need to know it wasn't a storm at all, but how I felt. "Do you," she started, then she waited a moment. "Do you think we could spend the night out here, just talking? I like being with you, Liam. It makes me feel better." Talking with her was so easy, and it made me feel better too. "Sure, whatever you want, Polly." We sat next to each other in the grass. Sophia talked about a lot of things, her old friends, her parents, Amelia, and especially Esses. He was up in the trees somewhere, cooing a song. Me, I just listened. It was too late. There was no turning back now. I'd made my feelings for Sophia clear. I just hoped that she felt the same. I woke up the next morning curled against someone in the grass. At first I thought it was Neshoma, and I was so happy that he was back. But then I realized my hand was tangled up in hair, not fur, and that Neshoma didn't have boobs. I jolted awake with a start and skidded backward. Sophia had been curled up against me for ancestors knew how long. She was still asleep,
breathing lightly with a smile on her face. My body was pretty warm instead of the cool, usual Tawakwa temperature it rested at, which meant I'd had my arms around her for quite some time now, possibly hours. We'd literally picked opposite ends of the clearing to sleep on. How did we end up spooning randomly in our sleep? I looked around and saw Esses bathing in the pool, washing his fur with the water. He gave me a devious smile as he cleaned his fat cheeks. He probably rolled us together in our sleep or something. He didn't look strong enough to do that, but I wouldn't put it past him. I skirted away from her before she woke up. My movements didn't wake her, and I didn't want to touch her again to shake her awake, so I threw a twig, and when that still didn't wake her up, a small rock. It bounced against her leg, and her eyes flew open.
Ow!
She sat up and rubbed her calf.
Did you really have to do that?
Yes, now get up, I snapped. We haven't got all day.
Great. Mean Liam is back, she grumbled, pushing her hair out of her face.
It had fallen out of her ponytail and gotten all wild, which wasn't helping my morning situation. Mean Liam never left. Hurry up. I want breakfast, I told her.
Breakfast is probably over.
She yawned and pointed at the sun.
It's almost noon.
Damn it, she was right. We'd way overslept. Hopefully nobody noticed that both of us had been gone from our dorms last night. We need to get back, I told her, and I got to my feet. Come on. I went to head out of the clearing, but before I could, Sophia cried, "Wait!" I turned around. She ran to the tree we'd climbed on last night and raised her hand. A small bit of fire appeared in her palm, and she moved it slowly over the tree trunk, burning an inscription into the wood.
There.
She stepped back, proud of her work. I looked at it. With her magic, she'd carved our initials into the tree, S and L.
This is our place now, she said. We've claimed it.
I couldn't decide if that was really cute or really annoying. Come on, dork, let's go. Esses ran after Sophia, trilling and hopping on her back. We headed back to town, but this time we didn't hold hands. We were acting like friends again now, instead of whatever we'd been last night. We were passing by Professor Bain's house. Bain lived closer to the castle in Kinpago instead of within the Water Tribe's borders underwater because it was a quicker walk to the school. He had a house on the beach, which I'm guessing he liked to be at whenever he wasn't bothering me. I hoped Bain wasn't around because he'd probably talk to us about the tournament, and I wanted to keep thinking about Sophia's perfect everything. But whatever romantic daydreams I had for Sophia were completely smacked out of me by the sight that was waiting around the corner. The air left my lungs, and Sophia gasped. It was November and chilly as fuck, but Bain was outside his damn house in a tight yellow Speedo, spread out on a lawn chair and sunbathing like it was the middle of July, as if anyone living wanted to see that much of him. Today confirmed it. I had seen too much in my short life. We tried to run away, but Bain heard our footsteps and lifted his head, waving. "Ah, Liam, Sophia, how are you this morning?" He was talking to us and acting like this was completely normal. Ancestors have mercy. Even Esses was covering his eyes. He made no attempt to be shy about it.
We're good, thanks, Sophia called back. You?
Of course Sophia would play along. Bain shrugged and said, "I have nothing to complain about. You all right, Liam?" I grimaced and nodded because I knew the minute I opened my mouth I'd be yelling at Bain to put some pants on. "You have another training session tomorrow, by the way, 7 o'clock in the evening," he told us. "Don't be late."
"We'll be there,"
Sophia shouted back, and she grabbed on my arm to tug me away. I felt like screaming my head off until Bain's house was out of sight and we were safely within the village limits. Sophia was laughing. I'm pretty sure my skin had turned a nauseated green. "Oh, I'm going to be scarred for life," I moaned, rubbing my face. Why did our tournament instructor and my head of house have to be so weird? Even worse, I had to claim him.
Does Bane have a familiar? I've never seen one, Sophia said.
He does, I said. She lives in the ocean.
What is she?
I smiled. That would spoil the surprise, wouldn't it? I'm sure you'll see her during one of our sessions. She's incredible. It's bizarre something as beautiful and powerful as her would pick Bane to be her elementi. We passed by a little food cart selling one of my favorite things. My stomach rumbled and I pulled Sophia to a stop.
What is it?
She asked as the vendor handed me 3 fluffy fried pieces of heaven, round in shape and flat. Fry bread, I told her. It's amazing. You'll love it. I put venison, lettuce, tomatoes, sour cream, and salsa on top of mine. I made a replica for Sophia before we started walking around again and eating. Esses had already sucked down his and was patting his stomach happily. "Hey, Liam!" I heard Jonah cry out. He was walking ahead of us, Imogen by his side. Jonah was wearing a heavy flannel jacket while Imogen was wearing overalls with bright pink galoshes and a magenta fuzzy jacket that looked like it had once been a carpet. Her hair was up in pigtails, bows tying them together, and she was carrying a wicker basket. Sassy had an equally large bow tied into her tail. She rode on Squeaks's rear, who was making loud squeaking noises. Esses peeped as he saw them coming and jumped off Sophia's shoulder, chattering at Squeaks's hooves. The hippogriff lowered her head and clacked her beak at Esses like they were having a conversation.
"Hey, Imogen,"
Sophia said in a teasing way as they joined us.
"How was your date with Cade?"
Imogen turned pink and said,
"It wasn't a date."
I rolled my eyes. I don't know who Imogen was trying to fool. She was totally into Cade and vice versa. They needed to stop avoiding their feelings and just get on with it. That's the pot calling the kettle black?
"Anyway, how was your date with Liam?"
Imogen jabbed, and she put her hand on her hip. She gave a smirk as she and Jonah made eye contact. Sophia gaped like a fish, unsure of what to say. She told Imogen we were hanging out last night before I even knew she was looking for me. Sophia went to answer, but I subbed in for her. "It went great, thanks. What are you guys doing here?" Sophia glanced at me. She was surprised I hadn't denied that we'd been on an actual date, even though really that wasn't what it was. It wasn't what it had started as, anyway. "I met up with Imogen coming out of the gym. Somebody's got to take care of these babies." Jonah flexed his muscles, kissing his biceps. Behind him, Squeaks did a similar pose, sticking out her butt and trying to show off. Esses flexed his tiny arms and copied her.
"And I met up with Jonah while Sassy and I were looking for treats to catch Berlingers," Imogen said cheerfully. "We decided to do some grocery shopping together." She lifted her basket. "Yeah, need protein shakes. Gotta keep the machine well oiled," Jonah said in a very obnoxious way. "What were you guys doing? You look like you spent a night in the woods." "We were, How did I tell them we'd done just that?" "We just got lunch," Sophia finished. "We were heading back to school. We're going to hang out in the Commons and just chill."
The Commons was the only place in Orenda Academy where students from all houses could hang out. Sophia had just read my mind. "We'll come with you," Jonah offered. "We should probably get to talking about strategies for the tournament." My stomach sank. Right, the tournament. I'd forgotten all about that. We headed up the long pathway back to school, avoiding the crowds and maneuvering around the carts. The sun was starting to come out from behind the clouds, and Imogen sighed happily.
"Oh, I've had such a nice morning."
"Lucky you. We just saw Bane in nothing but spandex," I mumbled. "What?" Jonah laughed loudly. "How'd you manage that?"
"He was tanning outside his house in his swimsuit."
Sophia giggled.
"I thought Liam was going to have a heart attack when he saw."
I wish. It would have ended my suffering. Now she had me thinking about it again, damn it.
"There are a lot of girls who think Bane is super hot, not just me," Imogen quipped. "People gossip about how sexy he is all the time." "Not me," Sophia shuddered. "I always thought he looked like a dad. He's not hot at all."
"He's got a dad bod. Trust me, it's nothing to behold," I told them. "Those girls are nuts."
My ancestors, Liam, you ruin everything, Imogen said.
Yeah, you're such a sour grape, Jonah added. Lighten up. I'm not a lamp, I grumbled. Of course, the entire conversation the way back to school was about if Bane was hot or not. Sophia and I were on one side, while Imogen argued that she could see why some people would want to go out with him. I'd probably give it a chance if I had the opportunity, Jonah said. I'm not into old guys, but I'll try anything once, and I bet he has experience. Jonah, you'll fuck anything that walks, I told him. Can we seriously stop talking about this? He's our tournament mentor. It's creeping me out. Jonah went to argue back, but we were stopped by someone in the hallway. It was Professor Perot and his peacock familiar Baxter. Perot had been really nice to me in class ever since I'd helped save him. I skipped a few times and he still gave me credit, not to mention I know the last few tests I'd failed miserably and I'd still gotten top marks. He's been acting weird though, not talking to me much, just smiling a lot. Oh, Professor, I said. He stood in front of us awkwardly, wringing his hands. You need something? Perot seemed to swallow, then gave a nervous smile.
I just wanted to thank the four of you again for saving my life. Baxter and I are very grateful.
It was really no problem, except I threw out my back dragging you out.
Well, yes.
He flushed.
The thing is, I've been thinking on how to repay all of you for your bravery, and while I can't think of what I could do for you three,
he eyed Sophia, Jonah, and Imogen.
I think there is something I can do for you, Liam.
Oh, I started. Okay. There was an awkward moment of silence, and Perot gestured to us.
Follow me.
We hurried after him. He led us to his classroom and then to his desk, where I noticed an assortment of papers and vials were scattered. Squeaks knocked over a couple of glasses on our way in, but Perot paid her no mind. He sat down at his desk and said, I've been looking into your case, Liam. I've heard about your illness and think that with enough research and time, I'll be able to discover what ails you, maybe even cure it. You're serious? My mouth dropped open. I felt like I was suffocating. My heart was practically beating out of my chest. This was too good to be true. Just a name would be a miracle, but a cure? That was unthinkable. Then came the doubt. I shook my head. No, I've been to the best medicine women and men in the tribe. Nobody knows what's wrong with me or how to help me.
I can't promise anything, Perot started, and Baxter bobbed his head. But I am a researcher, not a doctor, so I can look at your case from a different perspective. I think that a life for a life is the best way to repay my debt. Did you hear that, Liam? Sophia said excitedly. There might be a cure.
Her expression was hopeful, but at the same time, I didn't want to believe it. I'd been through so much in the past few months. Hoping for anything, even just a diagnosis, seemed like a setup. It was easier to go on being miserable than to be let down again. That would really suck. Hold on, Jonah said. I thought Liam was sick because Neshoma died. I wanted to punch Jonah. He needed to mind his own business.
It might be, Perot said. But I have reason to believe that maybe Liam's condition isn't linked to Neshoma's death at all, but perhaps something that was dormant until that point. Grief can be a powerful trigger for chronic illnesses. We won't know for sure unless we do some testing. You are the only person who's ever survived the death of their familiar, Liam, Imogen added. Maybe this would be how to find out why. Some of the processes for investigating your illness would be invasive, Perot said slowly. It wouldn't be a quick or easy process, but it'll be worth it in the end if we can determine exactly what's going on with you. Of course, it's your choice, Liam. Everyone in the room looked at me, perched on my answer. I wasn't sure. I really didn't want to be put through anything else, being poked, prodded, and questioned about something that was already deeply personal, not to mention a really sensitive subject. Half of me didn't care if I was suffering from something that was worsening or even terminal. I just wanted to be left alone and enjoy the time that I had left, however much that was. But then I saw the look on Sophia's face, and I knew what she wanted me to do. She didn't want me to give up. She wanted me to keep fighting. Fine. If I had to be a guinea pig to get some answers, I'd be a guinea pig. I guess I'm for it, I said. What do you want me to do? First, I'll need a sample of your blood, among other things, Perot said. He took out a few syringes with needles, and I swallowed. I wouldn't need you back in until I'm done analyzing the results. I'm ready, I said. I wanted to get this over with. Hurry up and stick me like a pincushion. I thought Perot would take me to a back room or something, somewhere with a bit of seclusion, but he began sanitizing my arm and sticking me right in front of everybody. I didn't like needles, but I wasn't about to look like a wimp in front of my team. I expected the gang to turn their backs or something, but instead they kept on talking while Perot took his samples and set several vials of my blood aside. Imogen was blabbering about Berlingers while Jonah and Sophia happily subbed in. Everyone was acting really natural while here I was looking like I belonged in a hospital. I started as they all kept gabbing on. This was awkward. A little privacy, please. But then I realized something. They weren't staring at me like I was in a zoo. They kept carrying on like it was okay I was getting treated and experimented on. They were acting like me being sick was okay. Yet they weren't acting at all. It was genuine. I didn't feel different. I just felt like everyone else. Oh, sorry. Sophia straightened up and looked down at the tons of needles shoved into my arms as if she suddenly just realized they were there. We can go. I had to laugh. Sophia was totally clueless, and I loved it. You're here now. Just stay. A few minutes later, I was a little lightheaded. Perot had made it sound like he only needed a tiny bit of blood, but it had felt like he took a gallon. Looking at all the vials on his desk made me want to throw up. You'll want to watch him, Perot said as he eyed me getting up from the chair woozily. He's a little pale. He should be better by tomorrow. Lean on me, bro, Jonah said, and he flung an arm around my shoulders. I got you. Jonah was practically carrying me out the door. Sophia thanked Professor Perot and waved goodbye as she and Imogen followed us. Where to? Imogen asked cheerfully. Squeak snuck her head under my other arm and lifted me up so my toes were dragging on the ground, but I pushed her away. I didn't need to be carried like some wounded war hero for ancestors' sake. Sophia said nothing. She was watching me carefully out of the corner of her eye. The Commons sounds pretty good right now, I said. My voice was kind of slurred. Those couches are like so plushy. Plushy? I was really out of it. Cookies, man, Jonah said wisely. Just a shitload of cookies. Jonah threw me on the couch when we got there. We got the good seats, the ones by the fireplace with the big TV. Imogen sat on the rug against Squeak's with Sassy in her arms, while Jonah took the big armchair. Sophia sat on the other side of the couch and flung her legs over mine. Jonah left for a while and came back with literally 3 bags of cookies, which we all polished off while watching a movie. I'm pretty sure I slipped off 1 or 2 times, but I can't remember. Sophia kept looking at me, and when she wasn't, Esses was, his eyes wide and unsure as he curled up on Sophia's lap. He seemed guilty, though I'm not sure why. That afternoon was pretty perfect. To people passing by, I'm sure we looked like a bunch of friends just hanging out. But we were so much more than that. For the first time since Neshoma died, I felt like I wasn't a freak, and it was nice. Maybe I could get used to these people.
Chapter 16. What's the deal with you and Liam? Imogen asked. We sat on the beach, staring out at the ocean. The November air was chilly and the sky overcast. In the distance, snow was falling, covering the peaks of the mountains around us. I pulled the sleeves of my hoodie over my hands and wrapped my arms around me. I'd become used to the colder weather of Northern California these past few months, but I was starting to regret not packing a heavier coat. I called upon my fire, raising it just to the surface of my skin to ward off the chill. I shrugged, keeping my eye on Esses. He was digging in the rocks and placing the shiniest ones into a pile at my feet. Do we have to have this conversation again? It had been a week since Liam took me to see the waterfall, and I still didn't know how to answer the question. Again? Imogen repeated. She petted Sassy in her lap, who was batting at the lime green bows at the ends of Imogen's braids. Sophia, you blow me off every time I ask about it. I think I deserve to know what's going on between my teammates. The tournament is only a few weeks away. Should I be concerned? About me and Liam? I laughed. No, I'd be more concerned about Jonah's raging hormones. Imogen covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her giggles. Our second training session went better than the first, but the moment Jonah spotted Raynar passing by our obstacle course with a couple of friends, he lost all focus. He stumbled off the root bridge Imogen had built to get us over a pit of quicksand. Squeaks nearly got stuck trying to rescue him. All Jonah could talk about afterward was how appalled he was that Raynar didn't even notice and try to help. Liam was furious with Jonah and totally erupted on him, though I thought he overreacted. Imogen rolled her eyes. Men. But that still doesn't answer my question. You and Liam, what's going on? I don't know. I absent-mindedly rolled one of Essis rocks around in my hand while I contemplated the question. What was going on between us? I liked Liam a lot. I knew that much for certain. After he told me the story about Mia, the girl who broke his heart, all I wanted to do was show him how much I cared about him. I sensed that after Mia, he didn't feel like he deserved to be loved. And he was so wrong. I just wished my heart was enough to heal him. But I knew Liam would never accept it, though I hoped he would, one day. I told you about that magical night we had together, I said. But we haven't really talked about what's happening between us. Oh, I see the problem, Imogen said. You need to define your relationship. I frowned at her. Like you and Cade have? This isn't about me and Cade. Besides, we're just friends. I nodded slowly. Sure you are. Why don't you just tell Liam how you feel? She asked. Nerves ignited in my chest just thinking about it. I can't. What if he doesn't feel the same way? Things would be weird between us, and we can't have that before the tournament. So you'll tell him after the tournament? I dropped my gaze. I don't know. I can't just come out and tell Liam that I'm falling head over heels for him. Why not? Imogen asked. I mean, if he feels the same way, what's the harm? I resisted the urge to bust out laughing. We're just friends, Imogen. Like you and Cade. Liam doesn't feel that way about me. It broke my heart and made it feel as if rocks had settled in my stomach. I wanted Liam to like me back. I'd run the scenario so many times through my head, what it would be like to tell him I liked him, for him to say it back. He'd reach down and brush the hair out of my eyes while I ran my fingers across his chest. I'd go breathless just being in his presence. Then he'd kiss me, a mind-blowing, passionate kiss I'd only ever dreamed about. He'd sweep me into his arms and carry me into the sunset, and we'd live happily ever after. And then he opened his mouth in real life, shattering any hope of that fairy tale coming true. I lived for the moments his fingers accidentally grazed across mine when we walked beside each other in the hall, the way his eyes lit up when we were together, and the smile that crept across his face every so often when I saw him staring out toward the ocean. But that's all they would ever be. Moments. I couldn't have forever with Liam, even if I wanted to. Girl, you're blind, Imogen said, pulling me from my thoughts. There's some serious sexual tension going on between you two. Can't you feel it? My eyebrows shot up. Sexual tension? Oh my God, Imogen, I must have missed the romance section in your library. You've been reading too much. I highly doubt Liam feels anything sexual toward me. I'm always in this baggy hoodie and jeans, with my hair tied into a ponytail and almost no makeup on. No way he finds that attractive. That one day I wore my hair down in that low-cut shirt like you told me to, he barely stole a glance at me." Imogen rolled her eyes. "That's because he was trying to be subtle about it. Trust me, from my perspective, he was drooling." Butterflies fluttered in my stomach at the possibility. "Next time, wear a push-up bra," Imogen advised. "He'll have his face down your shirt in 1.5 seconds. It sounded gross, but I wouldn't mind it. Liam could do whatever he wanted to my cleavage and more. Imogen, can we— Oh, my ancestors!" Imogen hopped up to her knees and flapped her hands excitedly. Sassy rolled onto the ground, looking shocked. Essus paused with a rock in his hand and alarm in his eyes. "I know what you need." I leaned away a few inches as her hands nearly assaulted my face. What do I need?" "You need a dress," she stated, like it was obvious. "I don't wear dresses." "For the ball," she emphasized. "You need to buy a smoking hot dress so Liam can't keep his eyes off you." I bit my lower lip, considering her idea. At least it would be after the tournament, and it was a good excuse to dress up for him. I sighed. "Okay, I might even wear a push-up bra." Imogen jumped to her feet and bounced on her toes. "Yay! We can do your makeup and your hair and everything. You're going to look so hot, he'll want to get nasty with you on the dance floor." "Oh, my ancestors, Imogen!" I turned beet red as I stood. "Don't say stuff like that." "What?" she asked innocently. "Nasty?" I rolled my eyes. "Yes, that." "Nasty, nasty, nasty," she teased. "It's not a bad word." If possible, I flushed even redder. "No, but you're talking about me and Liam. If we did it, it wouldn't be nasty." Imogen wiggled her eyebrows. "What would it be like?" "Imogen!" I shoved at her playfully while Essus scurried up my pant leg to crawl onto my shoulder. Imogen only laughed. "Okay, fine, I'll stop. Let's go get you a dress that'll make Liam crazy." "No, absolutely not." Imogen sat in a plush chair outside the dressing room of a little boutique shop in Kimpago called Delilah's, giving feedback on each dress I tried on. I spun around to admire the dress in the mirror beside the dressing rooms. It was black, with a silk skirt that fell to the floor and a lacy top with 3/4-length sleeves. "Why not? I think it's beautiful." Essus clapped from the armrest of Imogen's chair. "See?" I said. "Even Essus likes it." Imogen frowned. "We're going for kiss me now, not kiss me when I'm 50. She'd had a similar response to the last 3 dresses I'd tried on. "If you're such a fashion expert, what do you suggest?" I challenged. "I'll be right back." Imogen smirked and rose from her chair. Sassy followed behind her. I sighed and glanced around, my hands on my hips. The shop was packed with row upon row of colorful dresses, each one unique. A big window at the front gave a wide view of the street beyond, where people and their familiars passed by. My eyes caught a creature that looked like a skunk, but had long tail feathers instead of fur. I turned back to Essus. "She's going to come back with lingerie, isn't she?" Essus just looked at me with his big eyes and shrugged. "Here we go," Imogen said as she returned. She held up a long red dress with skinny straps and a neckline I already knew I was going to hate. She didn't miss the frown on my face. "It's for Liam, remember?" I sighed and took the dress from her hands. "I'll try it on." Imogen smiled. "Good. I'll go grab a few more for backup." I returned to the dressing room, holding the door open a moment to let Essus jump inside behind me. Inside, I slipped off the black dress. My heart sank as I placed it back on its hanger. I loved it. But Imogen was right. It wasn't the type of dress that would stop Liam in his tracks. I stared at the red dress in uncertainty. It might do the trick, but it also might give him the wrong idea. Then again, Liam wasn't the wham, bam, thank you, ma'am type of guy, was he? "This dressing room is open," a woman said outside, making me jump. I'd been staring at the dress for far too long. "You let me know if you need anything." I heard the dressing room door beside mine close. Shaking off my nervous jitters, I pulled the dress up over my hips, slipped my arms under the straps, and zipped the back. When my eyes fell on myself in the mirror, my insides did a weird somersault that was a mixture of both hot damn and no thank you. Esses' brows shot up, and he whistled at me. The hem of the dress touched the floor, but there was a slit that traveled all the way up to my hip. The front plunged to reveal more than I cared to ever show in public. If I did my hair up real nice, I'd be a knockout. But honestly, I'd spend more time worrying about a nipple slip than anything else. "Come on," Imogen called when she returned. "Let's see it." "I'd rather not," I replied. "Please, just indulge me, Sophia," Imogen begged. "Fine," I agreed, "but I'm not buying it." I quickly checked the price tag and nearly passed out. Unless it rained $100 bills from the sky, there was no way I was buying this dress. I'd barely brought that much money with me to Orenda in the first place. I wasn't about to blow all my cash on an outfit I'd wear for only a few hours, even if it did earn Liam's attention. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Esses scurried out in front of me and sang a 3-note tune as if he was announcing the arrival of a queen. Imogen's eyebrows shot up, while I crossed my arms over my chest. "You look hot," she sang with a wide smile. I turned to the mirror, feeling incredibly self-conscious. "Do I?" Imogen placed the dresses in her arms down on her chair and stepped forward to peer into the mirror behind me. "Maybe if you dropped your arms, I could see the full dress." Nervously, I let my arms fall to my side. "Whoop, whoop," Imogen catcalled. I quickly glanced over at 2 other patrons browsing the aisles, a mother and daughter. They both looked up and caught my eye, but then continued flipping through dresses. Imogen didn't even notice. "By the ancestors, Sophia Henley has boobs!" "Shut up!" I swatted at Imogen with one hand and covered my cleavage with the other. "If you like it so much, you can wear it." Disgust crossed Imogen's face. "Me in that? Can you imagine? I'm not buying a dress. I've been working on a homemade dress for the past year. It's going to be epic." I heard the dressing room door beside mine click open, but I didn't think anything of it. "Maybe I'll have to make my own too, because I'm not buying this one." Someone scoffed from behind us. "Why would you?" I whirled around to see Haley step out of the dressing room with her Phoenix familiar behind her. She wore a strapless black evening dress that was even more revealing than the one I had on. It was accented with gold beads that twisted around the bust in an elegant pattern. And damn it, she looked freaking perfect in it. Bitch. "You'll never get a chance to wear it," Haley snarled. "You'll die in the tournament anyway." My blood boiled, and my fists tightened. I held back my anger, only to keep the dress I was wearing from bursting into flames. Beside me, Esses bared his teeth and growled. "What the hell's your problem?" The words slipped out before I could stop myself. It was better than losing control of my fire and burning Delilah's down. Haley just shrugged. "No problem, I'm just stating a fact." "Well, you can shove your facts right up your pretty little ass. I'll see you at the ball." My heart slammed against my ribcage. Holy crap. Had I just said that? Where the heck did those words come from? Haley just stood there glaring at me. I held my breath, waiting for her to throw a fireball at my head or something. Instead, she just rolled her eyes and whirled around, slamming her dressing room door behind her. My jaw dropped in disbelief as I turned to Imogen. I didn't make a sound, but my face said it all. I couldn't believe what I'd just done. Imogen let out a light squeal and threw her arms around me, squeezing me tightly. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered in my ear. Just as we drew apart, Haley's door swung open again. She was dressed back in her normal clothes, tight black pants over a low-cut shirt that her boobs were spilling out of. The dress she'd been wearing hung over her arm. Her lips were tight. She didn't meet either of our eyes as she passed by, but she made it a point to step on the hem of my dress and slam her shoulder into mine. I rubbed my shoulder as Haley continued on her way, her familiar in her wake. Then she turned back to me. "Oh, Sophia," she said, like she forgot to tell me something. "What?" I snapped. Haley held her head high and glanced down at my feet. "You might want to put that out." I looked down to see flames singeing the corner of my dress. Imogen and I both immediately started stomping on it. By the time the flames were out and I glanced up, Haley had already left the store. I gritted my teeth and turned to Imogen. "That wasn't me, you know. That was Haley. Now I have to buy the dress." "Nah, it's fine," Imogen said. "We'll slip it into her dressing room and let her take the blame. It was her fault anyway." I sighed. "Yeah, but—" "Hot damn!" A female voice cut me off. When I turned toward the voice, I couldn't believe my eyes. A woman with dark hair and a parrot sitting on her shoulder stared back at me. I must have been hallucinating or something. "Amelia?" I squeaked. I forgot all about Haley and rushed forward to throw my arms around my sister. Kiwi squawked. I squeezed her as tight as I could, letting all of my overwhelmed emotions flow into the embrace. "What are you doing here?" I cried as I drew away from her, still unable to believe it. "I was headed to Arenda to see you, but then I saw you through the window and came in to say hi," Amelia explained. "No, I mean, what are you doing here in Kinpago?" I was so excited that I pulled her into another hug. Amelia laughed and squeezed me back. "That's what I was headed to Arenda to tell you about. I'm moving to town." "What?" I squealed, unable to contain my excitement. I missed her so much. "Why are you moving? Tell me all about it." I pulled her over to the sitting area and we sank down next to each other. "This is Imogen, by the way, and her familiar, Sassy." Imogen smiled and reached out a hand to shake Amelia's before sitting down. Esses hopped into Amelia's armrest and nuzzled his head into her hand, inviting her to pet him. "And this is my familiar, Esses," I said. Amelia's expression softened, and she stared down at Esses with wide eyes. "Oh, my ancestors, he's adorable. Can I keep him?" "Sorry, he's not for sale," I said with a laugh. Amelia cradled him in her arms, and Kiwi squawked again. Apparently he didn't like that. "What are you doing here, Am?" I asked again. I wanted to hear all about her journey and how long she was going to stay. Amelia took a deep breath. "Well, you know my job on the cruise ship?" I nodded eagerly. "You could have told me it was a flying cruise ship, by the way." Amelia laughed. "Yeah, but you wouldn't have believed me, would you?" I shook my head. "Probably not." "Anyway, I got a promotion, which means I get more vacation days. I have a friend who's offered for me to crash in his guest room whenever I'm in town, until I find an apartment of my own. I'll be here for a few days before I leave again. Then I should be back at the end of December, just in time for the Elemental Cup. I guess this means you'll be competing?" She glanced down at Esses. "Yes. Oh my gosh, Amelia, there's so much to tell you. Life has completely changed since I've been here. I wish I could have talked to you sooner. How are Mom and Dad?" Amelia didn't look at me when she answered. "They were really upset at first, but they've come around. I visited them a few weeks ago and let them know I'd be coming into town soon to check on you. They won't be happy to hear you'll be in the tournament your first semester, but they'll be happy you've bonded." "I wish they could come watch," I said sadly. Amelia's expression fell. "They would if they could. Here, they asked me to give you this." Amelia pulled a thick envelope out of her purse and handed it to me. "What is it?" I asked, taking it. Amelia shrugged. "I didn't open it." I peeled back the flap and peeked inside. My heart nearly stopped when I saw the wad of cash. With that kind of money, I'd actually be able to afford this dress, plus a new coat. A piece of paper was folded up inside. I pulled it out and began reading. "Sophia, we miss you so much. We wish we could come to see you, but we fear it would cause more harm than good to visit you in Kinpago. We would not be welcome. We wish we could tell you all about it, but it's not something we can explain in a letter. We just wanted to tell you that we're sorry for how we acted. We never meant to push you away. We only wanted you to be safe. We wish we would have taken the chance to tell you goodbye before you left. We hope that everything is going well at Orenda Academy. With love, Mom and Dad. P.S. We know the school takes care of everything for you, but we've enclosed some money in case you need anything in town." Tears welled in my eyes. I could practically hear my parents' voices in my head saying the words directly to me. I didn't like that they were being distant, but right now I hardly cared. My heart ached for home, to see them again. I quickly dashed the tears away. Amelia leaned forward and placed a hand on my knee. "It's going to be okay." She eyed me up and down. "Is this the dress you're wearing to the ball?" I shook my head and forced a smile. "No, I just tried it on for fun." "Good," Amelia said. "It's awful and so not you." "What?" Imogen asked in disbelief. "It's gorgeous." "Yeah, if you're an escort," Amelia deadpanned. Imogen threw her head back and laughed. "Fair enough. What should Sophia wear?" A smile crept across Amelia's face. "I know just the one." Curious, I stood and followed behind Amelia as she led us down an aisle and to the other end of the shop. She pointed to a mannequin in the window. My heart lifted when I saw the dress. It was an A-line sky blue dress with a tulle skirt, flowery lace petals above the waist, and a corset back. The neckline was cut just below the collarbone, with cap sleeves that looked modest and elegant. It had an antique style to it that I knew would suit me perfectly. "I can't wear that," I said immediately, despite every muscle in my body itching to try it on. "Why not?" Amelia asked. "She's right," Imogen agreed, stepping forward. "It's not sexy enough. We're trying to impress a guy." Amelia's gaze shot to mine, her eyebrows raised. "Ooh, a guy. Why didn't you say so?" She beamed at me excitedly. Would her reaction be different if she knew the guy I was crushing on wasn't Coigny? "No," I sighed. "It's not that. The dress is too aqua. Everyone's going to expect me to arrive dressed in something like this." I gestured down to the red dress I wore. Amelia pressed her lips together. "Maybe that's exactly why you should wear the blue dress." My shoulders fell. I wanted so badly to wear it, but it would only draw attention. Everyone would think I was trying to cross house boundaries or something. I had no intention of drawing anyone's eye except for Liam's. "I know you don't have Toaqua blood in you, Sophia," Amelia said, "but you have a Toaqua heart. You were, after all, raised by Mom and Dad." "If that's the dress you want, then get it," Imogen encouraged. "Don't worry about what anyone will think. Go against the grain for once." A shy smile spread across my face. Why was I so worried? I ignored the stares that followed every time I was with Imogen, and her dress was bound to be wild enough to keep the eyes off of me. It was just a blue dress. It wasn't like I was publicly disavowing my Coigny heritage. "Fine," I said. "I'll try it on." After talking to the lady at the front desk, she helped us strip it off the mannequin. I returned to the dressing room and slipped it on. Oh, my ancestors, it was perfect. Esses quickly picked his jaw up from the floor and chippered in approval. You like it, buddy? I asked. He nodded. Can you help? I turned my back to him and sat on the dressing room bench. Esses' little hands tugged at the ribbon in the corset back, tightening it for me. Thanks. I stood and looked at myself in the mirror. It fit like a glove. I absolutely loved it. Hurry up, Imogen called. Sassy's getting antsy. She wants to see it. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Amelia and Imogen both went speechless, their eyes wide. It's gorgeous on you, Sophia, Amelia said once she found her voice. He's going to love it. I twirled around for them, mostly to hide the blush rising in my cheeks. You think so? Absolutely, Imogen said. All you need now is to ask him to the ball. I immediately stopped twirling. I'm not asking him. Why not? Amelia asked. I didn't know the answer. Isn't that his job? Imogen scoffed. This isn't the Dark Ages, Sophia. Girls can ask guys to dances. If you want to go with him, you should ask him. Maybe, I shrugged, enthralled by the idea, but not sure I could go through with it. I'll think about it. So, that's the one? Amelia asked. My heart fluttered. It's the one. Cool. So, what are your plans for the rest of the day? I was hoping we could go out for lunch and catch up, Amelia said. That sounds like fun, I agreed. Are you coming, Imogen? Nah, she said with a wave of her hand. I'll go find Cade and we'll hang out. In that case, have lots of fun, I told her. Don't go too crazy. Imogen rolled her eyes. Girl, I'm way past crazy, but you already knew that. I'll see you later. Imogen left the shop while I headed into the dressing room and put my normal clothes back on. Amelia, Esses, and Kiwi followed me up to the register, where I pulled out a few of the bills my parents had given me and handed them to the cashier. Luckily, the dress was far cheaper than the red one, and 25% off. I loved a good deal. I usually only bought things when they were on clearance anyhow. The lady behind the counter placed the dress on a hanger and in a long plastic bag for me. I draped it over my arm as we left Delilah's. So, tell me what you've been up to, Amelia encouraged as we headed down the street toward the square. I don't know, I said with a sigh. Mostly going to class, studying, training for the tournament. But we have more important things to talk about, don't we? Amelia plastered a look of innocence on her face. No, I don't think so. I frowned. You obviously know more about this prophecy and what happened with Mom and Dad than you're saying. Amelia didn't meet my gaze. What do you know about it? Not much, I admitted. The prophecy may or may not be a myth. If it's true, it apparently has something to do with me. According to Doya, Mom and Dad stole me as a baby. Oh, and I'm supposed to be looking for some magical object I know nothing about? Crap, I wasn't supposed to mention that. But this was Amelia. I could trust her. Amelia whirled toward me, stopping in her tracks. Listen to me, Sophia. You're wrong about everything. Mom and Dad didn't kidnap you. They adopted you. Whatever it is you think you're looking for, you need to stop. I gaped at her. Doya's just trying to get in your head, she insisted. Really, just ignore this prophecy thing and you'll be okay. Amelia started down the street again, obviously unwilling to say more. But I couldn't bring my feet to move beneath me. I knew I could trust Amelia with my life, but something told me she wasn't being entirely honest with me.
Chapter 17. I felt like I was being a wimp, but the day of our last training session, I was nervous. We had to get this one right. If we messed up today, it would mean our performance in the tournament would be a disaster. Bain had already told us that students who failed the final evaluation before the Elemental Cup always lost at least 1 to 3 people in the tournament. I didn't want to lose anybody, which meant we had to do good today. I stopped at the Coigny dorms an hour early to pick up Sophia. Usually I'd still be in bed, but I couldn't sleep last night. I kept having messed up dreams about Sophia. They started out good, really good, but then they always ended with her being crushed under a pile of rocks. Obviously, I wasn't about that life, so I'd stayed up most of the night weaving baskets, trying to calm myself down and trying to talk myself out of sneaking into the Coigny dorms just to see if she was really okay. Esses wouldn't let anything happen to her, I muttered to myself. I didn't know what the little furball would do or could do if Sophia got into trouble, but he cared about Sophia just as much and probably even more than I did, so it comforted me a little. Finally, she walked out of the Coigny dorms in an oversized knitted sweater and thick jeans with hiking boots. Esses was bundled up in her arms, wearing a tiny wool hat and gloves. The sight of her safe and well killed my anxiety attack instantly. I noticed she was wearing a bit of makeup today, which was weird. It was only going to run in the water. She'd never worn makeup a few months ago, but lately it was every day. I wondered why that was. She bypassed a good morning and said, "I brought a wetsuit, like you said. I'm wearing it underneath my clothes." She paused. Though why we're going swimming in early December, I have no idea. "You'll be okay," I told her. "You have your fire to keep you warm, but Jonah and Imogen don't, so it'll be up to you to regulate their temperature while we're out there."
"What about you?"
"Water doesn't bother me, no matter how cold it is. My body can withstand ice." She looked doubtful.
"Why do we have to go out into the ocean anyway?"
"Bain," I answered simply. "He's going to be using his familiar and she has trouble walking on land, so we have to go to a platform on the ocean. You shouldn't be complaining. It'll be much harder for Haley to spy on us." She nodded thoughtfully.
"How are the others going to get there?"
"Imogen will make an earth bridge out of the bottom of the ocean, and Jonah will fly there using air. Your element is the only one that's useless for travel."
"Ha ha," Sophia said bluntly. "So how are we going to get there? You'll take us by water?"
I smiled. That would be too easy. I led her outside the school and we started strolling through the gardens. Secretly, I'd been keeping something in the bushes near the greenhouses for ages, and today I was going to show Sophia.
"Cars aren't allowed, you know, and I'm betting bikes aren't either."
Sophia seemed to be reading my mind.
"But you look like the type of guy who'd have one anyway."
"Bikes are for guys who have big egos and desperately want to impress people," I told her. "They're a huge sign of being insecure."
"So, guys like you?"
I smirked and didn't answer. I turned the corner where I weaved my way through a bunch of brambles and hauled out an old motorbike. It was a bit rusty, but it ran good. I hadn't driven it in a while. I hoped it still worked.
"I should have guessed."
She crossed her arms.
"You're so cliché, Liam."
"It was my dad's," I told her. "It'll be faster than taking Paratons."
"How the hell is a bike going to get us into the middle of the sea?" she asked.
I rolled my eyes. "Just trust me, all right? Quit asking questions." She sighed.
"Well, what do you want me to do with Esses?"
She held him up. "Put him in this bag." I showed her a saddlebag attached to the side of the bike. "As long as he stays inside, he won't fall out."
"Do as you're told, Esses,"
she said to him as she slipped him inside the bag. She buttoned up the sides, leaving enough room for air. He peeked his little head up so his big eyes could see through the slit on the side of the bag. "Once it starts, we have to get on fast," I told her, and I slung my leg over the bike. "It's really loud." I started it up. It was cold, so it took a few tries, but finally the engine roared to life. I looked expectantly at Sophia to get on. She stared at the bike like it was a bomb about to go off. "Well, come on," I snapped. "I don't have cooties." My tone snapped her out of it, and she sneered at me.
"You're always so aggravated," she complained as she hopped on behind me.
"Well, maybe if you weren't so aggravating, I'd be in a better mood," I told her.
"Yeah, right. You've got to stick up your ass whether I'm around or not."
Couldn't argue with that. Sophia slipped on behind me, and her warm, soft body pressed against my back. It wasn't doing wonders for my vow of chastity. Her arms were dangling downward. "You do have to hold on to me, you know," I told her, "unless your pretty ass wants to go flying off." She blushed before she stuck out her tongue at me. "Don't get too excited about it," she snapped. She wrapped her arms around my middle and squeezed tightly. Something in me stirred, and I told it to shut up. I revved the bike so that we took off, flying. Immediately, it felt like a vice was squeezing my middle. I gasped. Sophia was holding me so tightly that it would cause bruising, her face pressed into my back in fright. I was sore enough on a daily basis. I tried to suck it up and push the bike faster, but it only made her crush me more. Ancestor, she was choking me. I couldn't even expand my lungs. She was strong. I slowed down and stopped the bike on the side of the path. She let go, and I let in a thankful gasp. I turned around and looked at her. She seemed positively frazzled. "Look," I said, "you don't need to hang on to me like it's life or death." "I've never rode a bike, so sue me," Sophia shot back. "I know you don't like me touching you." "That's not what I meant, Sophia." Her comment bit into me. We were getting on each other's nerves this morning, and it was more than usual. For the past few weeks, we'd been hanging out more often, but it was always with Jonah and Imogen around. We hadn't really been alone since we'd woken up in the clearing, but it was obvious something was different. Nothing had progressed since that night by the waterfall, and it was bothering both of us. The tension was so bad I thought we were both about to burst. I think Sophia wanted an answer on what we were, and I wasn't ready to give that yet because I didn't know myself. "I'm fine with you touching me anywhere. You know what I mean," I said when Sophia smirked. I could hear Ess's little chatters of delight from inside the bag. "What I mean to say is, it doesn't bother me, but I can't drive this thing if you make me pass out." Sophia turned a little paler than before. "I'm just scared to fall off." I gave her a look and lowered my voice. "Do you honestly think I would ever let you fall?" Her expression cleared. She shook her head, and a few strands of hair fell into her face. "No." "Good." I turned back around, and her arms encompassed me once again. "Then stop being a baby and just trust me." Sophia reluctantly put her arms back around my middle. This time she was holding on a little less tightly. I started off at a slow speed, then pushed the accelerator until the trees were racing by in a blur. "Hold on," I yelled. "I'm going to speed up." She didn't respond, so I kicked it into high gear. The bike's speed became faster and faster until I really had to focus on where I was going in order to keep it steady. I took sharp turns and curves at a high speed, leaning into them. Sophia followed my movements easily instead of resisting against them, and for a moment it was like we were one body. There was a large hill that ended in a drop-off into the sea. The trees parted and disappeared as we raced up the hill. Sophia looked ahead and noticed there was nothing below but the ocean. "Liam!" she screamed. I laughed and launched the bike off the hill and up into the air. The bike was suspended for several moments. It was like everything was in slow motion. Sophia was screaming, and I felt more alive than I had in weeks. We crashed down on the ocean, but instead of sinking into the water, we started riding on top of it. I barely had to think about it as the water rushed upward to support the bike. Sophia gasped in amazement, and I grinned wildly as I pushed the bike to its limit. We had to be going 150 miles an hour on the water. Water splayed out on both sides of the bike as I drove upon the ocean, and Sophia's screams turned to whoops of happiness. I could feel her racing heartbeat pounding through my back. Esses let out an exhilarated cheer from within the bag. I went breathless for a moment, loving riding my bike on the sea. Ancestors, I loved the water. Dolphins jumped up beside the bike, and a whale in the distance smacked its tail down to say hello. I performed a few fancy maneuvers and did a wheelie to impress Sophia. The water was there to support the bike each time, putting it back in balance if I made a mismove. Sophia's fear had turned to joy. By the time the platform came into view, I actually heard her let out a little sound of disappointment. The platform was nothing more than a wooden surface suspended in the middle of the ocean almost 100 yards long. I slowed down, and the water rose to make a ramp up to it for the bike to ride. I parked the bike, and we got off. Sophia's hair was a mess, and so was Ess's. He looked puffier than usual when she took him out of the bag.
"Wow, Liam, it was incredible," she said, and her words were a little stuttered.
"Glad I pushed you now?" I asked. We walked toward the center where Bane, Imogen, Jonah, Squeaks, and Sassy were already waiting. I nudged her shoulder, and she nudged mine.
"It's nice of the two of you to show up,"
Bane started. He seemed in a sour mood, but I couldn't imagine why. It was killing my vibe. I was the only one allowed to be an asshole, after all.
"Sorry we're late, Professor," Sophia started. "It was my fault. I had something I needed to do before I came."
My curiosity piqued. What was Sophia doing before she met up with me?
"Miss Henley, I understand that you have a life, but from this moment on, nothing is more important than this tournament," Bane said. "I hope you can understand that."
Sophia nodded meekly. Bane waved his hand and said,
"Start practicing drills. We'll begin in a moment."
We separated. Sophia began practice by tossing fireballs around while Imogen and Jonah started casting with both earth and air. I was more or less bored, just weaving water around. How was this going to help us survive exactly? Bane needed to start teaching us what to do instead of just barking at us. I felt completely unprepared for this.
"Hey, Liam, can I talk to you?"
Jonah asked after a few minutes. He approached me like he had something important to say.
Sure, buddy," I started.
What was this about? Jonah led me to the other side of the platform, away from everyone's earshot.
"I wanted to address the elephant in the room."
Jonah seemed somber. What could this possibly mean?
Okay, I said.
I shrugged.
"What's up?"
He sighed very dramatically.
"Oh, I'm sorry, but I feel like I have to tell you this. You've been acting different lately, and I think I know why."
I couldn't breathe. This was an emergency. Did he figure out my secret? Had he put together that there was more between me and Sophia than I was willing to admit? My heart thudded against my ribcage.
"Jonah, listen. It's not what it looks like." "Don't try to deny it, Liam. I'm not blind," Jonah started. "You've been acting like a love-struck puppy, and while it's cute, it's really desperate and kind of sad."
This was it. He was going to guess, and I couldn't deny it. If it was that obvious to him, how many other people had put it together?
"You can't tell anyone," I started. "People would freak out if they knew."
"Liam, baby, trust me. I'm not going to tell a soul," he said.
"It would be so embarrassing if people knew you had a crush on me."
Had a crush on... Then it hit me. Oh, my ancestors! The buffoon actually thought that I was acting weird lately because I liked him. But in all reality, I'd been weird because I liked...
"That's not what it is." I shook my head. "Jonah, I'm not gay. I like..."
"Don't try to deny it, Liam. I know I'm hard to resist, even for a straight guy like you," Jonah said.
"Jonah, it's not..."
"Look, Liam, we've been friends since we were like 6. It's just gross," Jonah said. "You know I like Raynar, and to be honest, you're too scrawny to be part of this package." He gestured to himself. "I'm just not that into you. I hope you understand." My mouth dropped open. Jonah patted me on the shoulder and said, There, I know I'm not easy to get over, but you'll find someone else." I was too shocked to do anything. Jonah put his arms around me and gave me a really tight hug.
"It's okay, bro. I know you're broken-hearted, but we can still be friends."
He gave me a fucking kiss on the cheek before he ambled off to talk to Imogen. I was left standing on the platform with an open mouth. What the fuck? Was everyone going crazy around here? Jonah should know I wasn't into him. I liked girls. It was clear I was into... I stopped myself dead in my tracks. I wasn't going there. I promised myself weeks ago I'd stop. Not that it was working anyhow. Sophia had made her way over, curious. "That looked really intense." I shut my gaping mouth. I went to the other side of the platform to be by myself and apparently quit giving Jonah the wrong idea. Bane reached out and grabbed me by my arm. "Liam, a moment, please," he said, turning me around. Oh, by the ancestors, did he think I was in love with him, too? "What?" I snapped in a tone more vicious than I intended. Bane raised an eyebrow, and inwardly I recoiled. Bane was still my head of house and an elder on the council, too. I needed to show him respect. "Sorry," I said quickly. "What is it?" Bane let go of my arm and stepped back. "It's the last training session before the tournament. It's only a few days away. There isn't any time left for me to deliberate. We need a captain." Inwardly, I groaned. I already knew where this was heading. "I don't want to be responsible for anybody. I'm no captain." "I don't think you have much of a choice. Imogen and Jonah aren't leaders. They're followers. You already know that." "Why not choose Sophia?" I asked. "She's Coigny. They're born to do that type of shit." "I was going to choose Sophia, but she isn't ready. The potential is there, but she's not in a place where she can back up a team, Liam. That means it's up to you. They need a captain." "I'm not a leader," I said, shaking my head and backing away. "On the contrary, Neshoma wasn't any mere wolf. He was an alpha, and he wouldn't have chosen anyone who wasn't his equal," Bane said firmly. Did he really have to bring my familiar into this? "Neshoma isn't here." "But you are, and there has to be someone who leads the pack," Bane said. "Listen, Liam, I know you don't want it to be all up to you, but if there's no chain of command and no one for them to follow, it's going to lead to disorganization. Then you're all going to die out there." He really knew how to sell it to a guy. "Fine," I said, rather salty. "I'll be the damn captain. Just don't expect them to listen to me." Bane ignored me. He led me back to the center of the platform where the rest of the group was waiting. "Liam's the boss," Bane announced to the group. "He'll be serving as your captain. You'll be taking orders from him during the Elemental Cup." "What?" The gust of wind Jonah had been blowing around died instantly. "But Sophia needs more time. Time we don't have," Bane said strictly. "Does anyone have a problem with it?" Jonah opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Bane answered, "Good, then let's move on." Jonah shut his trap and gave me a look that obviously said he thought we were all going to die. Imogen seemed nervous. Did these people really think I was that incompetent? I couldn't blame them, really. I didn't believe in myself either. Sophia didn't seem bothered she wasn't captain. In fact, she looked relieved. "Gather around," Bane announced. We stood in a circle around him, and he said, "The first thing we should do is test your weaknesses and see where you stand." He snapped his fingers and pointed at Imogen. You're the shortest. I've noticed you've had trouble summoning your element."
"Yes, sir,"
Imogen said. She looked around, unsure of where this was going. "Earth elementi are supposed to be strong, the strongest of all the elements. We need to know you can carry your weight and be able to move mountains." Bane fixed his glasses, thinking. He pointed to Jonah. "Your teammates might get injured during the tournament, and it will be critical that you can get them to safety. I want you to try and carry Jonah for me, please." I nearly choked. He had to be kidding. I'm pretty sure Jonah's one arm weighed more than Imogen's entire body. She was barely 5 feet. She hardly came up to his waist. Jonah, of course, was more than willing for an opportunity to play actor. Jonah laid down on the platform and pretended to be dead, squinting through one eye to peer at her. "Well, come on," Jonah said. "I'm bleeding out here." Imogen gulped. We were in the middle of the ocean, so unless she shifted the ocean floor, which was already wet and unstable, she wouldn't be able to move Jonah. She instead tried the old-fashioned way and swung his limp arm over her shoulder before wiggling under his back to carry him on her back. Imogen tried to lift Jonah, but all it resulted in was Imogen falling over. "Come on, Imogen. You can do this," Bane encouraged. This guy was asking for the moon.
Imogen eventually managed to get Jonah onto her back before she huffed and puffed for a few moments and tumbled over sideways again. Sassy tried to help her by putting Jonah's leg on her back, but it flattened the poor fox to the ground.
"I've seen what I needed to," Bane said, waving his hand. "Please, stop." Imogen was breathing like she had just lost a marathon. Jonah gave her a look and said, "You've killed me. Way to go." "Jonah," Bane said abruptly, "it's your turn. I want you to cross the platform without making a sound. Sneaking around and staying silent will be crucial for your success during the tournament, and your size already puts you at a disadvantage." Jonah straightened up. He swallowed nervously before nodding. He crunched into a sneaking position. His crouch was still about the height of an average person. I had the immediate thought that Jonah should take off his gigantic boots, but Jonah was dumb and I couldn't help him. Every step he took across the platform sounded like it was coming from a giant. Squeaks didn't help. Her hooves tiptoeing across the wooden platform resembled a tap dance. Before they reached the end, she tripped and she sprawled into Jonah, head over hooves. The two of them made a crashing sound as they rolled off the platform and into the water. Bane seethed as Squeaks and Jonah pulled themselves out of the ocean. He was getting agitated. "Very well." He turned around and looked at me. "Liam, we already know your weakness is going to be endurance, but there's no way to test that with the amount of time we have, and there will be little rest during the tournament, so you're going to have to find a way," Bane said simply. "Gee, thanks," I grumbled, and I crossed my arms. He didn't need to remind me that I'd already be slowing the team down out there, but coming in last place was better than not making it there at all. "Sophia," Bane said abruptly, and she started. "I want you to create fire rain and shelter the rest of us from it." "Like right now?" she asked meekly. "You have to be able to control and sustain fire at a moment's notice without thinking about it. By now it should be second nature to you," Bane said. "There's no telling what kind of firepower you'll have to fight against during the tournament. You need to learn to expect what's coming." Bane looked at her expectantly, and so did everyone else. I glanced away to try and take the pressure off her, but I think she took it as a sign I didn't believe in her because her face became more panicked. She raised her hands, palms facing the open sky. Her arms shook as she tried to make fireballs rain down from the heavens, but all she managed to do was make a few embers trickle down through the air. I didn't like fire, obviously. Hated it, in fact. But I still felt bad for Sophia for being unable to control her element. This was advanced Coigny stuff, things that older students would know, not freshmen. But it didn't matter. There were people of all ages in the Elemental Cup. She had to be just as good as the others if we were going to make it through this. "Come on, Sophia," Bane growled. He pushed her, bunching his hand into a fist to shake it at her encouragingly. "You can do this. You have the potential." "I'm sorry," she yelled, her face scrunched intensely. "Just give me a few moments to get angry." "Sophia, you haven't learned anything." She thought firepower was about being pissed off all the time, and that wasn't it at all. Of course, that was probably my fault. I'd been the one to teach her how to access her element after all. Sophia gave a gasp and doubled over. A few fireballs came down from the sky, but they were small and sizzled out quickly in the ocean. All that was left was a few lingering flames flickering around her fingers. When she looked at me again, the fire in her hands blazed out of control. Bane had to bring up water out of the ocean to put it out. "Boo!" Jonah shouted, giving a thumbs down. Squeaks copied him and gave a hiss. Sophia blushed and quickly put her fire away. I felt so bad for her. She'd just been introduced to this world, and already she was trying to do magic that I wouldn't expect seniors to be able to do on a whim. "This isn't getting anywhere," Bane sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. "All right, I've had enough. I'm just going to throw you into it." Bane walked toward the edge of the platform. He knelt down by the water and whispered something to it before he stood. He was watching the waves closely,
eyes narrowed. I could feel her beneath us, moving through the water. The ripples she created washed over my skin, even though I was standing here dry on the platform. She wasn't but a few feet below us. A long shadow loomed underneath the platform, and the water trembled as a low croon emitted from the ocean. "What's that?" Sophia said in fear. She backed up a few steps, looking around. Esses was doing the same, glancing this way and that from Squeaks's back. Sassy danced nervously, waiting. I smiled. "Thalassa's coming." "Who?" It soon grew too loud to answer. The swelling of waves crashed upon the sea, and the clouds parted as the shadow grew closer to the surface, the sun blazing down on a magnificent creature that crashed out of the water. She was bigger than any familiar I'd ever seen, even bigger than Alric's familiar Valda or Kostas's familiar Hera. Her scales were a dark cerulean blue, and they shone as she broke through the water and leapt over the platform, performing an elaborate jump. Sophia's jaw dropped as she watched Thalassa soar over us and dive back down on the other side, causing a huge wave to rise up and come crashing back down. Thalassa broke the surface again, splashing her beautifully fanned tail behind her. The sea serpent had kind eyes that glimmered like sapphires, long lashes in the designs of coral dawning her eyelids. She held her massive webbed paws in front of her body and looked down at us from high above. Thalassa was so big she nearly blocked out the sun. What little light that did burst through hit her blue scales and bounced off in a million different directions, creating rainbows. There were wings on her back, enabling her to glide if needed, but they functioned more as fins than for flight. Thin spines lined along her back, and two pointed horns accented the top of her head, thin whiskers drooping down from her lips. She smiled slightly, revealing sharp and pointed teeth. Bane's face brightened in joy, and he laughed, spreading his arms out wide. Thalassa lowered her head so that it was at Bane's level, and he wrapped his arms around it, what he could anyway. Her skull was larger than Bane's entire body. Her eyes closed in happiness, and she let out a contented note that was high-pitched and shook the platform. "That's Bane's familiar?" Sophia squeaked. "Not what you were expecting, is she?" I asked smugly. "She's so beautiful," Imogen whispered in awe, and she held tighter onto Sassy. Bane let go of Thalassa and motioned her downward. She lay her head on the platform. He climbed on and sat in the nook where her head ended and her neck began. He held on to her horns as he rose back up. "Your task for the day will be to subdue Thalassa and me," Bane called from above. "If you can get us to submit, you'll have passed the final session and be ready for the tournament." "But she's a water creature. What about my fire?" Sophia asked reluctantly. "You won't hurt her. Trust me," Bane said. "Not even your fire will be enough to damage her, not at Year 1 level. What I'm asking is for you to get her to surrender." "Believe me, Sophia, all your fire could do to her is tickle," I told her. "I'll give you 5 minutes to strategize before I make my attack." Bane hung on as Thalassa dove downward and swam away. I turned to the group and tried to think. This was going to be a challenge. Thalassa was practically a mile long, and she was a goddess of the water. Pinning her down was going to be near impossible. "First things first," I told the group. "We need to get changed." "I'm always down to strip," Jonah said. Thankfully, everybody was wearing their wetsuits underneath their clothes, so I wasn't subjected to that. I paced by the waterway and tried to come up with a solution. "Well," Jonah asked me, "what's the plan, big guy? We've got like 2 minutes left." "Give me a minute," I muttered. I had to play to Thalassa's weaknesses, but as far as I knew, she didn't have any. "Sophia, Imogen, get onto Squeaks," Jonah told them. "She's not big enough to carry me, but she can handle you two." Imogen and Sophia did just that, and Esses joined Sassy on the platform. Who was leader here? "Jonah will be able to fly around. I'll handle being on the water," I told them.
We'll take Thalassa and Bane on from all sides."
"What's our strategy?"
Imogen asked me. I didn't know. Taking on Bane alone during the first training session had been hard enough. I didn't know how we were going to beat him and Thalassa. I might be able to pin her down in the ocean, make the current strong enough so she can't move. If you guys distract her, I'll make it so she won't know what's coming."
"Will it work?"
Imogen asked. I shrugged. "It's a long shot." Jonah looked up and his face paled. "Well, it's what we got because she's coming this way." Thalassa was sailing toward us full speed, carrying Bane, who had summoned a large wave behind him. Squeaks took off with Sophia and Imogen, and I leapt into the water. It swelled around my middle and carried me throughout the ocean, safely out of the way. Jonah jumped off the platform. The air carried him upward so that he was floating far above Thalassa. Essus and Sassy stayed on the platform and ducked, getting soaked by Bane's wave. "Now, guys," I shouted. I summoned deep waters from below and surged them over Thalassa's body, trying to make her stay still, but controlling her fins was like holding back a propeller on the hose-ho. She was strong. Our attack was disorganized. Instead of working together as a unit, we all seemed to be doing our own thing. Jonah, Sophia, and Imogen all focused on a different place on her body to attack instead of one spot, shooting their elements at her with everything they had. Thalassa shook as if brushing off flies and yawned. Sassy and Essus were still on the platform. They ran back and forth, throwing little pebbles and coral that had washed up on the wood at Thalassa to get her attention. Obviously, she gave them none. Essus got tired of being ignored. He jumped off the platform and onto Thalassa's tail, running up her back and avoiding the little spines. He wove this way and that, avoiding Bane as he reached her head and beat his tiny little fists into Thalassa's temple.
"Essus!" Sophia shouted. "Get back here!"
He didn't listen to her and kept ramming her on the forehead. Thalassa's eyes crossed to look at him as if he was an annoyance. The brave little fucker. Honestly, I was impressed. "Sophia, get Essus back to you," I shouted. "This is it." Squeaks flew close to Thalassa, and Essus leapt from Thalassa's head and into Sophia's arms. They soared out of the way just as Thalassa clamped her jaws over the air they'd been soaring through a moment before. There was no coddling at Orenda Academy, obviously. Bane didn't mind breaking our bodies if it meant we'd be prepared for the competition. Essus had given me an idea, though I wasn't quite sure what it was yet. I broke my concentration and scanned over my teammates. Despite Sophia shooting out fireballs, Imogen tossing large sections of sand over Thalassa's back to weigh her down, and Jonah doing his best to create a windstorm that kept her in place, Thalassa acted like she was out for a morning swim. She paddled around almost bored and opened her mouth to roar at us. It sent Squeaks into a spiral she only recovered from last minute. Bane wasn't bothered either. He was easily holding on to Thalassa with one hand and keeping my magic at bay with the other. I was at war with Bane, and though I found I could keep up with him, which was encouraging, I couldn't surpass him. The plan wasn't working. Thalassa was too big to control, and Bane had too much power over the water. We couldn't beat them in a show of brute strength. We were going to have to improvise. My mind worked furiously. This session was all about weaknesses, but it seemed like neither one of them had any. One of Sophia's fireballs went rogue and went ricocheting toward Bane. It was already fizzling out, but Thalassa turned quickly and brought her tail fin up to block Bane from the hailing embers. I was confused. The fireball wouldn't have even hurt Bane if it did hit him, but Thalassa protected him anyway. Then it clicked. Thalassa did have a weakness. It was Bane. "Guys," I shouted, "get in front of Thalassa. Keep her eyes ahead." "Are you crazy?" Jonah screeched. "That's right in the line of fire." "It's only for a few moments." My tone seemed to convince them because Sophia steered Squeaks in front of Thalassa and started shooting.
Her fireball smacked at Thalassa's snout, while Imogen's mud pies splattered in the serpent's eyes. Jonah blasted an assault of wind at Thalassa, causing her to be unable to go forward. Sassy stood on the platform yipping as loud as she could. Thalassa shook her head and closed her eyes, trying to stop the assault so she could see again. Bane was forced to grab on with both hands in order to keep himself balanced, and his magic instantly halted. "There's the opening," I whispered. But instead of trying to subdue Thalassa, I went for Bane. I lashed out a hand, and a stream of water raced upward and wrapped itself around Bane's torso, pinning his arm so he couldn't use his element. I yanked it downward, and Bane was dragged underneath the ocean on a trip to the bottom. Thalassa screeched. She splashed around, kicking her large flippers in search of Bane and causing a tidal wave. When she didn't find him, she twirled around and looked at me. "Give up, Thalassa," I told her calmly. "It's over." Thalassa lowered her head calmly and bowed to me. Only then did I bring Bane splashing to the surface. The four of us returned to the platform. Thalassa brought Bane back up to us with her tail, placing him gently beside us. "Well done!" Bane coughed and wiped water away from his eyes. "Well done, children!"
"Did we pass?"
Imogen asked, squeezing Sassy. "With flying colors. I dare say you're ready for the elemental cup to begin." Bane swept his hair out of his eyes. What a relief. I felt a little better before I realized that this was it. There were no more training sessions. Next time, it'd be the real deal. "I applaud your innovation, Liam," Bane congratulated me. "Sometimes you've got to outsmart what's in front of you instead of beating it down." I nodded. I felt a little bad we'd won by manipulation, but hey, this was life or death. "Thanks, Professor." "I suggest all of you rest up as much as you can before the tournament and train sparingly as to not reach your peak before it's time," Bane said. "You'll do well, all of you." His opinion of us had drastically changed in a short time. Taking that as a dismissal, I headed toward my bike, which was now waterlogged, by the way. I motioned for Sophia. She slid off of Squeaks and joined me. I successfully drained all the water out of my bike and was able to get it started again, but it ran like shit. Like shittier than before. Despite being Tawakwa-proof, this thing was seeing the end of its days. I got back on, and Sophia slid behind me. Esses scurried across the platform and jumped into the saddlebag. We took off before Bane could hold us back. I drove slow on the way back to Orenda. I hid the bike back in the bushes before I leaned against the stone wall, looking at Sophia. She seemed like she disapproved of something. Esses sat at her feet, looking up at her. "Shouldn't we have stuck around to talk more about the tournament?" she asked. My stomach clenched nervously. "I didn't want to stand around and talk about the inevitable," I told her. "I hate discussing variables and what-ifs. I'll just take life as it happens." "It's not just about you," she said. "Jonah and Imogen are nervous too, especially Imogen." Sophia sighed. "She's worried she's going to end up like, well..." Yeah, I'd heard what had happened to Imogen's brother last year. It had been brutal. "It's just going to make us more anxious," I said. "We need to focus on the now." "You mean enjoying the time we have left?" Her tone was so direct. I put my hands in my pockets. "Yes." Her expression didn't change. I knew what she was thinking. She thought I was running, like I wanted to run from my sickness, from a possible diagnosis, from everything. So what if I was? I wanted to keep running just a little while longer. "Why would you do that to Professor Bane? Drag him under like that?" Sophia asked. "He could have died." "It's pretty hard to drown a Tawakwa," I told her. "We can hold our breath longer than others. Bane was never in any danger." She pushed her hair away from her eyes. "It seemed cruel." "We did what we had to do, like what we'll have to do out there," I insisted. "We don't have a choice." "What if we do?" "Sophia, we've been over this," I said firmly. "Elementi society doesn't work that way."
She huffed before she changed the subject.
I can see why Bane keeps Thalassa in the ocean instead of with him,
Sophia said. Her tone was lighter, and she was trying to smile. Right? Can you imagine fitting her in the castle? Insane. I gave her a weak grimace back. Fuck, I was tired. I didn't realize it until now, but my entire body was aching. Fighting Bane today had wreaked havoc on me, and he wasn't even the worst we'd face out there. To make things worse, I could feel a cold coming on. My chest was congested and my head throbbing. It had come out of nowhere, no warning. We were in trouble. I had to get better before the tournament, otherwise Imogen would be dragging me around instead of Jonah. Right now, all I wanted to do was crawl back to my dorm, take a long bath, and go to sleep. Hey, Sophia, I said, and I pushed off the wall. I don't really feel well. Talk to you later?
Okay.
She frowned, seemingly sad to see me go. I went to walk off, but before I could, she called out,
Liam?
My heart throbbed. I turned back around. Yes? She hesitated before she cautiously said,
I was thinking about the elemental ball. Would you like to go with me?
My cold was temporarily forgotten. It felt like I was rushing through the ocean 1,000,000 miles an hour. Sophia was asking me to the dance? I knew what the rules were, that I should say no, but I wanted to say yes, really badly. I opened my mouth, torn between the two answers, but the only stupid thing that came out was, "But aren't I supposed to ask you?" She gaped at me for a moment, unsure of what to say before her face turned red.
How dare you?
She stomped forward, and Essus covered his eyes.
These aren't the Dark Ages, you know. Independent, strong women can ask men out to dances whenever they like.
I started, having no idea what she was talking about. Her expression changed. It went from really pissed to really, really depressed.
Never mind,
Sophia said.
It was a stupid idea. I just thought...
No. I caught her wrist as she turned away, and she looked back up at me. No, Sophia, I would really like that. I'd love to go to the ball with you. Her eyes brightened.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I let go of her wrist and nodded. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. Really fucking smooth, Liam. I'm pretty sure at our feet Essus did another facepalm.
Oh.
It wasn't the reaction she'd been looking for, but what did she expect? For me to grab her and sweep her off into the sunset? Did girls still want those types of things? Hell, I didn't know. Is that okay? I asked. By the ancestors, I was going to puke. She was going to take it back because I couldn't even say yes the right way.
Of course,
she smiled.
I guess it's a date.
She slayed me. A fucking date. Awesome. I backed away. I can't wait to go to the ball with you.
Me either.
She held her breath.
That is, if we make it through the tournament.
We'll make it, I said instantly. No problem.
Your attitude sure has changed.
She grinned. I want to go to that ball, and I want you there with me, I said. Trust me, we'll be partying as full elementi by the end of the tournament. Her expression brightened like the fire she cast. She waved goodbye, and Essus copied her movement. I raised a hand in farewell before I headed into the castle. I was practically skipping up the steps. Shit, a dance. I needed a suit. And better shoes. I hated dances. What was wrong with me? My mind whirled with questions of why Sophia would pick me to be her date for the ball. Maybe it was a way for Sophia to redo her prom and have a better one with me. Me? She asked me. Who was acting like the girl now? As I walked up the steps to the dorms, the cold came rampaging back, and I felt awful, but I hardly cared. I was going on an official date with Sophia Henley, to the elemental ball. Things had changed now. I was determined to survive this fucking tournament, come hell or high water, all to put on a monkey suit and dance with the girl of my dreams. Some women were just worth walking through firestorms for.
Chapter 18. It was finally here. the day of the tournament. And I was freaking the F out. We haven't practiced enough. We should have trained longer. What are we going to do without Bane out there with us? I paced back and forth in mine and Imogen's changing room, my hands shaking. My fire raged just on the surface, begging to escape. Oh my God, Imogen! What if someone gets hurt and Essus has to heal them? Liam will kill me when he finds out I never told him. Imogen's palm cracked against the side of my face. Pull yourself together, woman! I froze in place, completely shocked. Did Imogen just slap me? What the hell? Seriously, Sophia, you can't go out there like this. Imogen acted tough, but I could see the worry in her eyes. She crossed the room and sank into one of the chairs in front of the big mirrors lined with bright lights. Our morning had started with a big celebratory breakfast for the contestants, followed by a speech from head dean Alric. It was supposed to prep us for the tournament and get us motivated, but afterward, I only felt more clueless and hopeless than ever. After Alric's big speech, our teams had been ushered into carriages pulled by unicorns and led away from the castle. Liam gave us a pep talk in the carriage, but it sounded forced and nervous, like he was only doing it because he was team captain. When the carriages stopped, we entered a huge stone building at least 5 stories tall. The arena. Through the trees, I couldn't even see either end of it. The exterior looked a lot like a mini version of the castle, but the inside was more modern. We followed everyone else down a long hall with doors that had our names on them. The rooms were the size of my dorm, with 2 sets of uniforms hanging from the hooks on the wall to our right, and loads of makeup sitting on the counter in front of the dressing mirrors on our left. There were chocolates set out for us, but I didn't have the appetite to eat them. As soon as Imogen and I were safely inside our shared room, I promptly started to freak out. Let's just take it one step at a time, Imogen suggested, taking a deep breath. Okay, I agreed, but I couldn't keep the worry from my tone. First step? First step is to get dressed before our makeup artist arrives. Makeup artist? I asked, glancing to all the hair and makeup supplies in front of us. Isn't that kind of pointless? We have to look nice for the opening ceremony, Imogen said, like it was obvious. She grabbed a blush brush and began tickling the end of Sassy's nose with it. Essus jumped out of my arms and joined Sassy on the counter, waiting patiently for his makeover. Why does anyone care? I asked. Our makeup will be a mess after the first trial. Imogen shrugged. I don't know. They just want us to make a good impression. We want to look good on TV, and it'll help us win bets. I gaped at her. This thing is televised? She nodded. On our local station. And no one bothered to tell me. I started pacing again. I didn't realize you didn't know, she said innocently. And what's this about bets? I demanded. Oh, she said, like it was no big deal. It's mostly to raise money for the school, since they get a portion, but it gets everyone in Conpago involved and excited. My eyes went wide. They're excited to watch their own children die? Imogen's face fell, and she turned away from me. Shit, I'd gone a step too far. I really did need to pull myself together, or I was going to tear my team apart. I'm sorry, Imogen, I said softly, taking a step toward her. I didn't mean... No, you're right, she cut me off. It's sick. Really, it is. I never said I agreed with it. Let's just get ready, okay? I nodded and turned to the uniform marked Sophia on the wall. The shirt was a form-fitting, sweat-wicking t-shirt. It was completely black, except for the white cap sleeves. On the back was a red emblem in the shape of a flame. I slipped off my lucky jeans and pulled the uniform pants on. They were made of a soft black fabric that hung loose and comfortable on my hips. They had tons of pockets on them. Finally, I put on a pair of high-top hiking boots, also black. Everything fit perfectly. Imogen's uniform was the same as mine, except with a green leaf on her back for Navita. It wasn't long before our makeup artist showed up with a tiny, chameleon-like familiar at her side. The woman's name was Coco, a shortened version of a Hawkeye name I couldn't pronounce. She was thin and tall, with legs that went on for miles, and sleek black hair that fell to her waist. She had long eyelashes that were probably fake, and perfectly manicured eyebrows. Her eyeliner was flawless. "Hello, ladies," Coco greeted with a smile. "Are you ready to get beautified?" Coco was nice enough, but I got the sense that she didn't like me or Imogen. At first, I declined makeup at all. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. But Imogen insisted I go with at least a subtle amount of makeup for the cameras. "Okay, but I'm not coloring in my brows or using lipstick," I compromised. "Please," Coco begged. "You'll look beautiful, I promise." Clearly, she was hoping to showcase her best skills for us. "I'd rather not," I said, actually proud of myself for not caving in. "But I'll let you curl my hair." Coco looked pleased with that, but frowned when I promptly pulled my fresh curls into a high ponytail. Imogen let her go all out on the makeup, but when Coco insisted on taking the green bows out of her high pigtails, Imogen protested. "Sorry, but no can do," Imogen said. "The bows and the pigtails are here to stay." "If that's what you want." Coco tried to hide her disappointment, but I could hear it in her voice. "Are you ready?" Imogen asked as soon as Coco left. She took a long, nervous breath. "I guess so," I answered, glancing at my bag in front of me on the counter. "I just wish I would have had a chance this morning to talk to Amelia." A knock came at the door, and someone stuck their head inside. "What about me?" I leapt up from my chair and threw my arms around Amelia's neck. "Am, I'm so glad you're here." Amelia slipped inside the room, followed by Kiwi. I had to sneak in, but it was worth it. I wanted to wish you good luck out there. "Thank you," I said. "So, how bad is it, the tournament?" Amelia frowned. "I'm not going to lie. It's tough. But if you stick with your team and work together, there's no reason you shouldn't make it." I could think of about 1,000 reasons. "I placed a bet on you, so you better make it," Amelia said with a laugh. "I will," I promised, even though I knew now wasn't the time to be making promises I couldn't keep. "We all will." I sniffled involuntarily and turned to my bag to pull out a small envelope. "I wanted to give this to you, Am, to give to Mom and Dad." I handed her the envelope and wiped my eyes. "It's not much, just stupid stuff like how much I love them and that no matter what happened when I was a baby, I still love them and—" Amelia's body crashed into mine, halting my babbling in its tracks. She squeezed me tightly, which only made me more emotional. A tear slid down my cheek. "It'll be okay, Sophia," she said, her voice cracking. "Great," Imogen said lightly. "Now I'm going to cry." I gestured to her, and she joined us in a group hug. Esses hopped off the counter and onto Imogen's shoulder, wrapping his tiny arms around my neck. Sassy rubbed her fur against our ankles. Amelia drew away when a whistle sounded from down the hall. "That's your 5-minute warning. I better leave before they line you up. I'll be in the stands cheering you on, okay?" I nodded. "Here." Imogen shoved a tissue in my face, and I gladly took it. I had already ruined my makeup. I knew it was stupid to put it on. "Bye." Amelia waved as she left the room. It felt like my insides were caving as I watched her go. I cradled Esses in my arms, and we waved back. Before the door swung shut, Jonah stuck his head inside. "You two beauty queens ready?" he asked. "It's time to line up." Imogen scooped up Sassy, and we followed Jonah out into the hall. It was crowded with contestants, all wearing the same uniform except with different colored sleeves and symbols for their houses. Jonah and Liam both had white sleeves to match mine and Imogen's uniforms. Bane stood there with his hands crossed in front of him, looking proud. Squeaks followed beside them. I tried to catch Liam's gaze, but he just stared ahead down the hall with a hard look on his face. Hiding his emotions once again, I see. A guy with a goatee who didn't look much older than me held a clipboard in his hand and was directing everyone to where they needed to go. "This way and to the right," he called. "Make way for familiars. Line up in this order. White, purple, pink, blue, yellow." Nobody really paid attention beyond his first instructions. We all started down the hall and to the right. "Of course we're first," Liam mumbled. I glanced between Imogen and Jonah. "Is that a bad thing?" I mean, I didn't want to go first, but Liam made it sound like it had some sort of hidden meaning. Imogen leaned over and whispered to me, "They save the best for last." "Oh," I said flatly, which meant everyone expected the least from us. We really were the reject team. "They must have placed us in the wrong spot." I only said it to uplift my team, but I could see it on their faces that they all knew I was bluffing. We entered a large corridor, wider than the Coigny common room, with a high ceiling fit for a dragon to pass through. I wasn't surprised when I saw a red dragon at the end of the hall. TVs lined the wall opposite us. They all played the same thing, but it was too loud in the corridor to hear what was happening on the TV. "White team, you're first," the guy with the goatee repeated. It was difficult to hear him over all the chatter. "Come on," Jonah said glumly, gesturing to the front of the line. "Wouldn't want someone taking our spot." "Don't let this get you down," Bain said. "You're ready for this." "Losers," a Coigny guy called as we passed him. Liam whirled around, but Jonah caught him. "Save your energy for the course," Jonah warned, pushing him along. Reluctantly, Liam gave in. We stopped at the end of the hall beside a pair of huge doors that looked like they belonged in an aircraft hangar. "Let's come up with a motto," Imogen suggested. "We're seriously lacking some team spirit." "How about, let's not fucking die," Liam offered, crossing his arms. I was preoccupied, my attention locked down the hall. I was trying to get a good look at which team they were saving for last. My eyes caught Haley's at the back of the line. She smirked, sending my blood pressure skyrocketing. She stood next to Doya, but thank God Doya didn't notice my eyes on them. Beside them was a Coigny guy with tree trunks for arms, who was petting the dragon I'd seen earlier. Haley and him weren't on the same team, as evidenced by their mismatched sleeve colors, hers red and his metallic silver, but they were definitely both top picks. I glanced around for other members of the red team. I spotted a huge Navita guy who had to be half giant. He stood beside a creature that looked like a lion carved from marble, though it moved with ease. The Yapluma member of their team was a girl with short black hair spiked in front. She had at least 3 piercings, 2 in her lip and 1 in her nose. Her eyes were ringed in thick black eyeliner. She looked like the kind of girl who thought she was a vampire and would suck your blood just to prove it. Beside her sat a huge black cat, similar to a jaguar, but with leathery wings attached to its back and sharp teeth that curled over its lip as if in warning. The Toaqua girl beside them didn't have a familiar, which I could only guess meant it was an insanely powerful sea creature like Thalassa. I looked between Essus, Squeaks, and Sassy, then to Liam's empty side. It was pretty clear why we were going first, and damn it, I didn't want Liam to be right. I guess we're just going to have to prove everyone wrong. Bain stood at the front of our group and adjusted his glasses. "You have nothing to fear. The contestant pool is small this year, so the other teams shouldn't get in your way. You've prepared for whatever else you might find out there. Just trust each other, and I will see you soon." Liam rolled his eyes and muttered, "Great pep talk." Bain shot him a pointed expression. "Did I perhaps make a mistake in choosing the team captain?" Liam hesitated, then stood up straight. "No, sir." Bain nodded approvingly. "Good. I wish you all the best of luck." Goatee Guy rushed in front of us. "White team, you're up in less than 30 seconds. "Smile," Bane encouraged. "You're on TV." Essus slapped his cheeks 3 times and then grinned. Nerves knotted in my gut, but I forced a smile to my face as the massive doors slid open. The intense sound of thousands of hands clapping spilled into the wide corridor. Sunlight assaulted my eyes, and I had to cover them to see properly. "First up, we have the white team!" The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. I blinked a few times before I could finally make out the scene beyond the doors. A huge stage spanned out in front of us, bigger than the concert stage at the huge music festival Amelia took me to when I was in high school. Rows upon rows of seating stretched far beyond the stage, rising high in the back of the stadium. There must have been at least 10,000 people here, if not more. It looked like most of Kinpago had come to celebrate the Elemental Cup. My heart pounded so hard that I didn't hear what Goatee Guy said. I only saw him waving us forward. Liam led us out onto the stage, where Alric stood in front of a microphone. We stepped out into pleasant air and clear skies. I assumed this was one of those times when Elementi were allowed to control the weather. The roar of applause quickly turned to sounds of criticism. People booed us and yelled obscenities at our team. I caught a guy in the front row yelling, "Get off the stage!" "Well, folks," the invisible announcer said with a light laugh, "it appears the white team is not a fan favorite, though that's not a shocker if you've been paying attention to the board." Liam walked across the stage rigidly, but Jonah and Imogen didn't let the comments bother them. They smiled and waved, looking excited like they were supposed to. All I wanted to do was run back the way I came and find a place to hide in the woods or something. The tournament couldn't be any worse than what it felt like to walk across that stage. I thought I might puke right there in front of everyone. My eyes scanned the stadium walls, keeping my gaze above everyone's head so I wouldn't have to look at the faces of my fellow Hawkeye, who were basically cheering for my death. My gaze fell upon a pair of huge screens. The first was an image of my team walking across the stage, reflecting this exact moment. I saw the surprise cross my expression when the camera angle switched to a close-up of my face. Uncomfortable didn't even begin to cut it. Beside that screen was another that showed the team colors in rows, with stats alongside them. Underneath the bets column, I saw that only 3 bets had been placed for our team. Probably Amelia, Bane, and Imogen's parents. The red team was up to over 6,000 bets. "I think I'm going to be sick," I whispered to Imogen, but she didn't hear me over the roar of the crowd. We stopped next to Alric at center stage. He guided us to stand on small stickers stuck to the stage floor while the announcer continued his spiel. "First up, we have Imogen Anild, Navita, with her familiar Sassy, a red fox." The announcer made it all sound exciting, but the crowd didn't look pleased in the slightest. Still, Imogen beamed and waved at them despite the booing. "Next up, Jonah Chani, Yapluma with his familiar squeaks, a hippogriff," a second announcer said. My heart raced and my mouth went dry. I knew they were coming to me next, and I feared what they might say about me. About Essus. "Beside Chani, Sophia Henley, Coigny with her familiar. Oh dear ancestors, what is that thing?" The first announcer let out a deep belly laugh as the cameras zoomed in on Essus. I pulled him close to my chest. The entire stadium broke out into laughter, but he didn't notice. Essus just waved at them as if he was the star of the tournament. "I think that may be a rabbit of sorts, Lewis," the second announcer cut in. "You think so, Eli?" the first announcer said. "Maybe a chinchilla?" Eli guessed. "That is certainly what it looks like," Lewis said with a laugh. "Either way, I don't think it's going to help them in the tournament." "I think you're right, Lewis," Eli chuckled.
Let's move on to our final contestant on the white team. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Liam Maito Toaqua with his familiar...
Eli cut off mid-sentence, and my blood ran cold. The cameras focused on Liam's face. His jaw was tense, and his skin had gone pale. One by one, the audience members began to fall silent until only whispers passed over the stadium. It was agonizing. Eli cleared his throat into the microphone.
Liam Maito Toaqua, familiar deceased.
A gasp spread across the audience, but I had the feeling they weren't surprised at all about Neshoma's death. It was more like they were shocked Liam was showing his face and still going through with this. Liam rolled his eyes straight at the camera and turned to Alric.
Can we get this over with or what?
Alric's blank expression turned into a forced grin, and he leaned into his microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the white team.
Nobody clapped for us except Imogen, Jonah, and Esses.
Before we welcome our next team, is there anything your team would like to say?
Worry touched the corners of Alric's eyes. Liam stepped forward, but Imogen slipped in front of the microphone before he could reach it. I think I speak for my entire team when I say we're really excited to be here, Imogen said, in an excited voice I could tell was fake. I won't let you down, Mom and Dad. She blew a kiss to the crowd before turning on her heel and gesturing for us to follow her to the other side of the stage, where rows of chairs were set up for the contestants.
What was that for?
Liam growled when we took our seats. Imogen shrugged as they called the next team on stage. I didn't trust you. You'd probably flip off the whole tribe on TV. Liam looked momentarily shocked, but it quickly turned into a smirk.
Translation?
Jonah leaned over and whispered to me.
He was totally planning it.
Liam frowned.
I was not. Shut up and watch the ceremony.
It felt like hours before all the teams made it across the stage. Any hope I had of making it through this tournament gradually waned as they presented more and more powerful familiars. By the time Haley's group made it on stage, I was feeling completely hopeless.
Red team, Alric said. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Haley was the first at the microphone. Anwara fluffed her feathers, looking proud on camera. We're so grateful for everyone's support, she said in a sickly sweet tone. Ugh, gag. She was so fake. We can't imagine how we'd ever make it through this tournament if you didn't believe in us. Haley shot a smirking glance my way. I didn't let my emotions show since we were on camera, but inside I was fuming. She was using her speech to insult us. Bitch, our 3 people believe in us more than your 6,000 put together. You can rest assured that the red team will make it back to the finish line first, Haley concluded. May the ancestors bless you. Haley waved at the cameras, a big fake smile plastered on her face. Alric stepped to the microphone as Haley's team headed for their seats.
As you all know, it is now time to send the contestants on their way. We will be coming to you live as soon as they hit the course. Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause for the contestants of this year's Elemental Cup.
The crowd went wild. All around us, the contestants stood and cheered. I quickly got to my feet to join them, but I merely clapped for show. Soon we were ushered backstage and outside, where the covered carriages we rode in were waiting for us. This time, however, they weren't being pulled by anything. Everybody in, Goatee Guy shouted. Larger familiars will follow behind you. All you need to remember is to head for the flag. Good luck! Our team climbed into our carriage. Squeaks got in last, squeezing herself between the facing benches so that her feathers brushed our legs. It was a tight fit. What do you think our first task will be? Imogen asked.
I don't know,
Liam replied flatly.
That's kind of the idea, isn't it? To surprise us? That's what Bane's been training us for.
I sighed and stared out the window. I hate surprises. Jonah smirked.
Sweetheart, you'd better get used to them.
Just as he said it, the carriage lurched into the air like an elevator. I immediately went tense and gripped the side of my seat.
It's just ya pluma, Jonah said lightheartedly. Same way they move the cruise ship around.
I breathed a sigh. Oh. Okay, so our team motto? Imogen said as our carriage rose into the sky. What was your suggestion, Liam? Let's not fucking die? Liam's expression was a strange cross between amusement and anger.
You betcha.
Imogen nodded. Okay, I like it. No matter what, I've got your back. Me too, I agreed.
Me 3,
Jonah said. Liam sighed.
If I have to.
Yes, Imogen insisted, sticking her hand in the middle of the carriage above Squeak's back. Let's not fucking die on 1, 2, 3. I stuck my hand on top of hers, and Jonah followed. Liam didn't do anything until Jonah punched him in the arm. Liam sighed and stuck his hand out. 1, 2, 3, Imogen said. We cheered the team motto, but it was anything but in unison. Everyone said it at a different time. Imogen and I laughed. Even Liam cracked a nervous smile. I glanced back out the window to see we were high above the ground now and headed out over the ocean. Is everyone feeling all right? I asked.
As good as I'll ever be,
Liam answered. Good, I said, pointing, because I think our first task is water. Everyone glanced out the windows to the vast ocean below us. Sassy peeked out the window beside Imogen. There's an island, Imogen shouted, pointing. Jonah groaned.
And the flag for the finish line is way over there on the mainland.
I glanced to where he pointed and saw a huge orange flag flapping above the trees near the horizon. There were miles upon miles between us and the finish line. We had to make it across the ocean, over a mountain, and through a large part of the woods before even coming close. I couldn't even see Kinpago or the castle from here. Crossing the ocean shouldn't be hard, I said. I mean, Liam can control the water. Squeaks can take me and Imogen over, and Jonah can fly. Jonah's eyebrows shot up.
You've really never watched one of these things before.
I shook my head. I mean, that much was obvious.
You're delusional if you think the only thing we have to do is cross the ocean, Jonah said. Princess, there's going to be 1,000 things that will knock you on your ass before you make it back to the mainland.
I held my breath. How bad could it be? We don't have any more time to strategize, Imogen said as our carriage descended. We landed softly on the sandy beach of a small island miles off the coast. The other teams began piling out of their carriages, glancing around and keeping an eye out for the first obstacle, whatever it was. I reached for the carriage door. Wait, Imogen said, placing her hand on mine to stop me. Whatever happens out there, I want you guys to know I love you. Imogen had no idea how comforting that was. I love you guys too, I said, glancing between each of them. My cheeks went beet red when my eyes connected with Liam's. I quickly averted my gaze and climbed over Squeaks to duck out of the carriage, just as Jonah was professing his love for us. But not in that way. Once all contestants were on solid ground, the line of carriages rose into the air and headed back toward the mainland. 2 dragons and a Pegasus circled above us, each with a person on their back. They didn't wear the contestant uniforms, so I had to guess they were the camera crew. I glanced to the other teams, but everyone looked just as clueless as we were. The pink team was already working on an earth bridge, while the guy with the dragon was ushering his team onto his familiar's back. Haley just stood there with her hands on her hips, staring out into the ocean. She looked positively relaxed, like she knew what was coming and already had a plan of attack. Who wants to bet Doya was cheating beyond holding extra practices? I muttered.
There's a reason Doya's team is always one of the top picks, Imogen sneered. Team motto, guys, Liam snapped. We're not here to beat the other teams. Let's just focus on getting to the finish line in one piece.
Agreed, I started to say, but a high-pitched scream across the beach cut me off. Several people gasped around us as the sky turned an almost immediate dark gray.
Incoming!
Jonah yelled. I followed his gaze, and terror spiked through my body. We didn't have time to discuss our plan. A tidal wave was headed straight for us.
Chapter 19. Sophia and the rest of the group were looking at the massive wave coming toward us like it was their doom. I knew better. I could feel the water moving the moment we were put on this island. There wasn't just one giant tidal wave coming toward us. There were 4, on all sides, and I could feel the people controlling them. They were elders. I couldn't stop them, not even if I tried. I turned on the spot. Sure enough, 3 other waves, equal in size to the first, were barreling toward us. Such a thing shouldn't be possible. Most Toaqua would find something like that impossible to pull off, as it went against the rules of nature. But apparently the tribe was pulling out all the stops for this tournament. Everyone else on my team had realized what I'd known minutes before. They started screaming as the waves rushed toward us at a high speed. I had to get us off this island. If I didn't, I'd hopefully survive, but the rest of my team would certainly drown. The majority of the other teams were already off the island. The pink team was running down the earth bridge they'd made, while their Toaqua member made a shield around them with water to push back the tidal wave. The wave simply moved around the blockade and kept going. The silver team was flying over the ocean on a dragon, safe far above the waves, and the green team had created a boat out of water. They sailed over the tidal waves, a little less successfully, though no one fell out as far as I could see. The orange Toaqua member had taken her team underwater and was trying to pull them through the inside of the wave by a bubble she'd created, but that was risky. Even from this distance, I could tell she was at risk of losing control. Purple had decided to tag team the challenge, with their Yapluma member flying 2 people above the ocean, and the Toaqua teammate skirting himself and another partner over top of the waves. The blue team had created a chamber of ice and was skating across the water, though it wasn't working very well. The water pressed down on the ice tunnel, making it crack under the pressure of the wave, and people were slipping inside, trying to get away from the raging water. Yellow wasn't doing much better. They'd gotten off the island, but their Toaqua was a first year. It was all he could do to keep his team's heads above water as the ocean battered them this way and that. Their familiars, a unicorn, a chimera, a gargoyle, and a manatee, pushed their elementi onto their backs and tried to paddle through the violent waves, though the approaching tidal wave soon swallowed them all. Haley, as always, was prepared. She and her team were calmly riding on the back of a Leopleurodon who assassinated the waves. The giant marine reptile handled the waves like they were nothing, while Dina, the Toaqua team member I knew, kept the rest of them dry as her familiar did all the work of getting them to the mainland. "Liam!" Sophia screamed at me. "What do we do?" I realized we were still the only team left without a game plan and froze. My mind calculated our options. We didn't have many. "Put the familiars on Squeak's back and send them away," I ordered. "They won't be any use out here. Jonah, send Squeaks to shore to wait for us." "Do what he says," Jonah shouted at Squeaks, waving his hand. She hesitated and stomped her hooves, looking scared at the prospect of leaving Jonah. Sophia was crying as she put Esses onto Squeak's back. Esses grabbed hold of Squeak's feathers and tilted his head like he didn't understand. Imogen was upset, but she at least seemed somber as she put Sassy onto Squeak's haunches. "Sophia, we'll see them soon, I promise," I told her, and she nodded. The waves were growing closer. I pointedly looked at Jonah, and he smacked Squeaks on the hindquarters, shouting, "Squeaks, go!" Squeaks took off.
She soared into the sky, taking Essis and Sassy away to safety. The three of them looked at me, seeming even more lost now that their familiars were gone. "What now?" Imogen asked weakly. I knew this was my task, but ancestors, did I have to do everything? "Hold on," I told them. I created a spinning water spout that reached out and grabbed the three of them by the waists. They screamed, and I concentrated on making the water spout larger, growing it above the approaching tidal waves. Soon they were high above me, appearing like tiny dots in the sky, though I could still hear them screaming their heads off. I trusted Jonah to regulate the air for the girls so they'd be able to breathe as I increased the height of the water spout. Any time I had left to get myself off the island was wasted. Sound was drowned out by the roar of the waves. They blocked out all light, darkening the island and creating shadows. Each wave had to be 1,500 feet tall. They'd crush me when they came down. I barely got my teammates above the approaching tsunami before it crashed down upon me. I managed to create a small shield of water around my form that took most of the blow and made it so the water wouldn't break my bones. But that singular act of pushing back the waves completely shattered my magic and made me weak. My shield broke, and I was caught up in the undercurrent. I held my breath just before the waves dragged me under. The average person could hold their breath for up to 2 minutes underwater. I could go for 6. People like Bane could withstand 10, but I wasn't going to push my luck. I tried figuring out which way was up, but the waves spun me around so much I lost all sense of direction. I was quickly pulled 100 feet below the surface. I couldn't swim. I couldn't do anything but let the ocean do as it wanted with me. My poor mother was probably watching the TV right now and wailing in grief. It would be really embarrassing for my tribe that the Tawakwa chief's son had been killed by his own element, but with how my year was going, I really shouldn't have expected anything else. I bet when Haley won, she'd go back home and rewind the moment of my death over and over, laughing harder and harder each time she saw it. A Tawakwa drowning. Hilarious. Even so, in the back of my mind, I made sure that Jonah, Imogen, and Sophia were safe and far out of the tsunami's reach. The waves spun me around. I was at the mercy of them until I realized that I was born to be in water, that it was time to act and stop being stupid. If I died, my magic would stop working and my team would end up just like me. I wasn't about to let that happen. I was the firstborn son of the water chief, damn it. I could die in this tournament, but later, not now. It took everything, but I used my powers to put myself upright in the churning ocean and stop the spinning. I was running out of air fast. I couldn't tell how long I'd been under, but I was starting to see stars and my vision was growing dark. I put what I had left into pushing myself upward. I worked with the wave instead of against it, summoning my magic so the upwelling surrounded me and rushed me back to the surface. My head broke, and I took a deep gasp of air. My water spout was still spinning, but it was smaller now. The island was gone, engulfed by water. The tsunami was no longer there, yet the ocean was churned in its place. Where there once had been light, now there was only darkness. Huge black clouds covered the sky, and rain was falling down torrentially. The wind picked up. The sky looked like glass as dozens of lightning bolts shot across it. They were using Yapluma elders to create storms and Coigni to make lightning, as if we didn't have enough to worry about. I looked upward to where the water spout still was. My team was dangerously close to the storm. Sophia was a first year. She couldn't handle lightning. With my right hand held up out of the water, I started to bring them back down. But before I could, a colossal roar got my attention. The green team's water boat had a large tentacle wrapped around it. The team members scattered as the tentacle cracked down on the boat, and a giant squid rose up out of the water. A fucking kraken. To make things worse, the elders were sending their damn familiars after us. The pink team was running on their earth bridge from a megalodon that swam beside it. The oversized shark chased after them and blocked the way, preventing them from creating another bridge and forcing them to reevaluate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that a few other teams, though I couldn't be sure which ones, were trying to defend themselves against a gargantuan blue crab and a killer whale. Haley's team was fighting off a leviathan from the back of the Leopleurodon, and though they'd been making fast progress, I could tell the creature was giving them a hard time and blocking the way to the beach. Nothing had gone after us yet, which meant we were lucky. We needed to move. I lost track of who was on whose team as bodies started flying around. People were thrown out of the air and tossed into the ocean, either by the storm or whatever creatures they were fighting. Somehow, the red dragon from the silver team was knocked out of the sky and sent crashing into the sea. I lowered my team back to the ocean's surface while directing the rest of my power downward. The churning ocean split, and we were carried downward until our feet hit the ocean floor, and I was holding up 2 separate walls of water on either side of us. The shore was at least another mile off. My arms were starting to wobble under the effort of holding the ocean apart. "Liam?" Sophia turned and looked at me. "Don't stick around," I gasped. "This is hard." I had to keep the ocean parted so we could get back to shore. My team started to run. They raced toward the beach while I walked forward steadily, my arms held out in front of me. It felt like I was bench pressing the Pacific. My entire body screamed. It was incredibly painful, but I was used to pain and I was fucking stubborn. The whole damn ocean was going to have to kick my ass before I let my team die. Then a spasm racked through my back, and I let out a gasp of agony. I fell to my knees, unable to control my body's reaction to the sheer effort of holding up my magic. The walls still held, but water was starting to splash over the sides and onto the sand. I could do this if Neshoma was here, but he was gone. I couldn't pull from his strength. Just another reminder that I was doing this alone. "Guys, Liam needs help," Sophia shouted. She'd noticed I had fallen. She, Imogen, and Jonah came rushing back instead of pressing ahead like I wanted them to. "No, don't come back for me," I wanted to scream, but even talking took too much effort. I gritted my teeth as my upper body started to go numb. Water was pouring in over the sides of the walls now. "We're not going to abandon you," Sophia said. She and the others stood around me, their faces pale with fear, but also set in a determined way that told me they wouldn't leave me behind no matter what. I couldn't do it. The 2 walls came hurtling back down, and as the water started rushing in, I screamed, "Everyone, grab onto me!" They didn't fucking hesitate. Jonah, Imogen, and Sophia latched onto my arms, and as we were submerged underwater, I used my magic to propel us forward like a bullet. I rocketed us toward shore. And damn, it wasn't easy, the fat asses. We were easily going hundreds of miles an hour. We'd reached the beach in less than a minute, but already I could feel Sophia's grip on my arm start to loosen. I glanced to the left and saw that her eyes were half closed. She was coigny. She couldn't last as long in water as Imogen and Jonah. I had to go faster. It hurt, but I urged my element to give me just a little bit more. The beach was in sight, but then I ran out. There was just no more magic left. We started to slow down. I tossed Sophia upward, and Imogen and Jonah let go. We broke the surface. The 2 of them started paddling to shore. Sophia was sinking. She was about to pass out. I swam up behind her and put my arms under hers, grabbing her shoulders so both of us were tilted upward. I swam backward until I was able to pull her onto the beach. She came to, coughing up water once we hit the sand. I let her go and rolled onto my back as the earth rocked like the waves. Everything hurt. I'd pushed my limits far past what I knew I had the ability to do, and I was paying for it.
Little needles were pricking me all over my body, while a steamroller mashed my insides. It was so painful I really wanted to cry. But we were probably still on TV, so I sucked it up and forced myself into an upward position, even though it made my eyes water. I took a shuddering breath. We were safe. For now. Squeaks raced up the beach with Esses and Sassy on her back, giving a happy squawk as she headbutted Jonah. Well, at least someone was having a good time.
Esses!
Sophia scrambled up and got Esses from off of Squeaks' back, while Imogen held Sassy. I was too weak to dry everyone, so we stayed wet. I looked back at the ocean. What about the people who had been behind us? What was their fate? The yellow team had to be gone. There was no way. They were in the water when the tsunami had crashed onto shore, and the Tawakwa freshmen had been struggling before then. I'd barely made it out alive, and I was a third year. The rest of them had no chance. A deep cavern of dread started eating my insides. That had only been the first challenge. What kind of hell did we have still waiting for us?
What do we do now, Liam?
Imogen asked weakly. The team looked at me, expecting an answer. Shit. What did we do now? I wasn't sure. I was supposed to be captain. What did Bane say? Protect the pack. Protect the pack. Right. We have to get a sense of direction, I told them. Then we can start heading toward the flag. We're sure to run into the other tasks along the way. We couldn't see the sun. Clouds blocked them out, no doubt an effort from the elders to prevent us from figuring out which way was north.
I can do that,
Imogen suggested, kneeling down to the ground.
I can feel the Earth's magnetic poles.
Me too, Jonah said. I can sense which way the wind is blowing and use the currents to judge where we are. Fantastic. I lay back down on the shore and closed my eyes. I needed to rest, just for a minute. Sophia walked over to me, then knelt on the ground. Esses chattered in her arms.
Liam, you okay?
Peachy, Pawie. It hurts to literally exist right now. Esses made a mewling sound and put a tiny paw on my arm. For some reason, once the little guy touched me, I felt a little bit stronger. Everything went from being unbearably agonizing to mildly tolerable. I was able to sit up easier this time.
The flag's this way,
Imogen said, walking toward us with Jonah by her side, pointing north.
Though it's really, really far away.
I got to my feet. Good. Let's get moving. We'll walk until nightfall. I tried not to wince, but it was hard, and I was pretty sure the team noticed. Liam, get on Squeaks, Jonah suggested. No way. A rolling, sharp pain went through my gut. I involuntarily clutched at it, bending over. This sucked.
Liam,
Sophia stared at me.
You have to.
You'll slow us down, Imogen said gently. I know she meant it to be kind, but it kinda stung. There's no way I'm hitching a ride when the rest of the team is walking, I told them sharply. Liam, just do it, Jonah said. You saved our asses back there. Quit nursing your pride or I'm carrying your ass, and I'll make sure it looks as gay as possible for the cameras. I figured we'd all have to take turns riding on Squeaks sooner or later, so I just gave up. Fine. I climbed on Squeaks, though it was no easy effort, and held on to her feathers as we headed into the forest. Sassy and Esses led the way, chattering. I think I fell asleep on Squeak's back because I closed my eyes and everything went numb. By the time I opened them again, it had gotten dark and we were in a clearing. I felt a little better, but where the pain once was, now there was soreness.
We just stopped,
Sophia told me quietly.
We haven't run into anything so far.
Glad I didn't miss any action. I slid off of Squeak's back. Imogen and Jonah both looked exhausted. Esses's eyes were drooping. We have to find drinking water, I told the team. Right then, I couldn't draw up a droplet out of the ground if I wanted to. There's a freshwater spring nearby that we passed, Jonah said. We can drink from that. Okay, good, I said. We also need shelter.
Imogen can do that, Sophia offered before Imogen said anything. She's good with roots and things. I looked expectantly at Imogen. She blinked, then nodded. She raised her hands. A few roots popped out of the ground, but it was nothing monumental. Sassy played with them before looking at Imogen and giving a bark. Come on, Imogen, I said in frustration. This should be easy for you. I'd seen her do harder things at home. Imogen grimaced, then a large collection of roots rose up out of the earth. I stepped forward and started weaving them together. The rest of the team followed suit, bending the roots into something that would shield us from the elements, creating a dome that would encompass the four of us fully. Imogen looked embarrassed. I wasn't sure what was coming tomorrow, but I was pretty sure Earth was next. I worried Imogen wouldn't be up to the task. You're not weaving it tight enough. It looks sloppy, I said to them. Imogen and Jonah glanced up at me but didn't say anything. Liam, it doesn't need to be perfect,
Sophia shot back. I went to open my mouth but found myself too tired to argue. Sophia moved her way over to me on the other side of the shelter.
Liam, you're being hypercritical, she whispered to me. You have to stop.
I noticed that both Jonah and Imogen looked a little down. I want everyone to make it out of here, I told her. Some captain I was, demoralizing the team.
I get it, but you don't have to be that hard on them, Sophia said. They're doing the best they can.
Sophia brushed my hand before going back to twisting the roots. Esses gave me a little pat on my leg. About an hour later, we had a shelter made, but it was obvious we were all starving. Squeak's stomach was making rumbling noises while Sassy had her nose to the ground, sniffing. Esses rubbed his belly and stuck out his lip. I'm going to look for something edible, I said. You guys stay here. It took another hour, but I managed to scrounge up a few cattails, conifer bark, and acorns for us to eat. It wasn't much, but we had to consume something. I passed it around. Jonah took it with a wrinkled nose, but the girls didn't complain. We sat in a circle outside the makeshift shelter and ate in silence around a campfire Sophia had made. Squeaks ate a majority of the acorns. Esses sniffed at the conifer bark I offered him and turned his nose up at it. Jonah sighed as he chewed on his bark. This blows, he complained. What I'd do for a burger right now.
If you talk about food, I'm going to kill you, Imogen said.
Sassy put her ears back and hissed at Jonah. Come on, people. Our ancestors lived like this every day for thousands of years. We can suck it up for a few nights, I told them. Wrong, Jonah said. Our ancestors lived like this, but they didn't have giant monsters chasing after them or other elementi out there literally trying to kill them. I flipped Jonah off because he ruined everything.
That guy with the dragon is probably at the finish line by now,
Sophia said glumly as she munched on a cattail. There are rules against flying, I told them. You can fly through one of the challenges, but for the rest you have to walk to make it fair. Otherwise, people with flying familiars would just race to the ending, fly over all the challenges, and win easily. I shivered. I suddenly realized it had gotten very cold. Small white flakes began descending from the sky. It was snowing, and we didn't have much in terms of clothing. Snow, Jonah said, looking upward.
It doesn't snow in this part of California, except for the mountains, Imogen protested.
During the Elemental Cup it does, I replied. Everyone, get inside. We huddled inside the shelter, but it was still freaking cold. The light snowfall outside was quickly turning into a blizzard. Sophia, we need warmth before we freeze to death, I told her. She nodded. She reached outside to gather the firewood we'd harvested, while I poked a hole in the roof through the roots. She lit a fire, and we gathered around it, arms wrapped around our forms. Even with the roaring fire inside, it was still really cold, and we didn't have blankets or coats. It looked like the water part of the challenge wasn't over yet.
Can you regulate the temperature any more, Sophia? I asked. My teeth were almost chattering. I was pretty sure I was turning blue. The cold couldn't hurt me in water form, at least, but the temperature certainly could. I'm trying. I've never been met with this much resistance before. Sophia shivered. It's almost like someone's blocking my powers. Damn elders again. On the ground, Esses waddled up to Squeaks. He nestled against her feathers like a pillow before pulling Sassy to him, using her tail as a blanket. Esses sighed happily, totally cozy. The rest of the familiars huddled up together, unbothered by the chill. Hey, Esses has the right idea, Jonah started. Let's cuddle. No, I said flatly. Ancestors, this tournament was pushing every button I had. We're supposed to survive, and that means not becoming an icicle, Jonah shot back. But if you're opposed to the cuddling part, there are other ways to keep warm. Jonah winked. I'm gonna hit you, I growled. Jonah's just playing around, Sophia said. Besides, it's not like these outfits are exactly sexy. Sophia pulled at her suit. Baby, unisex still has the word sex in it, Jonah said. I was getting real tired of Jonah's shit. Jonah's right, Imogen said. Not about the orgy thing, but we will stay warm if we share body heat. Nothing shares body heat like a big love pile, Jonah added. What do you say, Liam? I shivered again, and Imogen said, Well, I'm not waiting around for your approval. She lay on the ground next to Squeaks, and Jonah followed her. He reached out and grabbed Imogen, crushing her to his giant chest. She giggled. Sophia was usually shy, but it must have been so freaking cold she didn't care, because she lay next to Imogen and scooted against her. Come on, Liam. Sophia raised her eyebrows. Your turn. I shook my head. Nowhere in the rulebook did it say in order to make it through this, I have to spoon my teammates. You can be little spoon. Jonah wiggled his eyebrows. Hell to the no. I really was cold. My body was giving in. Sophia looked really concerned about me. She and Esses were mirrors, both big eyes that were adorable and sucked me in. Fine. If I was cuddling with anyone, it was going to be Sophia. Because we'd already done it once, and to be honest, I kind of liked it. Though having Imogen and Jonah here was really killing the mood. I got down on the ground and slid my body against Sophia's so that my head was resting on one of Squeak's legs. I shivered when she put her arm around me, though it wasn't because of the chill. This doesn't leave the hut. Ever, I said. I was glad the cameras couldn't see us inside the hut, because this was taking things a step too far. This is like a porn I watched once, Jonah spoke up. Ancestors, help me. I was going to murder these people. Relax, Liam, Imogen spoke up. We're all friends here. Reluctantly. Sophia giggled against my back. I smiled. It was warmer, at least. And I was glad Jonah was on the other side of the hut, because I didn't trust him not to make it weirder than it already was. Good night, everyone, Imogen said pleasantly. I hope we all have sweet dreams. Never mind. Imogen made it weird anyway. Good night, my lovelies, Jonah said. I immediately heard a large snore afterward. The bastard had already slipped off. Good night, Sophia said, and she sighed, sinking her head between my shoulder blades. That little touch sent fireworks skyrocketing through my skin. Squeaks, Esses, and Sassy all sounded off with their own farewells. There was silence, and Imogen said, Liam, you didn't say good night. I sighed. Good night. Now everyone shut the hell up. The next morning the fire had burnt out, but I noticed that when I woke up it wasn't cold anymore. The snow outside was gone, which meant the weather was back to normal. For now. I wondered if anything was waiting for us out there. It didn't occur to me that we should have posted someone to keep watch, but we were all so tired last night, I doubt that it would have done much good anyway. I closed my eyes again, wanting to rest for just a few more minutes.
I got woken up when something furry and bloody got shoved in my face. "Ugh!" I shouted. I sat up. In my lap fell a dead rabbit, its throat ripped out. Sassy looked up at me proudly, swishing her tail. "What is it?" Jonah replied sleepily. The others sat up, woken by my yell. I rubbed my eyes. At Sassy's feet was a collection of 6 rabbits, freshly hunted. I could hardly believe my eyes. Her snout was bloody and she grinned with pride. "Sassy!" Imogen squealed. She hugged her fox enthusiastically. "Good girl!" "Finally, something substantial to eat," Jonah said. Sophia looked at me.
Do we have time, or should we hit the road?
I hesitated. Cooking the rabbits would slow us down, but we weren't trying to win. It was more important to stay alive. We needed energy. "I can skin and butcher them," I said. "You guys can cook them up." "All right, Mom," Jonah said. I sneered at him. Sophia stayed on the other side of camp while I did the dirty work. This kind of stuff didn't bother me because I grew up doing it with my dad, but Sophia turned green when she saw me sharpen a rock to a point to use as a knife. She was fine with cooking them, though. Soon we were gathered around the fire with full stomachs again, though I knew what little protein the rabbits had wouldn't last long. I hoped Sassy would keep hunting. Squeaks consumed 2 rabbits herself, raw. Sassy didn't eat, so I suppose she'd already fed herself. I noticed that Esses ate a few bites of the rabbit, but not much. Still, he didn't seem to be fatigued. Was Esses a kind of animal that could go a few days without a meal and live off fat stores? It would explain why he ate so much when there was food to go around. We were on the road again before late morning. We'd been walking for 2 hours and hadn't run into anything. I'd gotten nervous. The mountains were looming in the distance. Imogen pointed to them.
We need to get over those. That's the biggest hurdle to getting to the flag.
Sophia stopped in her tracks.
I don't know, guys, she started. I think we should go the other way.
She pointed deep into the forest. "But that's in the other direction and it's overgrown," Jonah said. "Why would you want to go there?" Sophia shrugged. She seemed anxious.
I don't know, I just have a feeling.
I raised an eyebrow. "We need more than feelings, Soph." Sophia chewed on her lip. She didn't want to speak up.
Well, a straight shot to the flag is the obvious way to go, which means everyone will be going that way, and through there we'll meet the biggest obstacles. Going around might take longer, but it reduces our chances of getting hurt.
She had a good point, but Jonah shook his head and stepped in. "No way. It doesn't matter which way we go, there will be obstacles everywhere. The hike up the mountains won't be easy, but it'll be quick. We should go that way."
I agree, Imogen said. Do we want to get this over with or not?
"You're captain," Jonah said, poking me. "You decide." Way to put me on the spot. I looked between my friends. For some reason, I had a feeling that climbing up the mountains was a bad idea, too. I wanted to do what Sophia said. But on the other hand, Jonah and Imogen had an actual plan. If we went any deeper into the forest, there was a chance we'd get lost. It was pointless to aimlessly wander around when we only had so much energy to spare. "Let's just try the mountains, for now," I said, and Sophia's face fell. "If it doesn't work, we can turn around." Sophia didn't say anything when we left the forest. I didn't want her to be mad at me, but I was just trying to save everyone's lives. The closer we got to the mountains, the more we saw signs of the other teams. We found footprints, remnants of food, and abandoned campsites. By my estimate, all the other teams, the ones that were still around anyway, were way ahead of us. Who cared? We still had everyone. Couldn't say the same for... My blood ran cold as I saw a body lying on the ground with red sleeves. It was the Toaqua from Haley's team, the one with the Leopleurodon. She was lying in front of a stone house that looked like a Nivita had constructed. Sophia gasped, and the other 2 halted in their tracks. I walked up to the body and knelt to the ground to inspect it.
Her eyes were still spread open. She'd frozen to death last night in the cold. Her fingernails were bloody and there were marks on the door, like she'd been trying to claw her way in. I couldn't believe it. Haley used her to get off the island, then just disposed of her. And her teammates had let her do it. Sick bitch. I got up. She's gone, guys. Been dead for hours. Shouldn't we bury the body? Sophia asked. I shook my head. The officials will come to get her shortly. We need to keep moving. I hated leaving a fellow Tawakwa there like that, but what could I do? She was dead. There was no bringing her back. I heard sniffling behind me. Sophia was crying. She put a hand on her mouth, trying to suppress the sobs that were coming out. Hey, I said. I reached out and pulled Sophia into a hug. There's nothing we could do. Sophia sniffed. When I let her go, Esses jumped onto her shoulder and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Imogen and Jonah were stone-faced. They'd grown up in this society. They knew that not everyone made it out of the tournament alive, though it was different seeing it in real life instead of on screen. Let's go. I gestured to my teammates and they followed. The Tawakwa girl's blue eyes were burrowed into my conscience as we continued onward. Haley wouldn't be blamed for murder. The elders would say that the girl should have been smart enough to survive on her own. That's what this tournament was all about anyway. About a mile up ahead, we ran into the mountainside. And more bodies. I assessed the situation. 2 elementi, one from the silver team and one from the blue. Their familiars lay beside them, expressions gaping and legs positioned like they were still running. Looks like they were crushed, I mused. I was distracted, thinking about where the other teams were. Maybe if we could figure out what they ran into, we could avoid it ourselves. Esses was acting crazy. He was running in a circle around us, making loud screeches at the top of his lungs and trying to get our attention. Esses, what's wrong? Sophia said. She tried to pick him up, but he wouldn't let her. He pushed her away and kept dancing around, pointing at the mountains. Esses, what? Sophia got my attention when she cut her sentence off. Imogen and Jonah both had large, gaping mouths. I slowly turned to stare at what they were looking at. The reason why the elders had made it snow so much last night socked me in the gut. Large boulders barreled down the side of the mountain, picking up speed, along with a torrent of snow. I figured out what the other teams had met. It had been a landslide, and another one was coming our way.
Chapter 20. Liam! I cried as I stared up at the landslide barreling toward us, my heart slamming against my chest. I scooped Esses into my arms and held him tightly. What do we do? He froze, eyes locked on the incoming landslide. It was like he was someplace else entirely. Liam! I shouted to get his attention. He hesitated for a second before shouting, Run! The 4 of us took off sprinting in different directions. Sassy was cradled in Imogen's arms as she started in the opposite direction of Liam and me. Squeaks ran alongside Jonah directly away from the landslide, as if they could outrun it. It was total chaos.
This way,
Liam shouted, catching their attention. Imogen and Jonah quickly joined us as we raced parallel to the mountain. I glanced up, and fear rocked my body. The landslide must have been half a mile across, and it was coming in fast. There was no way we could outrun it. We had to think of something. Quick! Can't you stop it, Imogen? I asked through labored breaths. Could you stop a freaking fire tornado? She shot back in a distressed tone. I'll take that as a no. Jonah! I called as I ran. Can Squeaks get us above it?
Not all of us. We have to stick together,
he answered.
Imogen,
Liam snapped.
We need shelter now, as strong as you can.
Do you have any idea what you're asking me to do? Imogen fired back.
Yes,
Liam roared.
It's do or die out here. You have less than 30 seconds to decide what you want it to be.
Imogen skidded to an abrupt halt and bent to the ground to bury her fingers in the earth. The landslide must have been 200 yards from us now. It'd land on us any second and squash us. I hadn't been counting on dying in this tournament, but it now seemed like a reality. Imogen shot to her feet and pointed. Straight ahead and around that boulder. Nobody questioned her. There wasn't time. We raced around a boulder jutting out from the mountainside and found ourselves in front of a tall rock face. I noticed a small opening that sank far back into the rock, but it was only big enough to fit an arm in. Imogen shoved Sassy into Liam's arms. "There's a small cavern here. She raised her hands and pointed them at the rock. Her eyebrows constricted, and her jaw tightened. I stole another glance at the incoming rock and squeezed Essis tighter. "Come on, Imogen!" The rock surrounding the hole tumbled to the ground, widening the hole until it was 3 feet across. It stretched back at least 15 feet. Liam rushed forward and tossed Sassy inside. "Everyone in!" he shouted. I could barely hear him over the roar of tumbling rock above us. Imogen scurried into the tunnel behind Sassy, and Essis and I quickly climbed in after her.
"No way!"
Jonah protested, eyeing the small tunnel with a knitted brow. Liam stomped forward and shoved a fist into Jonah's shirt.
"Get in there now, or so help the ancestors, I'm not going to watch you die. Squeaks, get in."
Squeaks dove in behind me. Her body was so large that she barely fit and blocked all the light behind us. The earth rumbled above us, but I pushed forward despite my trembling limbs. The shaking of the earth intensified. Somewhere beyond the deafening sound of tumbling boulders above our head, a shriek echoed throughout the tunnel. "What happened?" Imogen shouted, but I barely heard her. I tried to glance back to see what was wrong, but Squeak's beak poked my butt, and she nudged me forward. Worst-case scenarios ran through my head. Had Liam been crushed? Did Jonah make it into the tunnel? The rumbling passed over us, and I held my breath, waiting to hear if everyone was okay.
"Sophia!"
Liam called. Jonah sobbed beside him. Relief flooded through me.
"We need some light,"
Liam demanded. I was so relieved I could cry. My voice cracked. I can't. Squeaks is in the way." "Come this way," Imogen said in front of me. It sounded like her voice was bouncing off the walls of a cavern much bigger than the tunnel I was crawling through. I heard Essis scurry forward and followed behind him. I produced a small flame in my palm to see that the cavern was twice the size of my dorm room, with a ceiling tall enough to stand in. Small tunnels broke off in various directions, but nothing that was wide enough to fit through, unless we sent Sassy or Essis. My light cast shadows across Imogen's face, which was etched in worry.
"We need that light sooner than later,"
Liam yelled. "Squeaks!" I cried. I ducked back inside the tunnel and pulled at her front leg. She wouldn't budge. Jonah groaned in pain, and I felt Squeaks tense in response.
"My leg!"
Jonah cried.
"I'm hurt!"
"I know you want to help Squeaks," I said, "but none of us can help Jonah if you don't move." That got her attention. She crawled forward and pulled herself out of the tunnel, nearly getting her butt stuck in the process. I relit my flame and held it into the tunnel opening. "What happened?" I asked in a rushed breath.
"I don't know,"
Liam shot back.
"Jonah, can you crawl?"
Jonah was just a lump in the tunnel. All I saw was his bun wiggle as he shifted his head, but I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be an answer. Beyond him was nothing but blackness. The layers of earth from the landslide had buried the entrance. I tried not to think about running out of oxygen or starving to death. All I cared about right now was whether or not Jonah was okay. Essis jumped into the tunnel and hopped over Liam. He grabbed Jonah's arm and started tugging, as if he could help drag him. Jonah groaned and rolled over. His face was bright red, and he was breathing hard.
"I'll make it. Just give me a minute."
Liam waited until Jonah pushed himself to his elbows and began dragging himself along, army style, before crawling forward. I took Liam's hand in mine, the one that wasn't flaming, to help him out of the tunnel. Imogen and Liam helped Jonah out of the tunnel, with Squeaks right beside them, keeping a close watch. Jonah stood on one foot, but held his other up, taking in long, deep breaths.
"Sit down,"
Liam instructed, guiding Jonah to the ground. Squeaks dropped to her belly behind Jonah, allowing him to lean against her for comfort. We all hovered around him. Imogen rubbed his shoulder, and I held my flame close so everyone could see.
"A falling rock hit my foot while I was climbing into the tunnel,"
Jonah explained.
"Let me look."
Liam reached for the hem of Jonah's pants, but Jonah swatted him away.
"Dude,"
Jonah snapped.
"don't touch it."
"Do you think it's broken?" Imogen asked in a shaky voice. Jonah stared at her with a pointed expression.
"Do I look like a doctor to you? All I know is that it hurts like a mofo."
Liam stood.
"You're alive, and that's what matters."
Essus inched forward and reached his tiny paws for Jonah's shoe. My hand instinctively shot out for him, holding him back as worry ran through me. I couldn't let him show his power now. Liam would hate me. I knew I had to tell him, eventually, but during the middle of the tournament was not the time. This kind of secret could tear our entire group apart, which could get us all killed. As much as my gut twisted watching Jonah huff in pain, I'd rather we deal with a broken ankle than with a teammate's death. Imogen caught my eye when I pulled Essus away. I shook my head at her. I couldn't tell them yet. Imogen turned away but didn't say anything. She looked visibly paler than normal, and her pigtails were in disarray. Her arms shook as she cradled Sassy.
"Okay, Imogen,"
Liam said.
"You're up."
Imogen glanced up at him with a blank expression. "What?"
"The landslide is over,"
Liam said, like it was obvious.
"You can unblock the entrance."
Imogen's eyes nearly bulged out of her skull. "Are you serious? Liam, you know that—"
"What other choice do we have?"
Liam cut her off.
"Do you want to send Essus down one of these tunnels to see if there's a way out? It would take him 10 years to dig us out with those little paws."
Essus crossed his arms, offended.
"Are you even going to try?"
Liam challenged. Imogen hesitated, then set Sassy down. She sighed and walked over to the wall of the cave and placed a flat palm to the rock. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, her face fell. "The smaller tunnels go on forever, and there's almost 15 feet of dirt the way we came in. That's more than what my brother had—"
"I don't care what trial he faced,"
Liam said, his hands tightening into fists.
"He's not here right now. Right now we have you, and you are our only way out of here."
Liam was growing visibly distressed by the second. Jonah was starting to rock back and forth, muttering something under his breath like a prayer. Imogen's eyes brimmed with tears. I was feeling exhausted, hungry, and useless. Had our team already reached its breaking point?
"My water and Jonah's air is useless down here,"
Liam said.
"And all Sophia's power is good for is sucking up oxygen."
My eyes widened, and I instantly reduced my flame. Jonah gasped through the darkness. After a moment of silence, Imogen spoke. I can try."
"Good,"
Liam said flatly.
"Let's get on it."
Imogen's hands ran across the rock as she lowered herself back into the tunnel. "Liam," I said.
"What?"
He snapped in a harsh tone. As soon as the word left his mouth, he took a breath and spoke softly.
"Shit. Sophia."
"You need to calm down," I told him. I tried to keep my voice steady, but inside my heart was racing. "If Imogen is going to get us out of here, she needs to concentrate. Sometimes you can be a bit harsh." Liam scoffed.
"Yeah, well, I'm team captain. If we want to survive, I have to push you guys."
No, Liam, I insisted. You don't have to be like that all the time. He just shrugged. The landslide is past, I said. Why are you still freaking out? Liam took a long breath, then let it out in a whoosh.
Because I'm an asshole.
I couldn't help but giggle. That's not true. You always have a reason. Liam dropped his gaze, his expression suddenly shifting. There was a sad look in his eyes when they met mine again. He spoke softly.
This is a lot like how Neshoma died.
My heart fell. He wasn't just scared for us. There was something darker in his eyes, like he was reliving Neshoma's death and trying to keep it all together at the same time. I reached out a hand. My fingers grazed against the skin on his arm, sending electric tingles up my hand. My fingers trailed down to his, and I felt his hand tremble beneath my touch. "I'm sorry," I whispered. A stretch of silence passed between us. Time seemed to slow as I stared at the shadows flickering across his face. I only snapped out of it when I heard Imogen shift in the tunnel next to us. I didn't know why I was still touching him, so I pulled away. Liam cleared his throat.
How's it coming, Imogen?
Imogen sniffled. I can't do it. It's too much at once.
Take it layer by layer,
Liam suggested, irritation entering his tone. It doesn't work like that, Imogen called back down the tunnel. There's a limit to my powers, a range. Any earth between me and the end of that range acts as a barrier. I'd have to move it from the inside out, or all at once.
Come on back, Imogen, he said.
As soon as she emerged from the tunnel, Liam ducked inside. What does he think he's doing? Imogen asked under her breath. Just let him go, I said. He needs something to do. He's wasting his energy, Imogen said, her voice cracking. There's no way out. We're going to die down here. Imogen broke into quiet sobs and stomped over to the other side of the tunnel. My light barely reached her. She curled up in a ball beside Sassy in the corner, while Jonah had his eyes squeezed tightly shut and was chewing fiercely on his lower lip. I turned to Imogen, but as I approached her, she buried her head into her knees and turned away from me. Go away, she mumbled. My stomach sank, and tension formed in my head. I just want to help, I whispered, squatting down next to her. You can't help me, she sobbed without looking up. Go help Jonah. I backed away from her slowly, feeling like the worst member of the team right now. I was useless. Hey, Jonah, I said softly as I approached him. His eyes were still closed and his breathing was ragged. Guilt consumed me. I wanted to offer Essus to heal him, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not yet, anyway. I sat beside Jonah, holding Essus in my lap with one hand and a flame in my other. How bad is it, your foot? He shook his head without looking at me.
That's not what's bothering me.
I breathed a sigh of relief.
It's this damn cave, he muttered. I don't do small spaces. I'm totally claustrophobic. There's hardly any air down here. I can't use my element.
Oh, I said flatly. How was I supposed to help with that? Would you rather I put my flame out? Then you wouldn't know the difference. Jonah slowly peeled his eyes open, but quickly shut them again. He nodded. I closed my hand, and the cave went dark. I could still hear Imogen in the corner, and Liam shuffling around in the tunnel. Jonah reached out in the darkness to take my hand. He squeezed it so hard that I thought he might crush my fingers, but I bit my lower lip to keep from crying out. As long as I was helping someone, that was all that mattered. You know, Jonah, I said, when I'm scared, I like to sing a song."
"I'm not scared,"
he said, though I could hear the fear in his voice.
"I'm just uncomfortable is all. But you can sing me a song anyway."
I hesitated. I was in choir in high school, but only so I could goof off with my friends. I'd never considered myself a good singer. But I opened my mouth to sing anyway. The truth was, I was a little scared myself, and I knew it would help. I went with the first thing that came to mind, a lullaby my mom used to sing to me when I was a kid, one I'd nearly forgotten until now. Earth, water, fire, and air, gifted to us by the breath of a prayer. Separated these powers shall be, until reunited in sweet harmony. My voice drifted away on the last note. I'd never really paid attention to the words until now. Maybe my parents hadn't hidden everything from me.
"What are you doing, Sophia?"
Jonah asked.
"Huh? Singing?" "You're butchering the song," he accused.
I laughed lightly. I never said I was a good singer.
"Your voice is fine," Jonah said, "but the lyrics are all wrong."
What? No, they're not. My mom used to sing it to me all the time when I was a kid.
"Yeah, well, your mom must have changed the lyrics," Jonah said with amusement in his tone.
At least I was cheering him up. "Okay, so how does it really go?" I challenged. I only did it to indulge him, even though I knew I was singing it right. My version, at least. Jonah began singing, taking on the same tune I'd used, though he sang horribly off-key.
"Earth, water, fire, and air, powers almighty for children to share. Those in the clouds will forever be the perfect balance of harmony."
I raised my eyebrows, though he couldn't see me. "Those in the clouds? It sounds like you think very highly of yourself, ya pluma," I teased. "You're both singing it wrong," Imogen said from her corner, though she was being anything but playful. "The original song didn't have any lyrics. It's the tune the ancestors played when they gifted us our powers. Each house took the tune and turned it into something else. So if you want to be accurate, you wouldn't use lyrics." It sounded like something she must have read in one of her books. She didn't sound interested in it. It was more like she was stating fact. "Let's hum it then," I suggested. Jonah and I began humming the tune, though the last line was a little shaky since we couldn't quite agree on the rhythm. Eventually we compromised until Jonah began drifting off. He slumped against Squeaks like she was a pillow and began snoring. I sat there for another hour in the dark, trying to not make any noise so that Jonah could rest. But I couldn't take the sounds of Liam clinking rocks together in the tunnel. It didn't matter how determined he wasn't going to dig his way out of here. I could hear his breathing becoming more and more labored with each passing minute. He needed a serious reality check. "Liam," I whispered, bending down to the tunnel opening with a flame in my hand. All I could see were the soles of his shoes, since rocks and dirt were piled up around the rest of his body. When he didn't acknowledge me, I repeated his name.
"What?"
he snapped, turning his head back to me. His forehead was covered in sweat, so much that long strands of hair stuck to the sides of his face. "You need to rest," I said.
"No," he protested. "I need to get us out of here."
"We'll get out," I assured him, though I couldn't know that for sure. "But maybe we can take turns. You're working yourself too hard, and you need a break."
"I'm fine," he lied. "You can save the lecture for when we get out of here."
"Liam," I said firmly, "you need to stop." He glanced back at me.
"I'm making progress."
"You're making yourself sick," I countered, taking note of the faraway look in his eyes.
"Trust me," he said. "I've handled worse."
"Yeah, well, I haven't," I snapped back. "What am I supposed to do when you pass out? We have no resources down here. You're no use to us unconscious. Please, just take a break." Liam clenched his teeth before letting out a sigh.
"Sophia,
No excuses, Liam. Lie down and rest." I wasn't going to put up with this. He didn't get a choice. I climbed into the cave and reached for his ankle.
"Ancestors, Pawi."
He jerked away.
"Fine, I'll take a short break."
"Good," I said, satisfied. I backed up to let him out. Liam stood straight and wiped the back of his hand across his forehead. His knees visibly shook, and he looked 2 minutes from passing out. I pointed to a level spot near the edge of the cave. "Lie down. I'll start digging."
"You don't have to do that, Sophia."
"Why not?" I raised an eyebrow at him. "Because I'm a girl?" Liam shook his head.
"No, but—"
"But what?" I asked. I knew digging would be useless, but Liam didn't seem like the kind of guy who could rest if nothing was being done. Only one person could dig at a time, so at least he wouldn't feel the need to jump right back into it. Liam shrugged.
"I don't know. It's cold down here, don't you think?"
It sounded like he was just making small talk, but I wasn't really in the mood for that. Instead, I stomped up to him and grabbed his arm, dragging him over to where I'd pointed. He seemed curious and didn't speak. I sat down and patted the spot next to me. "Come on." Liam did as he was told, though it seemed to take him forever to lower himself to the ground, as if he had the body of an 80-year-old, which I could tell through his skin-tight shirt was definitely not the case. I lay on my side, facing him, and my arms curled in front of me and pressed against his chest. His breath rushed across my face, and I caught the scent of a pine forest after a fresh rain. He hesitated a moment before draping an arm across my body. Esses scurried up next to me and snuggled into the small space between us. I called upon my fire just enough to warm the surface of my skin. Liam's body felt so cold on mine, like the chill from the ocean, but I barely noticed. Instead, I was focusing on the nervous pounding of my heart and the voice in my head screaming, "When the hell did you grow a pair of balls, Sophia?" Seriously, where did the courage to yell at and then cuddle a guy I wasn't even dating come from? My body trembled against his. I only hoped he didn't notice. Fantasies of what I'd like to do with Liam, to Liam, here in the dark, ran through my mind. I couldn't control it. I should not be thinking things like that at a time like this. Besides, it wasn't like anything was going to happen between us. Which might have been a lie. Something was definitely going on. I could feel it. Liam shifted his hips until I could no longer feel him against me. "Better?" I asked, my voice shaking. Liam's shoulders relaxed.
"Better,"
he whispered. It felt like hours had passed when I finally woke. I didn't have the sun to judge by, but I guessed it was already morning. Jonah and Liam were still asleep, but Imogen sat staring at the tunnel with a blank expression on her face. I wiggled out from under Liam's arm. Esses stirred but didn't wake. He shifted just enough so that his head curled down by Liam's chest and his butt stuck up in his face. "Hey, Imogen," I said softly as I made my way over to her. A small flame in my hand lit up her face. Sassy lay curled up in her lap. I took a deep breath, but it didn't feel like I was getting enough air. "Hey," she said flatly, without meeting my eyes. I sat beside her and spoke in a whisper so I wouldn't wake anyone. "Are you ready to talk about it?" Imogen shook her head. I bit my lower lip, unsure of what to say to her. I settled for the truth. "We need you, Imogen. Liam may think he can dig his way out of here, but he's just being stubborn. We need a Navita. We need you." "I'm sure that's what Trace's team said to him, too," Imogen mumbled. Is this how your brother died?" I asked. I wished there was a way to tiptoe around the subject, but there wasn't. We had to face this head on if we hoped to make it out of here. Imogen nodded.
Trace failed his trial. His team wanted to take a shortcut through the mountain. They thought that by going through a cave, they could bypass the trials and make it to the finish line first. But you can't outrun the trials in these mountains. The cave collapsed, separating their team. The Coigny girl and Yapluma guy on their team said Trace and the Toaqua girl were far enough ahead that the cave-in wouldn't have crushed them. Which can only mean one thing. Trace failed. He couldn't get them out. The half of his team that survived had to backtrack to the cave entrance and face the rest of the trials alone. They were the last team to make it back.
"Imogen," I whispered. "I'm so sorry."
"Can you imagine?" she asked rhetorically, like she hadn't heard me. "I found out about my brother's death while watching TV in my living room. His teammates walked out of that cave without him, and I just..."
She broke into sobs again, her shoulders shaking. I wrapped an arm around her but didn't say anything. It took Imogen a few minutes to compose herself again.
"It's funny," she said. "The day I lost my brother, I found my soul."
She stroked Sassy's fur. "That's when you bonded?" I asked. She nodded sheepishly.
"As soon as I saw Trace didn't make it, I ran out of the house and into the forest. Cade was there because his family was watching the tournament with us. I didn't want him to see me cry, so I ran. He followed, calling my name. I kept going until I tripped over a rock. I remember just lying there with my face in the dirt, letting my tears soak into the earth while I thought about how I'd never see my big brother again. I heard Cade's footsteps behind me. He bent down and ran his hand through my hair and down my back. He told me it was going to be okay, that I'd see Trace again one day. I told him I didn't want to wait until death to see him, that he should have made it out of the tournament alive. Trace had promised me he would. And then, I remember it so vividly. Cade went rigid, and the whole forest went silent. It was like time had stopped. He whispered my name and told me to look. When I lifted my head, there Sassy was, staring at me through the underbrush. I still remember every detail of our bonding. The color of the trees seemed brighter, and I heard the sounds of a flute in the distance. It smelled like the pages of an old book and tasted like honey. It was enough to give me a sliver of hope. Sassy walked toward me until her whiskers were tickling my face. And then she licked me.
Imogen let out a light laugh, but her face quickly fell again.
"It just doesn't seem fair."
"No," I replied sadly. "It doesn't. But Imogen, this isn't the same thing."
"It's exactly the same," she argued.
"No, it's not. That rock out there, those aren't the same rocks your brother had to move. And you're Imogen, not Trace. You have different strengths."
Imogen sighed. "If we have any chance of making it out of here, I have to move more rocks than I ever have before. I know I'm Navita, but I'm not good with dirt and rocks. I'm better with plants."
"Okay, well, that's a strength."
Imogen glared at me. "It's not exactly going to help us, is it?"
My mind raced 1,000,000 miles per hour. What could I possibly say to convince her to give it another shot? An idea suddenly struck me.
"Yes," I cried. "Maybe it will."
Imogen's eyebrows drew together.
"I saw this documentary once," I explained. "It showed a time-lapse video of roots growing through concrete until the concrete broke. Imogen, your power is strong. What if you used the roots to get through the dirt and rocks?"
Imogen's eyes lit up, and I could see the gears turning in her head.
"You think that will work?"
I honestly didn't know.
"All I know is that we can't give up yet. I believe in you, Imogen."
Imogen visibly blushed. I guess it's worth a shot. Yes. But Sophia, Imogen said in warning, if this doesn't work, I'm sorry. I refused to accept her apology. It will work, Imogen. Trust me. A hint of a smile touched the corner of her lips. I do. Then let's get going, I encouraged. Jonah stirred.
Hey, what's going on?
We're strategizing, I said vaguely as Imogen and I stood. I didn't want to tell him and put too much pressure on Imogen.
Oh, okay, Jonah said in a groggy voice. Let me know when we're out of the woods.
Imogen scoffed.
Sweetheart, if this works, I'll carry you out of the woods myself. Deal,
Jonah agreed. Imogen just rolled her eyes and started for the tunnel. Sassy climbed in behind her. I squatted at the entrance to offer my light. Imogen crawled over the loose rocks Liam had left behind and to the end of the tunnel where a pile of dirt blocked the path. She placed her palms flat to the rock and took a deep breath. I waited and waited. Finally, she dropped her hands and twisted back to me. There are roots all around me. I can get to them, but I'm going to need some time to figure out exactly what I'm doing. I don't want to risk caving in the tunnel. That's all right, I told her. Take all the time you need.
We don't have forever.
My head snapped in Liam's direction. He'd woken up. He pushed himself to a sitting position, disturbing Esses. When Esses realized I was all the way across the cave, he quickly rushed to my side.
We'll eventually run out of air,
Liam said. Stop it, Liam, I groaned. I glanced into the tunnel to make sure Imogen hadn't heard him. She was in her own little world, focusing on the earth. He shrugged.
I'm only stating fact.
You're being a pessimist, I told him. We won't get anywhere with that kind of attitude. Just let Imogen do her thing. Liam held up his hands in surrender.
You know, for a girl who didn't want to be team captain, you're doing an awful lot of lecturing.
I shrugged. Yeah, well, someone has to keep you in line. Amusement touched the corner of his lips.
Of course, that'd be your job, Pawi.
And I take that job seriously, I said. Sit back and relax while Imogen works her magic. It took another 15 minutes until I saw the ends of the first roots snake through the dirt. Don't get too excited just yet, Imogen warned. Plants can be kind of touchy. It might take a while. Slowly, the roots began to carve out the dirt until the sunlight peeked through and touched our little cave. I let out a sigh of relief. Almost there, Imogen yelled back. The path she'd created widened more and more until the sunlight flooded through the long dirt tunnel and onto the rocks Imogen lay on. Thick layers of root outlined the dirt, pushing back against the hard earth and providing structure to the new length of tunnel. Imogen, you did it! I cried. She shot me back a shy smile, then raised her voice to yell, Time to go! Sassy and Imogen crawled forward while I turned back to Jonah. He was struggling to get to his feet and stumbled when he tried to put weight on his bad ankle. Do you need help? I asked.
Nah,
he said with a wave of his hand.
I've got this.
He tried another step, but his ankle twisted under him. Squeaks was there in under a second to steady him. Liam rushed to his other side and grabbed Jonah's arm to drape it over his shoulder.
Can you crawl?
Liam asked. Jonah nodded.
I think so. Good,
Liam replied before turning to me.
Go ahead, Sophia. I've got him.
I hesitated. Liam's knees shook under Jonah's weight. He didn't look like he was doing well. I wanted to go last to make sure they both made it out all right.
He may need help at the end,
Liam said.
Imogen can't pull him out on her own.
He had a point. Okay, I agreed. I'm right in front of you if you need anything, Jonah. I turned and crawled through the tunnel behind Esses. The sunlight was blinding when I emerged, but it felt good on my skin. I barely recognized the landscape around me. Where there was greenery yesterday was only mounds of dirt and rock today. Trees had been plowed over, and I couldn't even see the boulder we'd run around the day before. Imogen took in the devastation, her eyes traveling far down the mountain through the path of the landslide. It's a shame the elders had to kill so many trees. I hope they restore this area when the tournament is finished. Hopefully they will, I agreed. Jonah moved slowly through the tunnel, but eventually he reached the end. His hands searched the opening for something to grab onto and pull himself out. Imogen and I each offered a hand to help. It was like trying to drag out a full-sized tree. It took all my strength. The guy was huge. Squeaks pushed from the other side of him, and we managed to yank Jonah out. He lay in the dirt to catch his breath. As soon as Squeaks squeezed out of the tunnel, I turned back to it to offer my hand to Liam. His palm was clammy and slipped in mine, but he took it anyway.
"Good job, Imogen,"
Liam said through heavy breaths. He sat beside Jonah and wiped at the sweat on his brow. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. "Are you going to be okay, Liam?" I asked. He nodded.
"I'm more worried about Jonah. Should we take a look at that ankle?"
Jonah sighed.
"I guess we're going to have to."
Liam reached for Jonah's shoe and began untying the laces. Gently, he pulled Jonah's shoe off and then peeled back his sock. Everyone leaned in to take a look. Honestly, it didn't look that bad. There was only a slight bruise and swelling on the back of his foot. Liam scoffed.
"Seriously, Jonah, this is it?" "You think I'm lying?" Jonah shot back. "It's in a very sensitive area. Besides, broken bones don't always look bad from the surface."
Liam's eyebrows shot up.
"You think you broke something?" "Well, Jonah hesitated. "I don't know. I might have."
Liam sighed, then glanced up to the peak of the mountain. We had a long trek ahead of us. As my gaze followed Liam's, I noticed a creature circling above us. It was smaller than a dragon, but bigger than a bird, and it looked as if someone was flying on its back. I squinted at it and realized it was a winged lion. Another member of the camera crew, I was sure. Everyone in Kinpaga was probably laughing at us. We had to be at least half a day behind the other teams. Liam's jaw tensed.
"Can you at least try walking?" "I don't know," Jonah snapped. "Can you try showing a little compassion?"
"We can try wrapping it," I suggested quickly, before they bit each other's heads off. "Like in our medical care of familiars class."
"We don't have a first aid kit,"
Liam pointed out. "I'm sure we can find something," I said. "Like some sort of vine."
"Forget about it," Jonah insisted. "Squeaks can carry me."
"You up for it, girl?" Imogen asked as she stroked Squeak's feathers. Squeaks nodded and straightened her back, eagerly waiting for Jonah to climb on. Imogen and I each took one of Jonah's arms and helped him up. As soon as he was on Squeak's back and she started forward, her front foot caught on a rock, and she stumbled. Jonah's hands flew out to catch himself, but he landed on his bad ankle. He let out a cry of pain as his leg crumbled beneath him. He rolled down the mountainside a good 15 feet until coming to a stop. "Oh my God!" I screamed, the same time Imogen and Liam cursed the ancestors. The three of us raced over to him. From up the mountain, Squeaks hung her head in shame. Jonah slammed his fist against the dirt to keep from screaming. My gut twisted. I couldn't watch this. "Essus, come here," I gestured to him. Imogen's eyes met mine, and then she glanced to Liam, though he didn't notice. "I have an idea," she blurted. Essus hopped into my lap. I pulled him close, but paused to listen to her. I can carry Jonah," Imogen said. Liam scoffed.
"We all know how that worked out last time."
"That's because I wasn't thinking about it like an elementai," Imogen pointed out. "I'll use the trees to carry him. Just watch." I held my breath. Nothing happened for several seconds, but then the ends of tree roots rose up from the ground. Jonah drew in a surprised breath when the roots lifted him. His body hovered just inches above the ground and glided along from one group of roots to the next, as if riding a conveyor belt. Imogen was careful with his foot, making sure to keep it elevated without letting the roots touch the tender spot. Jonah glanced around to see if he was off the ground.
Well, this is kinda cool. It's like a little massage.
Liam stood up and crossed his arms.
Do you think you can keep that up, Imogen?
She nodded. Once we reach those trees, I'll use the branches to hold him up. Liam looked skeptical, but Jonah just raised his arms into the air and made a rock and roll sign with his hands.
Crowd surfing, baby!
Jonah teased. Liam just shook his head and frowned.
Fine, whatever works. Let's get going.
Hours passed as we climbed the mountain. Though we'd stopped for lunch to cook up the 2 chipmunks and a squirrel Squeaks had caught for us, we were all starting to slow down. It wasn't a very substantial meal, and the incline was killing my legs. I was certain everyone else felt the same. The higher we climbed, the thinner the trees became. The clouds darkened, blocking the sun, and the air cooled. I could see it in Imogen's tired eyes, that she was straining to stretch her magic by moving Jonah from tree branch to tree branch. Jonah had passed out, snoring as the trees grew around his form, cradling him and passing him from one tree to the next like a bucket brigade. Liam looked the worst of all. His hands shook, and his hair was in disarray around his face. His lips were dry and cracked, and his face paler than normal. His eyes glazed over, but he kept them locked on the mountain peak, like that was the only thing pushing him forward. He shivered, but when I'd offered to share some of my warmth, he declined. I think we need to take a break, I suggested.
We're almost to the top,
Liam said without slowing his step. The trees are thinning, and we need to figure out something else for Jonah, I pointed out. Maybe he can try riding Squeaks again. Liam whirled around, almost stumbling over the rocks at his feet.
Or maybe he can try walking like the rest of us.
Liam, he hurt... I started, but he promptly cut me off.
Please,
he scoffed, gesturing to Jonah hanging in the trees.
He's living in luxury there. The dude's taking a fucking nap, while the rest of us are climbing Mount fucking Everest.
I stopped in my tracks, completely taken off guard by Liam's tone. Imogen came to a halt behind me. Jonah's snoring and the sound of heavy winds were all I heard. I blinked several times, trying to find the words. But what was I supposed to say to that? Liam obviously wasn't looking for comfort. Imogen stepped in for me, though her tone was anything but comforting. She was beyond irritated. I'm sorry, Liam, she snapped. Were you looking for a free ride to the top? I mean, did you want to break an ankle? At least you can walk.
Yeah,
Liam bit back sarcastically.
I have so much to be thankful for. Thanks for the reminder. Never mind the fact that...
He cut off abruptly. What? Imogen demanded. Liam turned away from her and fixed his eyes on the mountain peak again.
Nothing,
he mumbled. No! Imogen stomped up to him and stood on her toes so he couldn't avoid her gaze. I want to know. What were you going to say? A muscle popped in Liam's jaw.
It doesn't matter.
Imogen crossed her arms. It does. If you have something to say it. He spoke through clenched teeth.
Sophia's right. We need a break. Besides, I know a plant in this area that might help relieve some of the lumberjack's pain.
Liam shoved Jonah's shoe he still held into Imogen's hand. Then he whirled around and started down the mountain. Liam, I called, but he ignored me. I turned to Imogen. He's being ridiculous. I know, she agreed, but it's Liam. He needs to cool off. I nodded. Thank you, by the way, for carrying Jonah to keep our secret. Imogen shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. We don't need to piss Liam off more than he already is. Agreed, I said. I plan on telling him, but after the tournament. We don't need him abandoning us in the middle of it. He's coming back, right? Imogen glanced to his retreating form. Yeah, he's coming back. Imogen lowered Jonah to the ground beside us. He stirred and his whole body shivered. I don't know how we're going to get him over the peak of the mountain, Imogen said. I bit my lower lip, staring down at him. I think we need to heal him. Liam will know something's up, Imogen protested. He already thinks Jonah's faking it, I argued. Right now, Jonah is worse off than Liam. We need to help him. Imogen hesitated. Fine, but Jonah can't tell Liam, not until we make it out of here. Liam will freak. I know. Essus, come on, buddy. Essus hopped down from Squeak's back and scurried over to where Jonah lay. I knelt down beside them. Do you think you can help him, the same way you helped Aisha? Essus nodded eagerly, then placed his tiny little hands on Jonah's skin just above his sock. I didn't get to witness his miraculous recovery since the injury was internal, but watching Jonah's energy return was magical enough on its own. Slowly, color returned to his face, and his eyes fluttered open as the bruise faded. How are you feeling? Imogen asked. Confusion settled over his face, and he wiggled his foot. Surprisingly well. How long was I? Jonah cut off when he saw Essus at his feet, his tiny hands on him and his eyes closed. Realization crossed Jonah's face. Holy shit! Jonah cursed as he shot upright to a sitting position. Essus can heal! Yes, I confirmed in a nervous tone. But it's a secret. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Jonah demanded. He could heal Liam. Shh, I cried, slapping a hand over his mouth. He promptly stuck his tongue out to lick me. Ew, Jonah, really? Don't put your hand on my mouth, Jonah snapped back. But seriously, Sophia, how could you not tell Liam? He could finally get better. I know, and I want him to. But can you imagine his reaction? I pleaded. Jonah contemplated it for a moment. He still has a right to know. If Essus healed him, we could make it back faster. I know, I insisted. But what if it tears our group apart? If Liam feels betrayed, if he feels like he can't trust us? We can't deal with that right now, Imogen finished for me. Jonah still looked skeptical. How long have you known? A few weeks, I said, dropping my gaze. We kept it a secret to protect Essus. I don't want anyone taking him from me. You could have trusted us, he said. What would you do if Squeaks had unique magical abilities? I asked. You'd do whatever you had to in order to protect her, wouldn't you? Jonah glanced to Squeaks, who was nipping playfully at Sassy on her back. Yeah, I guess I would. Please don't tell Liam, I begged. I need to protect Essus. We need to protect our team. Liam's my best friend, Jonah said harshly. You want me to keep it a secret that the cure for whatever he's suffering from is right there in front of him? Yes, because we have no choice, I said firmly. Jonah hesitated. Fine, but you better tell him after we make it out of here. Not telling him... It's cruel. I flinched. I will, I promised. I'll let him ride Squeaks to the top, Jonah said. He's lighter than me, so she should be able to take it. If she doesn't trip over her own feet, Imogen mumbled. Squeaks shot her a death glare. Sorry, Squeaks, Imogen shrugged. You're kind of a klutz. Liam's loud footsteps and mumbling reached my ears. He was already on his way back. I could see him trudging through the thin trees. This forest is fucking useless, he shouted. Ancestors, Imogen muttered. He's like an emotional hurricane. I thought Tawakwa were supposed to be gentle.
Jonah just rolled his eyes. "Can I have my shoe?" Liam stomped out of the trees and toward us. "Excellent, you're up. Looks like you don't need that painkiller after all." Jonah forced a painfully fake yawn. "Nah, dude. That nap really helped. My ankle's feeling better. I think I can walk from here."
Liam huffed and started back up the mountain. He muttered under his breath, loud enough for us to hear.
"Unbelievable. Yet no one listened when I said you were being a baby." "Hey," Jonah called as Liam distanced himself from us. "You want to ride Squeaks?" "And fall down the mountain when she trips?" Liam yelled back. "No, thanks. My own 2 feet are pretty reliable."
Which I could tell was a total lie because he was struggling to walk. Why was he so stubborn?
"Are you coming or not?"
Liam asked. We all hurried behind him. Nobody spoke as we continued our trek, finally cresting the mountain and starting down the other side. Hours passed, until the sky began to darken into evening.
"We need to stop."
Jonah finally broke the silence.
"We still have some daylight left," Liam replied. "It won't take long to make a shelter now that we know what we're doing." "I don't mean stopping for the night," Jonah said. "The pressure in the air just shifted. I think a storm is going to reach us soon."
Liam glanced to the darkening sky above us. The clouds rushed by, swirling into indistinct shapes that warned of danger. The wind around us picked up almost instantly, and thunder rumbled in the distance.
"How soon?"
Liam asked. Now!" Imogen shouted, pointing above us. I followed her gaze, only for my stomach to instantly bottom out. A funnel cloud was forming in the clouds above us, and it was going to land right on top of us.
Chapter 21. As if we didn't have enough to deal with. We'd just gotten over being buried alive, and we hadn't even gotten a good night's rest before a fucking twister decided to fuck up the party. This monster was no joke. It hadn't reached the ground yet, but I could see that the funnel cloud was 1/4 of a mile across and had huge power. The roar of it was so loud that it was hurting my ears. Once it reached Earth, it would send us flying all the way across the country. I quickly analyzed the area. There were no ditches to lay down in, and outrunning the twister wouldn't work. "Imogen, can you get us underground?" I asked at the top of my lungs as the tornado drew closer. I could barely hear myself. I didn't know how the others would. "I don't have enough time," Imogen shouted. "It would take a few minutes at least." That was it then. We only had one option. "Jonah, you're up," I shouted. "This is your task." Unlike Imogen yesterday, Jonah looked completely determined. His face was completely calm as he shouted, "Imogen, use the tree roots to hold everyone down. I'm gonna end this big bastard." Imogen did as she was told. She wrapped the surrounding trees' roots around our legs and ankles, securing me, Sophia, Sassy, Esses, and herself down. For extra precaution, I drew up water from the ground and froze it around our feet and between the roots so that we were firmly held in place. The ice crept up Esses's body until only his head was sticking out. He gave me a scathing look I ignored. Jonah didn't need to be held down. He forced the air around him and Squeaks to calm, making an invisible shield that the tornado couldn't penetrate. But he could only protect himself, not us. Squeaks remained outside with Jonah, taking a wide stance and screeching at the tornado like it was a challenger that had encroached on her territory. Jonah wasted no time and threw his hands out in front of him, shooting out a strong gust of wind that was meant to break the twister's rotation. The twister seemed to slow, but it didn't stop its descent. The moment the twister touched down about 50 feet away, things really started going to hell. Rocks and debris were picked up and thrown around as projectiles, and smaller trees began getting uprooted. "Look out!" I shouted. Imogen and Sophia ducked as a sapling was hurtled toward us full speed. It was hard to move around against the strength of the storm. Jonah kept increasing his power, trying to break the funnel of the twister, but it wasn't working. No matter how hard he tried to get the tornado to break and the winds to go in a different direction, it only seemed like the twister gained intensity. Squeaks kept her wings pinned to her sides and concentrated, giving what power she could to Jonah. Even from a distance, I could tell Jonah was working really hard. The twister was more powerful than he was. A majority of his magic went to keeping himself anchored, but he couldn't be tangled up in the roots like us because he still needed to move around in order to use his element. He was stuck. I heard large breaking noises as trunks behind us were shattered by the force of wind. The larger trees were coming up too. There had to be 4 or 5 elementi behind this twister, controlling it. I couldn't imagine how the elders expected us to survive this. I could feel the ice starting to crack around our heels, and the roots were starting to break too. It wouldn't be long before the twister pulled us up. "Squeaks, I need help!" Jonah screamed. Squeaks ruffled her feathers and shook her head. There was a fierce glint in her eye. She drew a deep breath and then opened her mouth, screaming at the top of her lungs at the twister. The very ground shook, and it wasn't because of the twister. Squeak's shout caused the twister to waver, rocketing back and forth at the force of her cry. Jonah's air gathered around her and pushed the tornado backward. Squeaks walked forward, still braying, and the tornado started to head in the other direction. It was backing off. Holy shit! Squeaks is powerful. I thought that Squeaks was going to have it handled, but then she coughed and staggered to her knees. She got back up, but when she shouted again, her scream wasn't as strong as it had been before. The twister buckled at her shout, but remained, then started spinning toward us again. Squeaks' scream had weakened the tornado, but it hadn't broken it. "I can't control it," Jonah yelled. "But I have an idea. Everyone let go." "What?" the 3 of us shouted in unison. "Are you crazy?" Sophia yelled. "Just trust me," he cried back. "Imogen, let go of the roots. Everyone make a chain." There wasn't time to argue. I melted the ice around Sassy and Esses first. Esses dragged himself toward Sophia and held on to her leg, while Sassy launched herself at Imogen, clinging to the front of her shirt. We all held hands, me grabbing onto Sophia's and Imogen's as the last of the ice melted. Imogen began to release the roots, and we started to lift into the air. "I hope you know what you're doing," I yelled at Jonah as he grabbed Imogen's hand. Squeaks unfurled her wings. She was immediately carried off, swirling around the edge of the twister. I realized Jonah's plan the second before it happened. "Everybody hold on!" Jonah screamed, and the roots broke loose. We were instantly carried off into the air. The twister sucked us up, and all sound drowned out as we entered into the eye of the storm. The tornado spiraled us around violently. I felt like my arms were going to be ripped off as I held on to Imogen and Sophia's hands. My stomach churned as we were sent spiraling around. I was going to throw up. Though I couldn't hear anything, I could see the horrified looks on everyone's faces, and I knew they were yelling. Imogen was crying, Sophia had her eyes closed, and Esses's chubby cheeks were getting blown back by the wind. Sassy dug her nails into Imogen's chest, holding on for dear life. The only one who wasn't screaming his head off was Jonah. Though we were in the middle of the tornado, his eyes were narrowed in concentration. He was completely calm, like he was born to be up here. Using his element, Jonah ricocheted us away from the tornado. We went flying hundreds of feet above ground at a high speed, but it was away from the twister. Once we were out of the reach of the vortex, we started falling. Fast. While we were all screaming our heads off, Jonah shut his eyes. Calm air gently came up beneath us to support our weight like a parachute. We drifted toward ground at a leisurely speed until our feet hit the grass softly. Squeaks was already there waiting for us, peeping happily. The mountains were far in the distance now. We had landed in a valley on the edge of the forest. I collapsed when my feet hit the ground, and so did Sophia and Imogen.
Jonah was the only one still walking. He had his hands on his hips and was looking very full of himself. "There, safe and sound." I gagged. Sophia held her head like she had a headache. Imogen lay spread out on the ground with Sassy, who had all 4 feet above her so it looked like she was dead. Esses rubbed Sophia's temple until she rose to a sitting position. Jonah raised an eyebrow. "Hey, you guys okay?" "Are we fucking okay?" I closed my eyes and tried to make the earth stop moving. "I hate heights." Imogen shivered. She sat up and Jonah helped her to stand. "I like keeping my feet on the ground." "Well, let's hope that we never have to do that again." Jonah clapped Imogen on the shoulder. After a few moments, I managed to push myself to my feet. The ground was still moving, but it wasn't like that hadn't been happening for me for the past 2 days now anyway, so I forced myself to rise. I needed to tough it out. Let's hope so. That was some pretty spectacular stuff, Jonah. "Wasn't it?" Jonah threw an arm over Squeaks. "But it was nothing me and my girl couldn't handle." Squeaks chortled and nipped at Jonah's hair. His bun had come loose in the chaos, and now his hair was down around his face. It was a mess. Imogen's lips quivered. "You know, Jonah, with your hair down like that, you look like a sexy Viking." "Yeah," Sophia giggled nervously. "Like Thor." "More like Tarzan." He brushed back his messy hair with one hand. "Though if you ladies want to play Jane, I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm looking for a wild man myself." Imogen and Sophia burst out laughing. It was the kind of laugh people made when they were on the edge and just needed to loosen the tension. Jonah joined in, and I shook my head. This tournament was making us lose it. We walked for a while until we reached the trees again. "We should rest," I said. "We barely slept in that cave." The group nodded in agreement. Imogen began building her root house again, and Sophia and Esses started looking for firewood. Jonah dragged over 2 large logs for us to sit on. I sat down, and Sophia put her kindling in the middle before starting a fire. I wanted to help the group, but I just couldn't. I didn't have anything left. I managed to draw up a small well of water we could use to drink before I put my head in my hands and sank it between my knees. I felt awful. Sometime I started coughing. Hard. Jonah kept looking at me, but I ignored him. I struggled to take deep breaths and concentrated on just breathing. I didn't know how long I sat there, but after a while I could smell rabbit cooking. Sophia offered me a leg, but I shook my head. Just looking at it made me queasy. "Liam, you have to eat," she said, shoving it toward me again. I took it and forced down a few bites, though my stomach churned and cramped with each swallow. After a couple of minutes, I stood up. "Hey guys, I'm going to scout ahead really quick," I told them. "See where we should go in the morning." Nobody questioned me. I took off into the woods, far enough away so nobody would hear, and threw up the few bits of rabbit Sophia had forced me to take. I felt clammy. I pressed a hand to my forehead and flinched at how hot it was. I was running a fever. I coughed again and quickly covered my mouth with my hand. I slowly drew it away. When I did, I noticed my fingers were covered in blood. The grim reality set in. I was dying. I knew that already. I'd been hiding that from my team since we'd gotten buried in that mountain. It had taken everything I had to get us this far. I knew I wasn't going to make it through this tournament. I'd never see my family again. That much I was sure of. My only goal now was to get my team as far as I could before the end. They didn't realize why I was pushing them so hard because they thought we had no time limit. Oh, we had a time limit all right. It was me, and my clock was ticking fast. It wouldn't be long now before my time would be up. I knew I'd been a bigger asshole than usual during this tournament. I didn't mean to. I'd been trying to control my temper, but I wasn't a superhero. They didn't realize how hard this was. They all had their familiars to lean on for support. I had no one. When I fell, I had to catch myself.
Doing this tournament with a familiar was difficult, but without one, it was fucking impossible. I wiped the blood off my face and hand before I headed back to the fire. "That was quick," Jonah remarked suspiciously. His eyes followed me as I sat down. He was on to me. Whatever. I shrugged, and Imogen commented,
"Hey, guys, do you realize that there's only one more task left?"
"Yeah," Jonah said, clarity dawning on his face. "We're almost done. We might get to go home tomorrow." I thought about it. We did only have one more task. This awful tournament wasn't going to go on forever. There was just one more trial we needed to pass. Maybe I'd last that long. I coughed violently again and didn't let myself get my hopes up. I had a day left, if that. Sophia didn't say anything. She stared into the fire with Esses curled up in her lap, looking haunted. Fire was the only thing left. That meant it was up to Sophia. I didn't know if she believed in herself enough to do it. That frightened me. We didn't come all this way just to die tomorrow, did we? Well, I did. I just didn't want that to happen to everyone else. "Hey, Imogen," I said, and she looked up. "I'm sorry I was such an ass back there in the cave. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. I just knew you could do it." Imogen didn't say anything, but Sassy climbed up on my lap and licked my cheek a few times. Her tail swished back and forth happily, and I knew Imogen had forgiven me. "That goes for all of you," I said, looking at Jonah and Sophia. "I know I've been kind of rough on you guys so far, but I know you can make it through this thing. If I push you, it's because I want you to succeed. Sorry if it comes off in a shitty way. I can be over the top sometimes." "Sometimes?" Jonah asked, and Sophia smirked. Everyone laughed, including me. I cleared my throat. "Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I believe in you guys, and I'm sorry for constantly freaking out on you."
"Aw,"
Imogen said, and Sassy let out a happy bark. Esses clapped, and Sophia smiled. "Group hug," Jonah announced, and he got off his seat. "No, this isn't that kind of—" Nobody heard me. Imogen, Jonah, and Sophia rushed toward me and gave me the biggest, most sappy hug that has ever happened in all of existence. Sassy twirled herself around my legs, and Squeaks threw out her wings to encompass us fully. I could even feel Esses on the top of my head, squeezing me tight. All right, I said, and I pushed everyone off of me. "That's enough of that. This isn't the Bleeding Hearts Club." I yanked Esses off of my head and handed him back to Sophia. Her eyes, they were sparkling. "We're totally going to do this, guys," Jonah said. "We're going to get through the tournament, and it's going to be together." Imogen and Sophia cheered, but I only plastered on a fake smile. I knew they'd have to make it to the finish line without me. Imogen and Jonah went to bed before Sophia and I did. They took Sassy and Squeaks inside the root hut, and soon it was just the three of us gathered around the fire. Esses sat by the flames and rubbed his little paws together to keep warm. Sophia crossed her arms and held them tightly against her body.
"I'm worried, Liam. What if I can't do it?"
"You can," I told her. I was starting to shake, but it wasn't because of the cold. I tried to force myself to stay steady so she wouldn't notice.
"I don't know."
She threw a stick into the fire.
"We don't know what's coming. I'm not prepared. I'm not ready.
She dropped her head, and Esses put a paw on her calf for comfort. I'd go over to her, but I was having trouble moving at all at the moment. "Come here," I said. I opened up an arm, and Sophia got up. She left her log to sit next to me. I pulled her close and laid my head on top of hers as we stared at the fire. Her just pressing against me was enough to make me feel a tiny bit better. My pants were practically doing the happy dance. Despite the fact that my body was shutting down, my dick was working just fine. I couldn't seem to help the fact that I got a boner every time I got within 3 feet of Sophia. Though we were in a life-or-death situation, all I wanted to do was lie down for another long cuddle and something else. Last wish, maybe? She sighed.
"I don't think I can do this."
"You don't have a choice," I told her softly.
You don't understand, Liam. I'm not strong enough. I'm going to fail.
No, Sophia. I grabbed her shoulders and shook them. You have to pass that task tomorrow and get Jonah and Imogen through this. You hear me? Whatever it takes. She stared at me.
I notice you didn't mention yourself.
I stayed silent, and she added,
It seems like you're saying if something happens, to go on without you.
My heartbeat sped up. I didn't say that.
Sounds like it.
She pressed further into my chest.
That was really sweet, apologizing to Imogen and Jonah,
Sophia said quietly. I'm not above apologizing, I told her. Ancestors know I'm the biggest fuck-up on this team. I know how to ask for forgiveness.
You're not a fuck-up, Liam. You're the best person I know,
Sophia said. You've met a lot of shitty people then. I laughed under my breath, but secretly I felt like flying. I can't believe she thought so highly of me. I didn't deserve that.
I really do mean it.
Her voice became heavy.
But I can't help but wonder if that was really an apology or a goodbye.
My insides rolled and I shuddered. What do you think, Sophia?
I think you're the one who cares the most, but you don't like people getting too close, so you push them all away, Sophia said. This isn't goodbye, Liam. We crossed that finish line together or not at all.
It was awesome she didn't want to give up on me, but I was a lost cause. Sure, I promise, Polly. She seemed a little less nervous now.
I'm glad you're here, Liam. I want you to be there with me when we finally reach the end.
I just wrapped my arms tighter around her for an answer. I wanted to be there more than anything, but the truth was I wouldn't be able to. My body wouldn't let me. The hardest part of this tournament wasn't going to be losing my life. It was going to be leaving Sophia. Well, 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 what do we have here? A huge figure blocked out the sun. It was Jonah, looking down on us with a smug smile on his face. Squeaks was nearby, her head tilted in curiosity. Sophia untangled herself from my limbs and stretched. I slowly pieced together what was going on. Fuck. We'd fallen asleep by the fire while Imogen and Jonah had spent the night inside the hut. I damn well hope the cameras hadn't caught that. Imogen was nearby, and she had the most satisfactory smile on her face.
Ha! I knew it.
Shut up, Im. Sophia sat up and yawned. She rubbed her eyes and brushed her hair out of her face. Though my body felt like it had been pummeled by a ton of bricks, I rolled onto my stomach and forced myself onto my feet. I was sweating all over, and though it was cool out, I felt like it was 100 degrees. My fever had gotten worse overnight. My throat was dry and it hurt to speak, but I knew my team needed a final pep talk. It'd probably be the last one they'd get from me. Okay, team, we're tired, gross, and hungry, but we're almost there, I said. Let's finish this. It felt like I had concrete on my feet, but we only had a few miles left to go, maybe a little less. I forced myself forward and my team followed. As we walked through the forest, I noticed the team separated. The girls were up ahead, talking lowly. I'd bet money Imogen was interrogating Sophia about us. Nothing got the team moving quite like gossip. Hey, what's up between you and Sophia? Jonah asked me without so much as a good morning. Are you two together? Like I said, screw food and a shower. The latest on my sex life was enough to sustain Jonah for days. Enough, Jonah, I sighed. Did you guys do it? Jonah whispered. I want all the deets. Squeaks widened her eyes and squawked. No, Jonah, I said in irritation. Besides, there's not exactly a convenience store around here to swing by and pick up condoms. Hey, when nature calls, Jonah offered. If you really think Sophia and I are gonna bone when we're in the middle of... I stopped midway through my sentence to take several short, quick gasps. I literally couldn't breathe. It felt like there was an elephant sitting on my chest. I tried gasping for air again, but hardly any came through. My mind whirled and the earth started spinning. It felt like I was underwater and there was no way up.
Jonah's playful expression changed to concern. "Liam," Jonah said, and he stepped in front of me. He grabbed my shoulders and looked me in the eye. "You need to breathe, brother. There's hardly any air getting through your windpipe. I can feel it." My gasping had gotten the attention of the girls up ahead. They turned to look at me while Jonah took one hand off my shoulder and started making back and forth motions with it. He was literally pushing air through my lungs. Imogen held her breath while Sophia squeezed Esses. Esses had little tears welling up in his eyes, but I couldn't be sure why. Why was the little bugger so upset? "I'm fine," I said as I got my breath back. My throat was open now and I could feel air filling up my lungs. I didn't have to struggle. Things righted themselves for a minute before I coughed hard. This time there was no hiding it from the team. A huge globule of blood came out of my mouth and nose, and I struggled to catch it. I stumbled forward before Jonah caught me. The girls gasped when they noticed the blood, and Jonah's eyes narrowed. Jonah put a hand on my forehead before I could push him away. "He's running a fever," Jonah said viciously. He was pissed.
"You didn't notice how hot he was?"
Imogen turned toward Sophia, surprised.
I thought it was just because I'm naturally warm," Sophia said. "I couldn't tell."
I coughed again and more blood came up. I wiped it away with my sleeve, but that didn't stop the looks my team was giving me. Even Sassy and Squeak's mouths were open.
"Liam,"
Sophia spoke softly like she couldn't believe it, like this was her worst nightmare happening right in front of her.
"Liam, this is bullshit. Why didn't you tell us you were this sick?" Jonah asked.
His hands were bunched into fists. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say. How could I tell them this was it for me? But I didn't get a chance to answer because right then a fireball whizzed by my head. I jumped backward. The fireball whirled by my face and smashed against a nearby tree, singeing it. At first I thought it was the trial, but then I noticed we weren't alone. Haley was standing across the clearing from us, along with Anwara, her two teammates, and their familiars. At the start of the competition, Haley had looked confident. Now she was a mess. Her outfit was stained and torn, and her hair was in tangles around her face. She and her teammates were sporting various scrapes and bruises. Anwara was missing feathers, while the stone lion had chunks of it that were gone, and the winged jaguar was carrying a hurt paw. They looked like they hadn't rested in days.
"Haley,"
Sophia started, and she put herself in front of me.
"What are you doing here?"
Haley didn't answer. Her face contorted into a snarl, and she yelled, "Attack!" Fire, air, and earth started coming at us from all sides. We had no choice but to react. Imogen immediately brought up a wall of dirt that we ducked behind. Sophia started tossing fireballs back at Haley, while Jonah blew a gust of air at his fellow Yapluma, trying to push her back. Imogen was in a battle with the Navita guy. Her plants acted like whips, breaking apart the stone boulders that he tried to chuck at us. This crazy bitch was literally trying to kill us, all for a damn trophy. Had she lost her mind? I heard loud squeaks and snarls, and I dared to look over the wall. Squeaks was in a tussle with the stone lion, while Esses and Sassy both were taking on the winged jaguar. The jaguar was bigger and more threatening, but Sassy and Esses were small and quick. The cat couldn't get a firm grip on them. They bit and scratched at the jaguar, taking turns distracting it. The stone lion was too heavy for Squeaks to move, but Squeaks wasn't exactly tiny herself, so she used her bulk to throw the other familiar around while her hooves chipped at the lion's rock-hard skin. Anwara was flying above us. She opened her mouth to breathe a jet of flame, but I summoned my element and water came splashing upward into her mouth. I used what power I had to keep the phoenix subdued, dousing her in as much water as I could summon from the ground. Anwara was soaking wet, but she continued to try and light us up, all with desperate glances back at Haley. Haley grew more furious with her familiar every time she failed to hurt one of us. Teams sometimes tried to sabotage each other on their way to win during the Cup, but a full-on war between two teams had never happened before.
This was absolutely ridiculous. I bet the fans back home were loving this drama. "Haley, we're outnumbered," the Navita guy shouted. "We should go."
"No, we're not going to lose to a bunch of freaks,"
Haley screamed. She increased her firepower, but she was the only one who did. The Yapluma girl was starting to back off Jonah, and the Navita guy hesitated in throwing more boulders, unsure of what he should do. But the Yapluma girl had made up her mind. She dropped her hands and stopped summoning her element, causing Jonah to halt his attack. Her winged jaguar batted Sassy and Essus away, returning to his elementai's side.
"I don't want to do this anymore, Haley,"
she screamed. The Yapluma girl backed away against a tree.
"We shouldn't be attacking our own people, even if they are our competition. It's fucked up." "Shut up,"
Haley screeched.
"It's just a stupid cup. I'm leaving."
The Yapluma girl turned her back on Haley and stomped away. Her familiar followed her, trotting to his elementai loyally. Haley gritted her teeth.
"Nobody turns their back on me."
Haley screamed, and the sound that came from her mouth was so primal, it was almost evil. At her command, the trees around her Yapluma teammate lit up in flames. Branches crashed to the ground, and a large one cracked and fell downward, landing on the Yapluma girl and her familiar. I could hear their agonized screams as they started burning to death.
"Haley, stop!"
Sophia screamed in horror, but Haley only increased the size and heat of the flames. Haley grinned widely as her teammate cried for help, and her right eye twitched. The Yapluma girl tried to escape by pushing outward with her element, but the air she provided only fueled Haley's fire.
"Stop it!"
Sophia had enough. She ran forward and pushed Haley down. Sophia used the power of her element to suppress Haley's and make the fire smaller. I snapped out of it and brought water coursing up from the ground. I tried to put it out as quickly as I could, but it was no use. The Yapluma girl and her familiar were already dead. There was nothing left but their blackened corpses. Haley laughed. It was twisted and sick. It wasn't even human. Sophia's entire body was shaking as she backed away from the charred bodies. Haley only had herself and her Navita teammate left. She had to make sure both of them survived in order to pass the tournament. The Navita boy was pale. He reached out to steady himself on his stone lion, staring at the blackened husk of the person that had been there just moments before. Haley took off running. It was only a few seconds before the Navita boy and his stone lion followed. Enwara soared after, but her sharp eyes lingered on the fallen tree and the ashes that remained. Sophia heaved for air next to me. Her face was red, eyes absolutely burning. Her expression was furious, and her whole body shook in rage.
"Haley!"
Sophia screamed. She started forward and chased after her housemate. Essus tried to stop her by yanking on her pant leg, but she shook him off and continued to pursue Haley. "Sophia, don't!" I yelled, but it was too late. Sophia had already taken off. Imogen, Jonah, and I raced after her, trying to catch up. Haley was drawing us to the one place we didn't want to go. The final task.
Chapter 22. Evil! She's pure evil! Rage rocketed through me as I raced through the woods behind Haley. Flames begged to escape through my closed fists. My hands burned until I couldn't take it anymore, and fire shot between my fingers. I didn't know what I was going to do to Haley when I reached her. All I knew was that somebody needed to teach her a lesson. Haley and her teammate dodged around thick trees and jumped over fallen logs, their familiars close on their heels. She shot a glance back over her shoulder. A satisfied smirk touched her lips when she saw how far behind I was. Her laughter echoed through the forest. My legs burned as they moved beneath me, and my head spun. I hadn't eaten much the last few days, and it was starting to show. The way Haley moved so quickly and agile, she probably shoved some energy bars in her pockets before the opening ceremony.
Sophia! I heard someone's voice behind me, but I barely registered it. All my attention was focused on Haley. She was headed straight for a sharp decline in the forest, an area that looked as if a river had once flowed through it. In a last-ditch effort, I drew my arm back and hurled a fireball at the back of her head. She jumped before my fireball made it to her. Her body dropped out of view as she slid down the ravine. I pushed past the heat climbing up my legs and raced faster. I reached the ravine and braced myself. My feet dug into the dirt to slow my fall down the hill, but I managed to keep my footing. My eyes darted from one side to the other, but Haley was nowhere in sight. She was gone. Sassy jumped into the ravine behind me, Squeaks and Essus closely following. Squeaks tripped over a rock on the hillside and tumbled the rest of the way down. She landed with her wings spread out beneath her and her legs straight up in the air. She quickly righted herself and shook her head. Essus scurried up my pant leg and onto my shoulder. Imogen almost lost her footing as she raced after me, but a loose rock jumped upward on her way down the hill. She stepped on it to steady herself before stopping beside me. Jonah and Liam made it to us a few seconds later. Liam gritted his teeth and breathed heavier than I'd ever seen him breathe before. "Sophia, stop!" Imogen demanded. I barely heard her. "I think she went this way." I took a step to my right, but Liam's hand shot out and grabbed mine. He instantly pulled away as if my skin had burned him. "Sophia," he said, concern etched in his features. "We can't waste our energy fighting against other teams." "She killed her teammate!" I growled, unable to control the anger coursing through me. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so out of control. Probably never. "She murdered someone!" "I know," Liam said with a sigh. "But we can worry about Haley later. We're almost to the final trial and—" Jonah's scream cut through the air. He ducked just as a fireball at least a foot across whizzed by his head. It landed in a pile of dead leaves that instantly burst into flames. My eyes darted in the direction it came from, only to see that another dozen fireballs were headed our way, each one bigger than the last. We all took off running in the same direction down the length of the ravine. Beside me, Liam tripped, but I caught him before he could faceplant. His body slumped against mine. He was so weak now that he could barely walk. "Duck!" I shouted as another incoming fireball headed our way. I couldn't even tell where they were coming from. Above us, trees lit up in flames. Jonah and Imogen, along with their familiars, hesitated ahead of us to make sure we were coming. "We have to get out of here!" I cried. Jonah climbed the steep side of the ravine. He reached out a hand and helped Imogen up in a single swift motion. I supported Liam's weight and helped him over to Jonah. Jonah grabbed Liam's hand and heaved him upward. Liam tried to stand, but by now his legs were pretty much useless. Squeaks pushed on Liam's butt with her head to help him up. Essus tugged on my hair just in time for me to see another fireball flying in my direction. It flew so close to me that it singed the hair on my left arm and ignited the leaves on the ground only a foot away from me. Heart hammering, I reached out for Jonah and hurried to my feet beside them. Sheer hopelessness slammed into my gut when I finally got a good view of the landscape above the ravine. Ahead of us, the entire forest was engulfed in flames as far as the eye could see. A sharp pain assaulted my nostrils as I inhaled thick smoke. It felt as if a cinder block had been dropped on my chest as heavy air settled in my lungs. The heat radiating off the nearby flames was almost unbearable. This was bad. My team couldn't take as much heat as I could. I had to get them out of here now. "This way!" I shouted. I guided them through a maze of flames, following the path of fresh underbrush. Fire was closing in on the greenery quickly, narrowing our way out. Flames completely overtook the path ahead of us. I whirled around, searching for an alternate route, but I couldn't see one. Couldn't feel one. I stopped in my tracks in a small circle of untouched earth. It was barely 10 feet across and shrinking by the second. Imogen's eyes darted around the forest, as if calculating our options. "It's your trial!" Imogen cried to me over the crackling sounds of burning wood. "What do we do, Sophia?" I didn't really have time to think about it, but I also didn't know the answer. When I tried to access the fire to test its power, it was too much. Rage and prejudice hung thick in the magical flames. I could literally feel the hatred of the elders as they pressed their fire toward us. They wanted us to die, the misfits we were. We didn't belong in this society, and they wanted to make sure we knew it. Or they were testing me, seeing if I was the prophesied child they'd been waiting for. But prophecy or not, there was no way I could calm the elders' fire on my own. Instinct told me to do the exact opposite. I have to make them bigger. I aimed my hands at the closest flames that were creeping across the forest floor toward us. "No," Liam wheezed. His body was half draped over Squeak's back. He barely got the words out. "You have to calm the flames." "Agreed," Imogen said, looking worried. "You need to clear a path." I hesitated. The fire inside of me begged to escape, as if it was trying to tell me something. But my teammates were right. Calming the flames made the most sense. They were more experienced at this elementai stuff than I was, so I was just going to have to trust them. It wasn't going to be easy. Putting out Doya's flames in class was hard enough. I didn't know how I was going to calm myself first, not while I was still fuming over Haley, and while my teammates were dangerously close to cooking to death. I stared at the flames in front of me, willing them to shrink. They were almost as tall as I was, and growing. From beside me, Jonah started humming the melody to the tune we sang in the cave. Imogen joined in. My anger and worry slowly began to wane at the comforting sound of their voices. I did my best to ignore the heat and the heavy smoke. Slowly, the flames in front of us shrank enough that we could trample over the embers. I started forward, attacking the next flames as I went. Sweat dripped from my brow, and my knees shook. I could feel my energy draining with each passing second. I glanced ahead of us and saw nothing but burning forest. Behind us, I could see where the fire ended at a clearing only 50 yards away. My gut twisted at the thought of turning back, but I'd rather keep my team alive than rush to the finish line. "I don't know how long I can keep this up," I told my team. "We should turn back." Nobody had a chance to agree or disagree. Just as I said it, a wall of fire surged in front of us. It was at least 20 feet tall and so unexpected that I leapt backward, nearly tripping over Sassy. Essus teetered on my shoulder but quickly righted himself. The flame's power surged through me. I had less than a split second to decide my next move. Against my better judgment, I acted on instinct. I took hold of that power and threw my anger back at the wall of flames. The flames shot high into the air, touching the treetops and burning the leaves above our heads. When they calmed a second later, they were barely higher than my knee. It was better, but not enough to walk through. "Soph!" Liam tried to speak, but started coughing uncontrollably instead. Blood shot from his mouth and sprayed on the ground below him. Guilt shook my body. How had I not noticed how sick he was getting before? Liam could barely hold himself up. There was no way we were making it to the end of this fire labyrinth with him conscious. I rushed forward and guided his arm over my shoulder. "We're going back. We'll find another way once Liam's feeling better." "He'll feel better soon," I told myself with each step I took. "Once we make it to the clearing, Essus will heal him. Liam's temper be damned. I can't keep it a secret any longer." "Let me," Jonah coughed through the smoke. "Help. He reached out for Liam's other arm, but before he could grab it, a fireball flew down from the sky and whizzed between them. Jonah jumped back next to Imogen and both of their familiars. "Let's get out of here!" I shouted. My words were drowned out by the wind picking up around us. Air rushed by my face, throwing my ponytail in every direction. The flames died down for a moment in the wind, but quickly came back in full force as soon as the energy pulled back. Flames rose high above our heads, and sweat dripped down my skin. I willed the flames to shrink just long enough that we could make it out of the wildfire and into the clearing up ahead. I started forward, but Imogen's scream caught my attention. I whirled around just in time to see a swirl of fire cutting through the space between us. Sassy jumped backward and yipped, letting me know she'd been burned. Essus gasped and jumped off my shoulder. He leapt through the underbrush, straight for the wall of flames separating us from the rest of the group. "Essus!" I cried. He disappeared into the flames, sending my stomach plummeting downward. "Imogen! Jonah!" I screamed. The flames were so high that I couldn't see them. "Go ahead of us!" Imogen called back. I could barely hear her over the angry roar of the fire. "No!" I yelled. "I'll get you out!" "I'll manage it!" Jonah screamed back. "Save Liam!" I hesitated, but I didn't have the luxury of thinking it through. Liam coughed and doubled over, stumbling out of my grasp. He caught himself by landing directly on a flame burning a sapling beneath him. He jerked his hand away, but the damage had already been done. His palm was red and blistered. He stared down at it with a blank expression, like he barely knew what was going on. If I didn't get him out of here now, the thick smoke was going to kill him. But, "Essus!" I cried. I held my hand up in front of my face, shielding my eyes from the burn of the flames. I didn't hear if anyone replied. My familiar was gone. I had no idea where he went, or if he was even still alive. Liam sputtered again and rolled onto his side. I didn't want to leave everyone else behind, but I had to help Liam. Jonah and Imogen at least had a fighting chance. Liam only had me. My hands shook as I reached for Liam to help him to his feet. His arm draped limply around my shoulder while mine wrapped around his waist. He was seriously heavy and was dragging his feet, but I forced myself to hold on to him and put one foot in front of the other. "Earth, water, fire, and air," I began singing, knowing that the distraction was the only thing that would get us through the flames. My voice cracked, and tears began to slide down my cheeks. I could barely see the clearing anymore, but every few seconds it revealed itself through the flickering flames. "Almost there. Gifted to us by the breath of a prayer," I continued. Sobs broke out in my chest as Liam's head lolled to the side, resting against mine. "Please, Liam," I whispered. "Stay with me." He coughed again, but it sounded more like wheezing. The flames ahead of us were dying down, but they weren't going away completely. Behind us, the flames grew higher and higher, licking into the sky like a beacon to the ancestors. The underbrush around us had almost been completely consumed. I didn't have a choice but to head forward into the smaller flames. My boots stomped out most of the flames as I dragged Liam forward, but there was a wall of fire beside us that made it increasingly harder to breathe. Liam's arm was starting to slip away from my grasp as sweat coated our skin, drenching us both. "Not that much farther," I said, though I had no idea if he was still conscious. "We can do this." My knees wobbled beneath me. I could barely hold Liam up. I thought I might collapse right there for the wildfire to consume us. At least it'd be a quick death. And then, just like that, we broke through the flames. Cool air rushed around us, and I inhaled a deep breath. I dragged Liam farther away from the flaming trees until the heat was barely a tingle across my skin. When I glanced back, I saw that the flames were no longer advancing on us. They stopped abruptly at the edge of what looked like an invisible wall, as if the elders were keeping them contained for a purpose. Above us, dark clouds swirled, as though a thunderstorm was rolling in to make the last task even worse. I dropped to my knees and gently laid Liam down on the earth beside me. His eyes were closed, and his face expressionless. His arm flopped to the ground when it slid off my neck. "Liam! Liam!" I pressed my hands to the sides of his face, smacking him lightly in hopes of startling him awake. "Open your eyes! Please, ancestors! Liam!" Tears streamed down my face and fell onto his shirt. I inhaled a deep breath to steady my trembling fingers, then dipped my head down to his. I intended to give him mouth to mouth to breathe some clean air into his lungs, but before my lips connected with his, a noise bubbled up from his throat. I pulled back and stared down at him. "Liam?" He cleared his throat and forced his eyes open. It looked like he was trying to lift bricks with his eyelids.
"I'm fine, Bowie."
I sniffled. "You're not fine. Not in the slightest."
"Leave me,"
he said in a dry, scratchy tone. "No!" I shook my head. Liam coughed so hard that it took him a good 10 seconds to get over it. When he could finally speak again, he asked,
"Where's Essus?"
Concern knotted in my gut. He went after Sassy."
"Go,"
Liam begged. His eyes finally opened enough that he met my gaze.
"Believe me, you don't want to lose him. You don't want to live like this."
It sounded like it took all his strength to tell me that. "I can't just leave you," I protested, wiping my runny nose.
"You have to, Bowie,"
he insisted.
"I'm dead weight, literally."
"Don't say that," I sobbed. "You—" Liam reached out to me. His rough fingers ran over the skin on the back of my hand. His bottom lip trembled, and his eyes glistened as he gazed up at me.
"I was never going to make it back alive, Sophia. We all knew it from the start. I got you all this far, but you're going to have to get everyone else to the end."
"Liam, please!" Tears flowed from my eyes like a river.
"Stop acting like you have a choice, Sophia," he said softly. "You can't save me."
"I could have. I still can." My head dipped so low in guilt that I rested the side of my face on him. The rise and fall of his chest was so comforting. I couldn't let him go. I knew it was selfish, but I would miss him too much. He was the first thing at Orenda Academy that made it feel like home. I'd never truly thought we wouldn't make it to the finish line together. Liam raised his hand and laid it on my head, brushing away my flyaway hairs.
"Sophia, please, go. The team needs you. Essus needs you. There isn't time."
I lifted my head and blinked away the tears. He was right. I didn't have the luxury of lying to myself, of convincing myself he would make it. It was a miracle he'd made it this far. It tore my insides into a million tiny little pieces that could never be put back together, but I had no choice. Liam's heavy eyelids fell shut.
"It's okay, Sophia. I've had my extra time. I'm ready to go."
"Liam!" I squeaked in a small voice.
"What, Bowie?"
he asked in a labored tone. I couldn't bring myself to tell him how I felt about him. I would never be able to leave his side if I did. Instead, I brushed the hair out of his face and bent to press my lips to his forehead. Please, tell Neshoma about me." He sighed heavily.
"I will,"
he whispered. That was the last thing either of us said before I rose to my feet and raced back into the flaming forest. The smoke was thicker than ever. I coughed uncontrollably and squinted my eyes. I could hardly see anything as I walked back through the flames. "Essis!" I shrieked. "Imogen! Jonah!" No answer. A terrifying thought occurred. What if the rest of my teammates were gone? What if I was the only one left? "Ancestors, no!" I cried aloud. "Please, please, please!" In front of me, 4 figures swooped down from the sky. I took a step back, startled. I didn't recognize the familiars at first, not until they shifted, their coloring washing across the landscape like a watercolor painting. 2 men and 2 women stood in front of me, gazing at me with proud looks upon their faces. It was like the fire didn't bother them one bit. Why would it? They were only spirits. My ancestors. I remembered them from the night Liam took me up to the mountain to meet them. It was the same 4. The warrior in a headdress, the guy in a cowboy hat, the redhead in a ball gown, and the woman with long black hair. They'd been watching over me, and they'd come to answer my prayers. I cleared my throat. "Please, ancestors, I've lost my familiar. I need to get to him." None of them spoke. They simply turned in unison and pointed to my right. "Thank you!" I exclaimed. I wished I could stay around and get to know them more, but now there wasn't time. They each offered a sweet smile and took a bow. I bowed back. When I lifted my head, they were gone. Without hesitation, I sprinted in the direction they'd pointed. I ran maybe 30 yards before my eyes fell upon a small white figure moving through the trees. Relief and panic swept through me all at once. Essis scurried around on the surface of a large rock. Flames engulfed the earth on all sides of him. He glanced upward, as if calculating whether or not he could reach the branches above him, but those too were on fire. Fear glistened in his big blue eyes, and he let out a tiny scream of horror. He was searching for a way out that he was never going to find. "Essis!" I screamed across the space between us. His ears perked up at the sound of my voice, and his eyes scanned the forest until they landed on me. He stood on his toes and reached his tiny little arms upward for me. "I'm coming!" I called. I concentrated on the flames between us, forcing them to die down. My concentration broke when a tree branch snapped from behind me and slammed to the ground. It landed with a thundering thump. The crackling sound of burning trees surrounded us. I was completely out of time. If I waited for my power to control this fire any longer, we'd both be pinned beneath falling branches. So I did the only thing I could. I raced into the flames. I managed to keep the ones around me lower than my hips, but they licked up from the ground and seared the skin on my legs. My pants caught on fire just as I reached the rock and lifted myself up onto it. I immediately grabbed Essis and wrapped him in my arms. But I barely had a second to enjoy the relief flooding through me. The fire covering my pants burned my skin. I knew I was Coigny and could hold fire in the palm of my hand, but facing someone else's fire was unbearable. If it was normal fire, I'd be fine, but this was magical, powerful. Pain radiated up my leg as I tried to smother it by clapping my hands against my pant leg. The slapping motion made it even worse. What was I doing? I couldn't fight a Coigny's power with this stop, drop, and roll shit. As Essis snuggled into my shoulder, I held my hand just above the flames, scalding my skin. I pulled against their power, fighting to kill the flames. To my relief, they disappeared before my eyes,
and all the fire in the immediate area died down, leaving nothing but blackened trees and ashes. There was a huge hole in my pants, and my skin was blistered, but I was still conscious. I could still find the others. Esses hopped down from my shoulder and onto the rock, then placed his tiny little hands on my leg. Of course! Why didn't I think of that to begin with? The burning pain crawling up my leg eased. Right in front of my eyes, the blisters shrank, and the red burns faded until there was nothing left but smooth, untouched skin. I scooped Esses up in my arms and hugged him close. "Thank you! I'm so glad you're okay." Esses chippered and glanced around nervously. "Right." I rose to my feet, glancing around our rock in search of an exit. Truth be told, one way wasn't any better than the other. "Which way did the rest of them go, buddy?" Esses' eyes widened at the question. He lifted a hand to point one way, but hesitated and pointed in another before pulling his hand back and shaking his head. He doesn't know. Unease swept through me. Imogen and Jonah could be anywhere. They could be dead. I had 360 degrees of burning forest to search through. I'd never find them. The best I could hope for was that Jonah had been able to get them out. Esses jumped out of my arms and looked around. His little nose twitched as he rose up on his hind legs and his ears perked up. He gave a long, lonely call, but nobody answered. He glanced back at me, unsure. In the pit of my stomach, I knew. Esses was looking for Liam. "He's gone, Esses," I said. I forced the words past the lump in my throat. "I had to leave him behind." Esses' blue eyes swam. He couldn't speak, but I knew what he was saying. "But you love him." I forced back a sob. "It doesn't matter. He's already dead. He told me to go. He's not going to make it. He was never going to." Esses stared at me like what I said was a lie. I tried wiping my face, but the tears kept on coming. I didn't want to live a life without Liam. It was impossible to think about. Everything I knew about being an elementai, about this world, he taught me. Everything I wanted, he was. I put my head in my hands and cried. I don't know what to do. I didn't know what direction my friends were in, or how I could help them if I did find them. I'd left the man I loved to suffer a painful death. I wasn't an elementai. I was just a stupid girl from Utah. I didn't feel like I could do anything. I heard the sound of chimes on the wind, and a low drum accompanied by a slight breeze. I looked up. My ancestors had returned. They gathered around Esses and me in a circle. 3 of them, the warrior, the cowboy, and the woman with black hair, started to dance, twirling and circling to the beat of the drum. The red-headed woman in the ball gown approached me slowly and reached out. My hand was shaking, but I allowed her to touch me. I couldn't feel her skin against mine, but I could see it. The red-haired woman took my hand and smiled at me gently. She didn't speak, but when she squeezed my hand, powerful emotion flooded through me. It was small and warm, spreading throughout my body slowly and making me feel happy and safe all over. It was love. And the love my ancestors gave me swept away any doubts or insecurities I had about not being good enough to finish this tournament, not being good enough to be an elementai, not being good enough to save Liam. That kind of love stopped my tears and made everything seem like it was right again. It was the same thing I felt every time I thought of Liam. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. Liam Maito might be ready to leave me, but I sure as hell wasn't ready to leave him.
I was going to save his life. Then we'd go and find Imogen and Jonah together. Even if I failed, I was going to be there with him as he died, so he wouldn't be alone. And so I could finally tell him what I felt for him was real. "Thank you," I whispered to the red-haired woman. She smiled at me again, then slowly vanished as the breeze swept by. My ancestors gradually faded away, their colors bleeding into the wind. But I knew they weren't truly gone. Though I could no longer see them, I knew that they'd always be by my side to guide me. Esses chittered at my feet. He tilted his head to the side and looked up. "How good is your healing ability, Esses?" I asked. He gazed up at me with those big blue eyes and shrugged. "Well, we're about to find out. We're going back for Liam."
Chapter 23. This was the last way I wanted to die. I lay flat on my back on the ground and looked up at the sky. It took all my energy just to breathe, and every breath got harder. The pain had mostly gone away, and my body had gone numb. Though parts of me were burned, I could feel myself growing cold as each breath grew more and more shallow. For a second I thought my heartbeat had stopped, until I realized just the sound was growing fainter in my ears, beating lighter against my chest. To make things worse, it had started raining. It wasn't a little drizzle either. The rain was coming down so hard and in such big droplets that it made it hard to move my limbs. The wind was whipping against my face, and the fires raging in the distance still filled the air with smoke, so it was even harder for me to breathe. Dark clouds gathered above, and lightning crackled throughout the sky while thunder shook the earth. I was absolutely soaked in a matter of seconds. The dirt quickly became thick mud underneath me, and my clothes absorbed the mess. I tried to make the rain stop, but my element was like the rest of my body. It just wasn't working. Have you ever felt yourself actively dying? It's like the worst thing ever. You can feel your organs shutting down and everything getting weaker. The smallest task takes a tremendous amount of effort. It's like your entire body's giving up, but at the same time, you've never wanted to live more than in that very moment. Your intention is to cling to life, but the vessel you're riding in says no. I hoped that during the tournament I would get taken out quickly by one of the tasks, but my luck wasn't that good. I was dying, but it was slowly. This could take hours. I didn't know how I was going to say goodbye to this world. I wouldn't get a goodbye with my family. Sophia had been all I had, and fuck, that nearly did me in. I didn't want her to leave me. More than anything, I wanted her to stay by my side so I wouldn't have to be alone. But at the same time, I didn't want her to see me die, and I knew Jonah and Imogen needed her more, so I let her go. But that's what you did for people you loved. You sacrificed your life so they could go on. That's what love was. Anyone who didn't agree, who said that love was just chemicals in your brain or selfish fulfillment or whatever, was just fucking stupid. And ancestors, I loved her. My heart was so full for her, it was about ready to break. Being on my back was putting a lot of pressure on my lungs, so I forced myself to roll over onto my stomach. I didn't know where I harnessed the energy, but I somehow managed to force my weak limbs into doing what I asked. I ended up flat on my face in the mud. The dirt actually felt like a pillow against my head. I wanted to close my eyes, but I knew the minute I did, that would be it, so I forced them to stay open. I had wished to die for months, but now that the time was here, I wanted to stay. I had been so foolish. I'd wasted so much time longing for the end, I didn't realize what a gift I had when I had it. I wished I could go back and see Sophia smile one last time, or make Jonah laugh again, or just hang out with my brother. Instead, I'd squandered away my time hiding away in my room and being too scared to face the world. I let out another breath. They were getting really shallow now. Maybe it wouldn't be as long as I thought. It sucked it had to be on TV. A pair of black paws appeared in front of me. Yep, definitely not as long as I thought if Neshoma was already here. "Hey, buddy," I rasped. "You here to take me home?"
I couldn't see anything but his paws and the end of his tail. I was too weak to lift my head up. Neshoma didn't bend his head down to lick me or anything, just stood there. Get up. I would have died of shock if I wasn't already there. What? Get up. Are you fucking serious? I had to struggle to get the words out. Neshoma, it's over. It's time to go home. Get up. He was stubborn. His paws didn't move. Didn't you hear me? My mouth twisted in a snarl that was half agony, half rage. I'm ready to die. Get up. Apparently he didn't think I was. This is crap, I muttered, but it was more of a wheezing gasp. I tried to push myself upwards, but my arms shook and I failed. I only ended up face-planting in the mud again. Get up, Liam. Get up. His paws started to dance in front of my face. At his insistence, I reached out with both hands and pulled myself through the mud. He moved out of the way, walking beside me and shouting, Get up! Get up! Other people's familiars probably greeted them with hugs and kisses on the other side. My jackass familiar had to make me prove I was worthy. Crawling on my hands and knees would have been faster, but I couldn't manage that, so I more or less slid my body along the mud. Neshoma started to bark, and I managed to move a little faster. My hand that was burnt all to hell was throbbing, but I ignored the sharp pain jolting through it and continued on to ancestors knew what. A cave came into view only about 10 or so steps away. I realized Neshoma's plan. In the cave, the cameras wouldn't be able to see me and I could die in peace. It wouldn't be televised for the entire tribe to see. I wanted to die with whatever dignity I had left, so I forced myself to crawl on my stomach toward the cave. I could hear Neshoma's steps beside me as the mud turned to solid rock. I reached the cave wall. Somehow I forced myself upright and into a sitting position. It was easier to breathe that way. I lay back against the rock and heaved for air. At least I was out of the rain. Out of sight of the cameras, I breathed, and I reached out a hand to graze Neshoma's fur. Good idea, buddy. My hand brushed nothing but air. He was already gone. I tried to roll my eyes. Even that was too much effort. Whatever. I'd see him again in a minute anyway. Colors were starting to muddle together and become fuzzy shapes. I think I saw a group of people gathering around me, though honestly I was so delirious I couldn't be sure. In a tree outside the cave, an eagle looked down and cocked his head, giving a sharp cry. Grandpa? I gasped. It was the last thing I had the strength to say. My head lolled to the side. I saw someone running toward me, a fuzzy white shape at their feet, before I slipped away. I came to slowly. I wondered if I had melded with Neshoma yet and what that would feel like. But then I realized that I was very much still in my own body and still hurting, though not as bad as before. And I was still in this fucking cave. But it was all right, because Sophia was there. She kneeled next to me on her knees, her beautiful face studying me carefully. Her thin eyebrows were scrunched together as if she was watching something take place. Sophia? I whispered. I pushed myself upward off the wall before I realized I shouldn't have the energy to do that. I started, and Esses gurgled unpleasantly. He was on my lap and looking pleased with himself. Liam! Sophia flung her arms around me and squeezed me tight. I hugged her back, but I was still kind of in shock. What was going on here? Sophia, let go. I can't breathe, I gasped. She was crushing me. Poor Esses was getting squished between our chests. Oh, sorry. She backed away nervously, and Esses plopped out between us. Esses massaged his head and grumbled at her. You always give the tightest hugs, I said, and I rubbed my ribs. Not a bad thing, I added when she opened her mouth. Liam, Sophia said, and she pointed. Look. I did. My hand.
It was okay. The blisters and burn wounds were gone. It was like the skin was brand new. I brought it in front of my face and turned it around. Not a mark on it. In fact, all the scratches and bruises I'd sustained from the tournament were also gone. I was no longer sore, and my lungs felt clear instead of full of blood. The only thing that still remained was the constant inflammation pulsating through my muscles that I usually felt on a daily basis. I hardly even registered it. I even felt hungry. Starving, in fact. That was a miracle in itself. I'm not fucking dead, I said, stunned. No, you're not, Sophia said. She looked even more relieved than I felt. What the hell happened to me? I asked. I was pretty much dead and now I feel fine. Well, not fine. I shifted uncomfortably. I still hurt, but it's like I was at the start of the tournament. I can breathe fine and everything now. Sophia hesitated. I don't know what happened, Sophia stuttered. I just came back to find you, and when you weren't where I left you. Oh, God, Liam. She put a hand over her mouth and tried not to cry. I thought you were already dead and that the officials had come and got you. But Essus made me follow him, and I found you here. You were all healed up when I arrived. This cave must be super magical, I said, looking around. It's the only way to explain why I healed so fast. Maybe it's one of the original sites of the tribe or a place where the ancestors commune. Sophia made an noise and said, Yeah, that must be it. Essus let out a trilling noise. Inside, I was hollow. Neshoma hadn't come to take me to the ancestors. His only job had been to get me to the cave, to heal me. I felt tremendously grateful and horribly bereaved all at once. Liam, I was wondering, how do you feel? She asked cautiously. I rolled my shoulders back. I don't know. Not 100%, but I can walk and stuff. Oh, she seemed disappointed. Yeah, I guess it would be too much to hope that the cave would cure me completely, right? I asked cheerfully. But I sure as hell wasn't complaining. Being disabled was a big step up from being dead, so I was going to take it and be grateful. Did you find Imogen and Jonah? She shook her head. I just found Essus. He pretty much convinced me I had to come back for you. Did he really? I scratched Essus between the ears. You miss me, little guy? Essus gave me a sneaky grin and wagged his tail. I looked at his elementi. Sophia, why did you come back? I asked lowly. I didn't want you to stay. I wanted you to be safe. Her brown eyes were heavy with all sorts of unsaid things. Liam, I think you know why, she whispered back quietly. She leaned forward. I didn't realize it was to kiss me until she had done it. You ever just stand in the ocean and let a wave crash over you, but it's a lot more powerful than you thought, and it ends up knocking you off your feet? That's what it felt like when Sophia kissed me, except 10 times stronger. If her existing was the wave, kissing her was like the whole damn ocean. Her lips were warm against my cold ones and felt really soft. She smelled like crushed autumn leaves and smoke, and even like the ocean at midnight. She put so much emotion into the kiss I could feel it, and I allowed the strength of her feelings to wash over me as she brushed my face. Without thinking, I reached upward and caressed her hair back, running my fingers through her hair until my fingers were entwined in her locks and holding the back of her neck. Sophia moved forward. Her lips didn't part from mine as she sat on my lap and hooked her legs around my hips. I wrapped my free arm around her waist and held her tightly to me as she deepened the kiss even more, drinking from me as if I was her life. She parted her mouth a little and I let my tongue slip in. Sophia moaned and moved against me, biting sharply on my bottom lip before pushing her tongue into my mouth in response. Ancestors, this was fucking amazing. Like the best kiss of my life. I squeezed her even tighter and gave an involuntary thrust up. She responded by rolling against me, and I nearly died.
Liam, she groaned. I took her mouth against mine again before she could say more. I had to keep kissing her, because if she said my name like that again, I'd lose all self-control. It got to me how incredible we were together. Months of repressed emotion and want came boiling over as her hands ravaged my hair, her fingertips rippling down my chest. My eyes were closed, but the way she made me feel took away any need I had to see. It was almost too much to handle. My entire body felt like it was riding a huge wave that could see over the entire world, only to come spiraling back down before it rose to the top again. I thought that she'd stop kissing me, that she'd get tired of it, but she didn't. She kept loving me like she didn't realize I was just broken parts. I always thought that when you kissed someone new, you had to get used to the way they did it, but not us. We kissed each other like we'd been doing it for ages. We didn't even have to think about it. We just let it be. It was like we were made to exist together. I knew right then she could kiss me forever and it wouldn't be enough. Why did Sophia come back for me? I knew why. It was because she loved me. When she finally pulled back, I'm pretty sure it was only because both of us had to breathe. Esses gave a low whistle. Sophia blushed. I grinned and pushed him over. Ancestors, I was literally seeing stars. That had made me lightheaded. How long had we been making out? Was it just minutes? Because it felt like days. That kiss had been everything I'd secretly dreamed of and hoped for since I walked into her living room back in Utah. I only wish I'd been the one to kiss her first. Sophia stared back at me. She was slightly panting. Liam, what are we? I didn't know what to say. How could she ask me something like that when my hormones were raging and all I wanted to do was tackle her and make love to her on this cave floor, even with S's watching? But then something registered in my brain and the question made me run cold. What were we? Obviously more than friends. Were we boyfriend and girlfriend? I hated the word lovers because it creeped me out and made it seem like what we were doing was dirty and wrong. We were in love with each other, obviously. Neither of us could deny it anymore. But what did that mean? There were still rules we had to follow. Toaquas and Coignes couldn't be together. Our world wouldn't allow it. I wanted to say, I love you and let's run away together, but what came out was, we should probably talk about that when our lives aren't in danger and we know our friends are okay. She nodded. Right. She clambered off my lap and nearly fell over. It made me laugh under my breath. I got up and reached out a hand to pull her to her feet. When her hand was in mine, I didn't want to let go. Sophia gave my fingers a reassuring squeeze before she finally pulled away. It was hard to look at each other because we'd just acknowledged the elephant in the room that we'd been avoiding for months. And damn, it was taking up the whole cave. Where should we go? I asked, just to break the tension and move on from that bomb kiss that I desperately wanted to go back to. Sophia put a hand to her chin and said, I have a feeling we should see where this cave leads. Back there is just a bunch of smoke and fire. Maybe Imogen and Jonah are already ahead of us. I'm following you. Esses led the way, his little nails clicking on the stone as Sophia moved forward. I stayed behind and tried and kind of failed to not watch her ass. I was alive, damn it. I was making the most of it. Unlike the cave we'd gotten stuck in the other day, this one was well lit with multiple holes in the top and walls that were made of black stone with small silver flecks. It was more like a cavern. It looked like the rain had cleared up and the sun was out again from the sunlight that was bursting through the top of the cave. From what I could tell, it was around dusk from the orange light gleaming in through the crevices in the ceiling. My steps were really bouncy. I felt like I was on top of the world. You seem like you're in a good mood, Sophia said, and she smiled. Fucking giddy. And I meant it. That had been a close call back there. Not to mention my not dying prize had been kissing Sophia Henley because that had been pretty rad. I bet that kiss had something to do with it, Sophia said coyly. Something else is pretty happy too. You mind your business, Pawie, I told her.
There's still some things I have to teach you, and believe me, I'm gonna have fun doing it." Sophia blushed. The pink in her cheeks got me excited. I couldn't wait until I could put my lips all over those cheeks and her hair and about a million other things. I needed to stop. We were still at risk out here. All that fun stuff would come later. Sophia and I went quiet, both lost in our own heads. Eventually, we came to a place where the cave split. Esses went to the right side and started hopping up and down, pointing down the long pathway.
"I think he wants us to follow him,"
Sophia said, turning to me. "That little guy has good instincts, and so do you, Sophia," I said, pointing at her. "I think if we had listened to you all along, we wouldn't have gotten so turned around in this tournament." Sophia had a determined look on her face.
"I don't know, but I am sure that I'm never going to make the mistake of second-guessing myself ever again."
I was happy about that. Sophia had come to school so unconfident and unsure. She'd even been too scared to confront Haley. Now she had faith in herself. It was enough to make me proud. The tunnel ended and widened into a huge opening where the cave opened up to the great sky. Here I could see that the sun really was setting. It bathed the entire cavern in a blood-red glow. A tiny waterfall trickled down from an unknown source into a silver pool that was only about as deep as our ankles. But that wasn't the strangest thing about the cave. It was a totem. At least that's what I could describe it as. It looked as if it was carved from white bone and had all 5 house symbols on it: Coigni, Toaqua, Navita, Yopluma, and Anachi at the very top. It was only about as big as my palm and could fit in my hand. It was floating, literally floating, over the middle of the silver pool and was bathed in a soft ray of white light that seemed to emit from the totem itself. A soft music hummed in the background. Chimes, drums, and the whispering of the wind. I'm certain I heard the ancestors' voices in there somewhere. My element wavered within me, signaling something was up. The closer I got to the totem, the more my water wanted to freak out. Whatever that totem was, it was insanely magical. Esses stood by the edge of the pool and looked intently at Sophia. It was like he was asking her to grab it. Sophia was transfixed by the totem. Her face glowed, and she had a strange expression on her face, like all she could look at was the floating talisman. She started walking toward it slowly, her feet entering the pool as she approached. "Sophia, don't touch it," I said, wary. "We don't know what it is or what it does."
"It won't hurt me, Liam," she said.
Her voice was far away, enchanted. It was like she was under a spell.
I know it's meant for me."
Like that made a whole lot of fucking sense. I opened my mouth to say something, but found myself absent of words as Sophia reached out and grasped the totem in her hands. I had to duck as a blast of air shot backward from the totem. It blew Sophia's hair back and created a whirlwind as the sun was swept out. The room was bathed in colors of silver, blue, and white shadows. Dark figures of creatures I didn't know the names of ran along the stone walls, creating an ancient dance that had long been forgotten. Sophia held the totem tighter in her hand, and blue fire lit up her form, creating a raging inferno that she was completely immersed in. But the blue fire didn't hurt her. It just made her more beautiful. It grew and intensified, shooting up to the ceiling in a spectacular show. Sophia looked up at the dazzling display, stunned by the show of magic she was creating. Esses's blue eyes widened and he cheered loudly, like his elementi had finally accomplished what she'd been destined for. I about fell to my knees. I had to force myself to stay standing as I watched Sophia bring the totem close to her heart. She was like a goddess, invincible and unreachable. When I saw her like that, holding the totem with that blue fire blazing all around her, I didn't need to ask if she was the one the prophecy was talking about. I knew she was. The prophecy was real. Sophia was the one who was to bring glory to Coigni. Everything the firehouse had talked about for hundreds of years had been about her. The rumors were true.
The end times for the Hawkeye were here. Coigny House was going to take over and rule over everyone. And Sophia would be the one to end all things for the Elementi. The blue fire eventually died down. The shadows fled along with the dark creatures. Sunlight came back to the room again. Sophia looked over her shoulder at me, her chestnut hair settling around her shoulders. This was crazy. Sophia was strong, stronger than I ever imagined. She was only a first year, but give her enough time and her magic would make fools out of us all. She was so powerful, she could rule the entire tribe. I bet she could even take it over by herself if she wanted. And I was in love with her. If I thought things couldn't get more complicated, I was a damn liar. Sophia moved toward me. I took a few steps back and she paused.
Liam, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost.
She seemed puzzled. I had a hard time responding. It hit me. I was afraid of her. I snapped myself out of it and said, "Hey, are you okay?"
I think so.
She made a face.
What was all that?
Poor Polly. She was always so behind. Guess that was a good thing in this circumstance, though. "I'm not sure," I lied. "But I think you should put that totem back."
Put it back?
"No," she said, and Esses hissed loudly.
I'm not doing that. Besides, where do you want me to put it? It was floating in midair.
Good point. I was really glad the cameras hadn't caught what had happened, because I didn't know if Sophia was ready to face all of that. I wasn't sure if I was either. She opened her hand and looked at the totem. Beneath each house were various inscriptions. It was ancient Hawkeye, but it was some sort of code I couldn't read.
What do you think it means?
I have no clue. I tried to study it, but I was spooked. All looking at that totem did was make me nervous, but I no longer thought it was the totem that was all-powerful. That was Sophia herself. Whatever that thing was, it was just a tool that she used to channel her power. She didn't realize that.
Should we tell Imogen and Jonah about this?
She held the totem out for me to take. I shook my head and folded her fingers over the totem, gently pushing it back toward her. "No, I think this should stay between us." Sophia nodded and pocketed the totem in one of her pant pockets, securing it with a button.
Okay, our little secret.
We sure were coming out of this cave with a lot of secrets. This was like the tunnel of love / tunnel of stuff I didn't want to get involved in. I grabbed her hand and tugged on it. I was almost scared to touch her, like I would get shocked. But that was stupid, and I told myself to stop being a dumbass. "Come on, Sophia. Let's get out of here." Sophia lingered a moment longer in the cave, like she didn't want to leave it, before she finally relented to me tugging on her arm. We walked out of the cavern and into the cool forest air just as the sun was going down over the horizon. Sophia lit up a tiny fire so we could see as we hiked through the woods, looking for Imogen and Jonah. After a few minutes, Sophia spoke.
Liam,
Sophia said cautiously.
you're acting different.
I shook my head. "I'm fine, Polly. This tournament has just been really something." Esses chattered in agreement, and Sophia nodded. I felt guilty. I didn't want to treat her different. She was still my sweet Sophia, wasn't she? I couldn't imagine her hurting a fly. She was too nice and innocent, and she was still a virgin, for crying out loud. I didn't think she could kill anyone or be a dictator over an entire tribe. But that's not what the prophecy said. And judging by what I just saw, Sophia could slaughter anyone with her powers in the blink of an eye. Maybe I was getting ahead of myself. The prophecy only said that she would bring Coigny glory. Maybe it wasn't as doom and gloom as the Tawaquas made it sound. What if instead of taking over the tribe, Sophia helped the Coignys learn how to get along with the rest of us? Doubtful, Liam. You know how Coignys are. No, not Sophia. She wasn't that way. Not all Coignys were like that. Sophia was incredible. She was a wonderful person, and her element was soon going to be unchallenged. If the wrong Coignys got their hands on her, they could turn her bad.
They would try anyway. I didn't think Sophia would turn, not unless something awful happened to make her that way. My eyes wandered toward Esses. There were Coignes alive who would hurt him to get Sophia to do what they wanted, I was sure. There was all the more reason for me to stay close to her. You can't protect her forever, Liam. I could fucking try. I'd give my fucking life to defend her now, I knew that. I'd do everything I could to keep the Coigny elders from getting their filthy hands on her. Anyway, if Sophia did end up going crazy and taking over the tribe, she probably wouldn't kill me if I was her sugar baby. And I'd still be in love with her anyway, so it was a win-win. I heard branches snapping in the trees ahead of us. I held out an arm to hold Sophia back. Wait, I said lowly. She paused. We proceeded with caution toward the noise, peeking out through the branches. Thank the ancestors, it was Jonah and Imogen. They were alive, huddled up against Squeaks for warmth, Sassy in Imogen's lap. They didn't look hurt or injured. They were awake, but on the verge of nodding off. I went to go say hi, but Sophia held me back, a mischievous smile on her face. She crept through the bushes until she was right in front of them. Boo! Sophia yelled loudly. Jonah and Imogen both screamed. They toppled over as Squeaks got up and ran for cover. Sassy nearly jumped out of her fur. Sophia laughed. Surprise! She cried. It's us! Jonah's eyes widened in shock, and Imogen's face spread into a wide grin. Sassy gave a happy yip as she rushed to greet Esses. Squeaks was so excited to see us, she started doing a dance. You assholes! Jonah roared. Do you realize how glad we are to see you? Jonah stormed forward and picked both Sophia and me up at the same time, raising us off the ground and hugging us tight. When he dropped us, Imogen latched onto Sophia and clung to her best friend like she was all she had in the world. You guys stuck around? Why didn't you go forward? I asked, baffled. We couldn't move on without you guys, Imogen insisted. We weren't going to leave you behind until we were sure we had no other choice. My cold, dead heart was about full of all the affection I could take today, but Imogen's words made it melt a little faster. Thanks, Imogen. Jonah pumped his fist in the air. You have no idea. Wait, Jonah paused. His eyes widened as he looked me over. What happened to you? You look better. It's a long story, I started. I went into this cave and I passed out. When I woke up, I was completely fine. I shrugged. Weird, huh? Must have been magic. Jonah and Imogen looked at each other. Yeah, weird, Jonah said. We're almost at the finish line, I continued. We still have each other. We can still do this. Sophia? I looked at her. She seemed so much more sure of herself than she did last night. She stepped forward and said, I wasn't ready before, but I am now. I can handle my task, guys. It was really rough before, but I have an idea on how we can get through the flames. Her hand fell over the pocket that held the totem. You've got this, Soph, I said finitely. I trust that you can handle this alone. But she doesn't have to, Imogen said, realization dawning on her face. We'll work together, Jonah suggested, and his words sped up as he got excited. I'll send away the smoke so we can breathe. Liam and Imogen can use their elements to try and douse the flames, and Sophia can control it. If we all lend a hand, we can get through the final task together. Sophia's face glimmered. You guys mean that? Of course, Imogen flung her arms around Sophia's and Jonah's shoulders. What are friends for? Squeaks squawked in approval. From her back, Sassy and Esses cuddled up against each other and gave noises of agreement. All right, I said, satisfied that I didn't have to come up with a plan for once. If we feel like we can take this, let's get this over with. The team cheered and we started walking toward the finish line again. The final task was only a short walk away, but I didn't feel terrified of it anymore. We'd already been through hell and back. We'd seen the worst and come out stronger. Nothing could break our team now. I was sure of it. So, Liam, Jonah said as a really bad way to start off a conversation, and I suppressed a groan of irritation. He held me back, away from the girls as we headed forward. I can't help but notice something's changed between you and Sophia. And how'd you gather that, Jonah? I asked tiredly. I hadn't even touched her since we got back. I sensed the sexual tension in the air, Jonah said, and he waggled his eyebrows. What exactly happened when you guys were separated from us? I decided to cut out all the sad stuff and get straight to the point. We might have kissed. Jonah gave a girly squeal. You guys kissed? No way. Keep your voice down. Yeah, so we kissed, big deal. I snapped back under my breath. It's not like we banged or anything. Up ahead, the girls had their heads together and were giggling. I bet anything Sophia was up there telling Imogen every minuscule detail of our make-out session. I hope that was impressive. She'd impressed me. I prayed Sophia didn't think I drooled or anything, or worse, that I sucked at kissing. How embarrassing would that be? I thought it was pretty good. This is just the start, Jonah said, rambling on. Before you know it, you guys will be making the cutest babies. I'll get to be Uncle Jonah. Jonah's stupid words brought up all sorts of emotions. Part of me was like, hell yeah, I hope she lets me put a baby in her. But a bigger part was like, yeah, never gonna happen. It was just a kiss, dude. Let it go. I sighed. Oh my ancestors. Liam, are you in love? Jonah's jaw dropped. Shut up, I growled. You are! Jonah jumped up and down and clapped his hands. I never thought I'd see the day. My little boy, all grown up. I'm older than you, jackass. Oh! Jonah reached out to pinch my cheeks, and I slapped his hand away. He craned his head around. Hey, girls, Liam's got a crush. Okay, that's it. Team meeting, I shouted loudly, and everyone turned to look at me. I slashed my hand through the air to get their attention and said, Newsflash, and as I'm sure everyone has heard, I shot a look at Imogen, and she giggled. Me and Sophia made out in the cave. So what? Can we please move forward and end this thing? I really want to go home. Jonah smiled like it was his birthday. Imogen was giggling, and Sophia was beet red. I caught her eyes, and we both grinned and looked away. Like Liam said, it was just a kiss, Jonah said, mocking me. And a lot more than that. He scrambled the words together quickly. Buddy's right, we need to get home. We have a ball to get to. Imogen whooped happily. She jumped on Jonah's back, and he piggybacked her ahead, letting out a victory cry. Sophia and I stole a glance at each other. She was still pretty red. Liam Maito's got a crush, huh? Yeah, I do, I whispered, and I dared to reach out and brush my fingers through hers for a few seconds. I was really fucking glad the cameras only caught visuals and couldn't record audio from so high up, because what we were saying was so incriminating. There'd been talk of hooking the contestants up with microphones a few years ago, until the tribe decided it was too expensive. Thank the ancestors they didn't go through with that plan. The mood got somber as we approached the site of the final task. All jokes fell to the wayside as everyone got serious. We really screwed up last time. It wasn't just Sophia's fault, and we needed to rely on each other to reach the end. We finally reached it. We stood in a line, watching as flames sprang up out of nowhere before us. They didn't approach, but they didn't move either. The flag was on top of the mountain, just on the other side of them. They were even hotter and angrier than they were before. I could feel the heat from here. Sophia swallowed. She stepped forward and said, Let's do this, guys. Together. Sophia led the way. Her powers pushed against the flames, protecting us as we headed back into the inferno. The rest of us got right to it. Jonah redirected the smoke away from us and manipulated the oxygen so it didn't empower the flames any more than it already was. Imogen piled dirt on top of the fire. The familiars walked behind, calling encouragement as we continued at a steady pace. I summoned as much water as I could from the earth and used it to put out as many of the flames as I could, though they basically sprang back up the minute I got rid of them. But with our combined efforts, it was easier than before. It was still hot, but we slowly made progress. The flames were pressing inward and getting closer, but none of us panicked. We just continued calmly as a unit. We didn't have to say anything, but it was decided between all of us that if one of us didn't get out, none of us got out. We were in this together or not at all. We'd survive as one or die as one. There was no other option. Midway through the flames, Sophia turned and locked eyes with me. Passion ignited between us, hotter than the flames closing in, and it was like I could see the change in her. Something behind her gaze clicked, and I saw her face clear. She knew what to do.
"Guys," Sophia said, "pull back your elements. I can do this."
"Are you sure?" Jonah cried back. "We're doing pretty good as it is."
Sophia gave a broad smile. "I can handle this. I know I can."
Imogen and Jonah seemed nervous, but I wasn't. I had complete faith in my girl. "She's got it, guys," I shouted. "Trust her." At the same time, Jonah, Imogen, and I stopped casting. The fires roared to life beside us and rushed in to devour us alive. But instead of making the flames smaller, Sophia made them bigger. Imogen, Jonah, and I ducked. But we shouldn't have. The flames ricocheted backward and rocketed toward the sky, yet we didn't feel the heat. The air around us was cool, the temperature regulated. Although there were 20-foot walls of fire raging around us, it felt like we were walking through a freezer. The flames were so close I could reach out and touch them, but even so, I didn't think they would burn me even if my hand was stuck in the middle of them. Sophia had them under her command. The sight of Sophia's magic, what she could do, it was nothing less than fucking incredible.
"Stay close to me,"
Sophia instructed. Her face blazed like the flame she controlled.
"We're going home."
Sophia proceeded forward. Essus jumped off of Squeaks and ran to be on Sophia's shoulder where he belonged. I looked up at the massive firewalls, hardly able to believe what was happening. Was this really real? Everything felt like it was in slow motion. We must have looked like total badasses for the cameras, walking through the flames with Sophia in the lead like they were nothing to handle. Even I could feel the rage of the elders as they tried to break through Sophia's magic, but it didn't work. She sustained her protective shield around us with no more than a bat of an eyelash. This was impossible. A Coigny couldn't do this. An elder couldn't do this. But Sophia could. I worried her secret about being the prophesied child wouldn't stay secret for long. We finally reached the end. Sophia shut her eyes, and as she did, the fires behind her went out completely. My jaw dropped. When she opened her eyes again, she smiled.
"That's it. The final task is done."
I felt so relieved. I wanted to fall on my ass and cry. Imogen and Jonah jumped up and down, holding on to each other. "We did it! We did it!" they cheered. I could see the orange flag. It was literally right up there, only 30 feet or so above us. All we had to do was climb. "There's the finish line, guys," I shouted. "Let's go!" Squeaks trotted up the mountain like it was nothing. Sassy nipped at Imogen's heels cheerfully, while Imogen and Jonah sang the Elements song off-key and loudly. I started up the mountain at Sophia's side. My body screamed in protest at the hint of climbing one more mountain, but I blew it off and told it to behave just this once. Nothing could ruin this moment. Not today. "Sophia, you did great back there," I said as she hiked beside me. "I knew you had it in you all along." She cleared her throat.
"I realized something, Liam," Sophia said. "All this time I thought anger was the key to fire, but it's not. When I saw all you guys helping me, I felt such strong emotion for you all, and the ability to handle the flames just came on its own. Passion and love is the key to sustaining a flame. What I feel for you helped me gain control of my powers." When she said that, I wanted to kiss her again. But we were back on camera, so I just said, "I'm glad, Soph.
Really. The last bit was kind of hard. The rocks were so jagged and craggy that it was almost impossible for anyone to climb them alone. But we didn't have to do it alone. We helped each other climb, giving a boost and taking turns pulling each other up the mountain. The familiars helped where they could, giving an extra push or lift when we needed it. It was like we were one long chain and we got the system down, each of us doing our part to make sure everyone made it to the end. When we got to the summit, Imogen and Jonah reached down and grabbed me by the arms, yanking me to the embankment. I reached down for Sophia's hand. She wrapped her fingers around my forearm and I pulled her to the top. The flag waved in front of us in the wind. We were here. All of us had made it. I gave everyone a look and said, "On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All 4 of us grabbed onto the flagpole. From far away, I could hear the drums being played in the arena as a signal that a team had made it to the finish line. A floating carriage instantly came down from the sky, and I felt myself shaking in relief. Food, a shower, a bed. It was only a short ride away. We scrambled to get inside the carriage as soon as possible. I didn't even care that I was crushed against Squeaks' ass. Everyone was smiling. I wasn't sure if it was from delirium or happiness, but I didn't care. "You did good, Liam," I told myself, and I realized with a start that I'd done it. I'd kept my team alive for the entire tournament, even myself. Sure, I kind of cheated a little with the magic cave, but specifics. The carriage floated down into the arena and landed on stage. I looked out the window and noticed that the arena was completely sold out again, full of people looking to welcome the teams home. As the doors opened, we all tumbled out of the carriage and landed on our faces. A graceful exit, as what we were known for. We clumsily got to our feet. Squeaks shook her feathers, and we could hear it. The entire arena was completely silent. A single raindrop could have fallen, and we would have heard it. Every face in the stadium stared back at us with an open mouth, like they couldn't believe it. Aw, shit. Had we arrived so far behind the other teams that the whole tribe was stunned about how slow we were? When had the other teams showed up? Days ago? Head Dean Ulrich hurried on stage. At least he'd stuck around to welcome us. I felt sorry for wasting his time. He was a nice guy. Ulrich cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. "Please welcome this year's winners of the Elemental Cup, the White Team." The stadium absolutely erupted. It sounded like the walls were about to come down. The crowd was so loud. The stage shook with the weight of the applause. My legs wavered beneath me, but I don't think it was from the cheering. "Looks like the White Team went from being the least favorite team to being adored by the fans." The announcer's voice, Eli, echoed over the stadium. You could barely hear him over the crowd. "Everyone loves an underdog, Eli," Lewis replied. "This team definitely came from behind to win." Wait, winners? It took me a minute to realize what was going on. Jonah and Imogen were freaking out. Jonah was blowing kisses to the crowd, Squeaks copying him. Imogen was holding on to Sassy and crying tears of joy. I bet she hoped her brother could see her now. Sophia had a smug look on her face. She turned to look at me and said, "Told you." This was too good to be true. We'd won the cup? I didn't know how we'd beaten the other teams back, but I didn't care. We'd gotten every member of our team through the tournament alive, and we'd won. That was practically unheard of. Bane was hurrying on stage. He was wearing this really outrageous pinstripe suit that was bright turquoise with a blue carnation pinned to the front. He looked like a proud dad. He was carrying a golden trophy that was as big as my torso and had the symbols of all 4 houses engraved on it. "Congratulations," he said as he passed it to me and Sophia. Each of us took a handle. "I told you there was something special about this team." Sophia and I looked at each other. Simultaneously, we lifted the cup up to the crowd in victory. The stadium exploded again. I'm pretty sure the sound could be heard from here to San Francisco. I caught sight of my family in the stands. My brothers and sisters were high-fiving each other, and my mother was weeping. Dad puffed out his chest and nodded to me, giving a thumbs up. "We won," I said. It was almost like we were in a dream. We really fucking won. The reality of everything I'd been through in the past couple of days hit me like a tidal wave, and I wasn't ready for it. I had turned to smile at Sophia, but the cup had already slipped out of my grasp, and my eyes were rolling in the back of my head. My knees buckled beneath me. I didn't realize I had collapsed until I hit the ground. I heard Sophia calling my name and the crowd screaming, and then nothing.
Chapter 24. Liam Maito was perfection, in every sense of the word. I didn't care that he could barely walk a half-mile most days and breathed as if an elephant was sitting on his chest. He'd just been dealt a bad hand in life. It was what was in his mind and heart that mattered. It was the way he called me Pawi, as if it meant something more. It was the night he took me up to the mountain to meet my ancestors and dance with them. It was the red-hot passion in the cave when I kissed him. Those were the things that truly mattered. Which was why when I watched him collapse on that stage, my heart shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. "I'm so sorry, Liam. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." I'd cradled him in my arms as Esses placed a tender paw on his forehead. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I didn't even worry that the cameras were watching. Even a week later, guilt settled into my stomach like a heavy rock. "I can't do this, Imogen," I said nervously, turning away from the mirror. Imogen's dorm room was smaller than mine, and the decor was almost the complete opposite. Whereas my room assaulted you with shades of red, her room was bathed in lighter, natural tones that had a more welcoming feel. The walls were a wooden texture like the hardwood floors, and her twin bed sat low to the ground, as if to keep her closer to the earth. Various plants were scattered throughout the room, including ivy that framed the window. Late December sunlight spilled into the room, bouncing off the bright white furniture. I wasn't really supposed to be in the Navita dorms, but Imogen wanted to get ready for the ball together. And now I wasn't even sure I wanted to go. Not if Liam wouldn't be there. "Yes, you can, Sophia." She dusted blush across her cheeks in the bathroom. Across the room, Esses and Sassy played together, chasing a piece of yarn Imogen had tied phoenix feathers to. I plopped down on Imogen's bed, taking in shallow breaths, and not just because she tied my dress too tight. "It doesn't feel right without Liam." "He'll be fine," she said with a wave of her hand. "He'll be out of the hospital in a few days." Ugh, I didn't need the reminder about how long it'd be before I got to talk to him again. I wasn't allowed to visit him since I wasn't family, so I hadn't seen him since the medics carried him off stage. "Everyone's going to want to congratulate us for winning," I pointed out. "It doesn't seem fair that he won't be there. He's the one who got us through." Imogen peered through the bathroom door and frowned at me. "It was a team effort. You know we couldn't have done it without you." "I know," I sighed, "but I never could have gotten us through the last task if it wasn't for Liam." "What do you mean?" Imogen asked, turning back to the mirror to apply her makeup. "Was it the kiss?" My heart lifted in my chest at the thought. That kiss with Liam was everything a first kiss was supposed to be and more. If I thought Orenda Academy was magical when I arrived, it was nothing compared to Liam's kiss in the cave. That was beyond the realms of magic. I nodded my hands in my lap. I don't know. I guess something just happened in the cave that helped me realize how to control the fire." Imogen raised an eyebrow toward the mirror. "What all happened? I thought you guys just kissed." She drew in a sharp breath. Should I be expecting little Tawakwa babies running around here soon? Oh, ancestors! I hope they have Liam's eyes. Imogen! She laughed. The truth was, I hadn't told her about the totem Liam and I had found, though I didn't think that had anything to do with making it through the last task. Still, I didn't feel like I should mention it. It was like the ancestors wanted me to find it, but they didn't want me telling anyone I had it. I'd secured a string around it and usually wore it around my neck, tucked under my shirt, but I'd left it in my room for the ball. I already told you what happened, I said. We kissed. That was it. My stomach sank. Was that really it? Was that all it would ever be? I wanted so much more with Liam, but even if we officially got together, we'd always have to keep it a secret. Coignes and Tawakwas couldn't be together. It totally sucked. What about when Essus healed him? Imogen asked. You never really told me about that. I shrugged. What's there to tell? Liam was almost dying. Now he's back to normal. Well, almost, once he gets out of the hospital. And when he does, will you finally tell him about Essus? My mouth went dry. I wasn't ready to think about that yet. I don't know. I was ready to tell him all about it in the cave, after Essus had healed him. But when he told me he was still in pain, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I don't want him to resent us, because Essus can't cure him completely. You have to tell him, Imogen insisted. I glanced over to Essus, who was tugging at Sassy's tail. I know, but I want to test it more first and see what Essus' limits are. I don't want Liam to get his hopes up. Okay, she sounded uncertain. But she set her makeup down and stepped out of the bathroom wearing a plush robe. We can worry about that later. Are you ready to see my dress? I sat up straighter. I'd love to. Okay, but you have to close your eyes. I placed my hands in front of my face, careful not to mess up my makeup Imogen had spent the last hour applying for me. I heard Imogen's closet door open and the sound of fabric rustling. She spoke while she changed. You probably already know this, but everyone likes to represent their house when they go to the ball. Usually people just dress in their house colors. Red, orange, or black for Coigni, green or brown for Navita, blue or silver for Tawakwa, and purple for Yapluma. Well, I wanted to do a little more to represent my house, and the others. So, what do you think? I pulled my hands away from my eyes and opened them. My jaw dropped when Imogen twirled. The top half of her dress was made from twigs, as if it were a wicker corset. The skirt was layered in fern leaves so thick that it bulged out at least 3 feet in all directions. Flowers of all different colors were woven between the leaves, creating intricate, colorful patterns. It reminded me of the mural on the wall in the dining room, with red flowers for Coigni swirling into blue for Tawakwa and purple for Yapluma. Oh, Imogen, I said breathlessly. It's beautiful. Oh, wait. She turned to her dresser and pulled open the top drawer. When she turned around, she lifted a flower crown to her strawberry blonde hair. What do you think? I stood and walked over to her. I couldn't take my eyes off her dress. I love it. Even Essus stared up at her in awe. Really? She asked nervously, twirling around for me again. It's been really hard keeping everything alive. Yes, really, I said. I adore it. Imogen smiled. Thanks. So, since neither of us have dates, I kind of invited Jonah to escort us to the ball. I hope that's okay. Just another reminder that Liam wouldn't be there. But if I had to go with anyone, I was glad it was these two. I forced a smile. Yeah, it'll be fun. Good, Imogen said, because he'll be here, now. On cue, a knock sounded at the door. I drew in a mock breath of disapproval. "Imogen! A guy in your dorm room? Such a rebel!" She swatted a hand at me before crossing the room to open the door. Jonah stood in the hallway with a proud smile on his face. He wore a black suit with a purple tie and a matching calla lily on his lapel. His hair was down from his usual bun, and it hung loose around his shoulders. His beard had been trimmed up nicely. Hot damn. He looked like Aquaman or something. I didn't know why other dudes weren't lining up to take him to the ball.
"Ladies, your ride is here."
He stepped aside and gestured to Squeaks, who was wearing a purple vest that matched his tie. She was attached to the cutest little pony carriage. I absolutely adored it. But there was no way both Imogen and I would fit, especially with Imogen's dress. "Just a second," Imogen said. She hurried over to her closet and pulled out a pair of high heels that looked like they'd been carved from wood. She slipped them on. "Okay, ready." Jonah extended a hand and helped Imogen and me into the carriage. Imogen's dress draped over my legs, but I was surprised to find that we both fit. "Esses, come on." I gestured to him. He smoothed down his fur and straightened his blue bow tie, taking one last glance in the mirror before bounding over to me and hopping on my lap. Sassy wore a flowery collar and jumped on Squeak's back for the ride. Jonah shut Imogen's door and then turned to us. He folded his hands very formally.
"Ladies, as winners of the Elemental Cup and now the owners of a very large sum of money, which regrettably I had to split between you, I would like to inform you that you are now officially Elementi princesses. At least for tonight, that is."
Imogen leaned over to me and whispered, "He talks like we're rich. Does he realize how much my parents and your sister got from betting on us? Talk about money." Jonah continued like he hadn't heard her.
"Fortunately for you, you have breasts."
He gestured to Imogen's generous cleavage and wiggled his eyebrows.
"Which means guys will be fawning over you two all night long. But unfortunately for you," he adjusted his tie and held his head up high, "I call dibs."
I burst into a fit of laughter, while Imogen plucked a petal from her dress and tossed it at him. He used his air power to blow it away. "Oh, shut up," Imogen laughed. "Take us to the ball before I turn into a pumpkin." Jonah cleared his throat and turned to Squeaks.
"As you wish."
Squeaks pulled us down the hall of the Navita dorms and past the common room, where a sick tree big enough to have reading nooks cut out in it grew up through the ceiling. The wheels on our little cart squeaked down the hall and filled the quiet air. The castle was pretty much deserted by now, since everyone was attending the ball and we were running a little late. Jonah led us down 3 different hallways before we reached the 3rd-floor balcony that looked over the grand entrance. I held on tight to the side of the cart and pulled Esses close to my belly when we reached the stairs, half expecting us to tumble down them. But Jonah used his air power to keep our cart floating while Squeaks trotted down the steps. We took a second flight all the way to the 1st level, and our wheels touched ground again. The main entrance buzzed with conversation that spilled out from the ballroom. A few people milled around beneath the elaborate chandelier, and others were looking down on us from high up in the 4th and 5th floor balconies. A couple of people noticed us pull up in our little cart and were staring, but it didn't really bother me. They were probably just looking at Imogen's dress. Or maybe we drew eyes because we were the winners. Whatever. I was used to it by now. Jonah led Squeaks to the ballroom doors before pulling on the reins. Inside, the sound of soft music played, and I could see a large crowd of people and their familiars spinning around the dance floor.
"Ladies," Jonah said formally, "thank you for riding the Hippogriff Express. We do take tips, but we unfortunately cannot provide services at the end of the night if you are feeling a little tipsy, seeing as your host himself will be too drunk to drive."
He gestured to himself before extending a hand to help me out of the cart. Imogen hopped out by herself and snorted at him. "Apparently, if we need anything, we know exactly where to find him." Jonah smirked.
I'll be at the bar, chatting up hot guys and making Reynard jealous."
Imogen scanned the dance floor like she hadn't heard him. The ballroom was gorgeous and bigger than any banquet hall I'd ever seen. At least 20 huge golden chandeliers hung from the high ceiling. Various shades of velvety curtains framed the long windows, some of which were open to different patios. A string quartet played at one end of the room, next to an empty DJ stand, while a bar ran the length of the other. Tables were set up near the bar, where people sipped their drinks and chatted amongst themselves. The setting sun cast a dull glow across the room, but reflected off glittering surfaces, from the polished marble floor to the jewelry hanging from girls' necks, bringing the whole room to life. "Looking for Cade?" I asked. Imogen twisted her hands together. "Yeah, he never asked me to the ball, but I was hoping he'd at least want to dance with me." "I'm sure he will, and I think I see him over there." I pointed to a guy in a green tie, talking to a girl with a unicorn familiar beside her. Imogen's eyes lit up. "Oh, good! I'm going to say hi to him." She hurried off with Sassy at her heels, and I turned to Jonah. He was struggling with the pony cart, trying to unhook it from Squeak's hips. Do you need help?" I asked.
"Nah," Jonah replied. "I've got this. You go ahead."
I hesitated. I didn't really want to interrupt Imogen and Cade, and I had no one else to talk to. But Jonah seemed a little embarrassed that he got the cart stuck, so I turned into the ballroom to give him space. My eyes scanned the thick crowd. I saw a few people I recognized from my classes. I even noticed Haley sulking near one of the patio entrances. She was wearing the revealing dress I'd seen her in at Delilah's, but had her arms crossed and a tight look on her face. Anwara sat on her shoulders, swaying back and forth slightly to the music, until Haley swatted at her to stop. I turned my gaze from Haley and looked to the other side of the ballroom. I knew it was useless, but I was hoping to spot Liam in the crowd. For obvious reasons, I didn't. My eyes fell upon at least one friendly face, though. Bane. He was actually put together today, with his hair slicked back and his stubble freshly shaven. He wore a light blue vest beneath his black suit. I guess when he cleaned up, I could kind of see where Imogen crushed on him a little, but he was so old. I was just about to make my way over to him, just so I had someone to talk to, when the sound of my name caught me off guard. I turned to see Madame Doya coming my way. She wore a long, silky dress that matched her fiery red hair. Her makeup was immaculate, and her nails freshly done. She held a glass of champagne that was nearly gone. I forced a friendly smile, only because I didn't think anyone would appreciate me singeing the ends of her curls. I was so glad I was done with her class, though I had no idea if I would have her again. I hoped not. "Madame Doya," I greeted pleasantly. Essus growled from my arms, but I squeezed him lightly until he stopped. I glanced around for Naomi and saw her prowling around by the entrance with a golden headpiece, looking my way every so often with that heavy gaze that reminded me so much of Doya.
"Sophia," Madame Doya said coolly. "Congratulations."
My whole body tensed. There was no way I heard her correctly. Thanks?"
"I must speak to you about something."
Doya grabbed my elbow and started leading me to the corner of the ballroom before I could protest. I followed, only because I was curious about what she had to say. Would she finally apologize for the way she treated me in her class? Doya glanced around the room and lowered her voice.
"You need to know what winning the Elemental Cup means."
Okay. I had no idea where she was going with this.
"The elders weren't sure before if you were truly the prophesied one. Now that you've won the cup, they will be keeping a very close eye on you. Don't screw it up."
Her eyes narrowed. My jaw went slack. It almost sounded like she expected me to fail. I fixed her with a challenging gaze. Screw up how? What does the prophecy mean, exactly? What am I supposed to do? Doya sighed and pulled me tighter into the corner. I, along with the other Coigny elders, believe there is a war coming between the houses. Coigny House has more political sense than the others. But the other houses are unwilling to work with us. If we had full power, we could bring order to all of Kinpago, but the other houses won't allow it. If a war breaks out, our numbers could be cut in half. Thousands of Coigny could die, and our house would be shamed to the highest degree. It's up to you, Sophia, to save us. Oh, shit. Doya wasn't playing around. The thought of thousands of people dying because of me churned my stomach. My house was truly counting on me. I swallowed, but my throat felt like sandpaper. What do I have to do? Madame Doya's expression hardened. The prophecy is unclear. I once believed all would be revealed when you arrived, but that's clearly not the case. I now believe that the prophecy is longer than expected, and the houses are hiding pieces of it from one another. The magical artifact you will have to find. That's something Coigny never shared with anyone. The other houses have been keeping secrets as well. You, Sophia, will need to uncover those secrets to discover how to fulfill the prophecy and prevent total elementi annihilation. Her words echoed through my head. Total elementi annihilation. My knees shook. I nearly forgot I was standing in a room full of people. She couldn't truly believe that if I failed, this entire magical society would fall, could she? My eyes met hers, and I witnessed a fire behind them that told me everything I needed to know. She totally and thoroughly believed every word she said. Sure, this place had its issues, but there were thousands of people living in Kinpago, not to mention the magical creatures. I couldn't let this magical place be destroyed, the place that Liam, Imogen, and Jonah called home, and the place I thought was home as well. But Doya was jumping from one impossible task to another. There was no way I could do what she was asking of me. I'm not really cut out for this, I said. I barely know anything about Hawkeye history. I'm only a first year. Doya held her head high. I will train you. Wait, what? This lady was talking crazy talk. My brow furrowed. Okay. Why didn't you offer earlier? Doya pursed her lips. You had yet to prove yourself on your own. I was trying to protect you. The crease between my eyebrows deepened. Protect me from what? I demanded. I couldn't help it when the words burst out of me. Doya made no sense, and it was enough to make my fire rise to the surface. I pushed it down before we both lit up in flames. You spent the entire semester pushing me away and making me feel like a failure. Now you claim it was for my own protection? Doya cleared her throat and glanced around, as if making sure I hadn't caught anyone's attention. I didn't care if I did. I just wanted Doya to tell me the truth. She returned her gaze to mine and lifted her chin. I can't reveal everything at this time. Just remember, Sophia, the elders are watching. You must be cautious, and you must not tell anyone what I've just told you. Do you understand? The pointed expression she gave me was almost enough to burn a hole straight through me, and it may have if I weren't Coigny. It was clear that I didn't have a choice. I had to find the missing pieces of the prophecy and fulfill it. Either she or the elders would make sure I would. I'll be careful. I purposely didn't answer her question directly. Good, she said in a clipped tone. Enjoy your night. It may be one of the last you have before everything changes. Doya turned from me and started toward Naomi by the doors, leaving me completely frozen in place and shocked by her words. Esses growled at her, pulling me back to attention. "Relax, buddy," I told him while I stroked the fur around his nubby horns. "She doesn't mean it. She's just got a stick up her ass, and she has to say stuff like that to make herself feel better." I was a liar, and there was no doubt in my mind that Esses knew it. Doya didn't joke around. Ever. My gaze scanned the ballroom nervously. I worried that everyone could see my arms shaking and the sweat breaking out across my brow. Then my eyes fell upon a champagne glass in a Tawakwa girl's hand. Alcohol. I needed some. Pulling Esses closer to my chest, I navigated through the crowd and to the bar. I'd never had alcohol before, unless you counted that sip of beer I had at my friend Emily's when we were 16. I didn't even swallow it because it tasted like piss. But maybe champagne would taste better. At least it would take the edge off.
"Hey, Sophia,"
Jonah called from where he sat at the bar. I squeezed between a group of people and stopped next to him. "I need a drink." Jonah eyed me curiously and raised his glass to his lips.
"What's wrong?"
"What?" I asked innocently, brushing hair out of my eyes. "Nothing's wrong. Why would you think that?" Esses poked my arm as if calling me out as a liar. Yeah.
"I didn't take you as a drinker, is all,"
Jonah replied with a shrug. "Yeah, well, it's to celebrate," I told him. "We won. I think I deserve a drink." Jonah nodded his approval.
"What can I get you?"
I thought about it for a moment, but Jonah was right. I wasn't a drinker, and didn't have the faintest clue of what to get. Something that doesn't taste like piss?" Jonah let out a deep belly laugh.
"That doesn't leave many options."
I swore my face went pale, which only made him laugh harder.
"I'm kidding. How about I surprise you?"
he asked. "Okay," I agreed. While Jonah waved down the bartender, somebody reached past me to place a tip on the counter. The bar was so crowded that his body pressed against mine. Heat radiated across my skin as his shirt brushed across my shoulder and his breath ran across the side of my cheek. Somehow, without even looking, I knew it was him. It was like my body was in tune to his. It had to be, considering the way my heart fluttered and my head spun just from the close proximity. I whirled around, beaming. "Liam!" Esses leapt from my arms onto Liam's shoulder. I flung my arms around his neck, squeezing them both tightly. His pine forest scent filled my nose. Liam gasped, and I quickly pulled away. Esses stayed put on his shoulder, pulling at strands of his long black hair. Liam's eyes were bright, and a smile stretched wide across his face. He looked so amazing that I could almost believe he wasn't sick anymore. Liam looked me up and down, and desire flickered across his eyes. He totally loved my dress. I liked his outfit, too. He wore black slacks and a white collared shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Hot damn! Why were forearms so sexy? A red tie hung around his neck. I'd never seen him wear the color before. Dare I say, it actually looked really good on him? "I thought you weren't coming," I said, still trying to get over the initial shock of seeing him here. It was like a dream. Liam shrugged and pulled his hair out of Esses' grasp.
"I snuck out."
My heart sank. "Oh, so they didn't discharge you? How are you feeling?" Liam wrinkled his nose, but that radiance about him never faded.
"I'm fine."
I rolled my eyes, which is code for I feel terrible and don't want anyone knowing. Liam hesitated, then dropped his shoulders.
"Maybe. I'm the same as always, I guess. I'll survive."
Jonah stood and held out a hand toward Liam. He took it, and they did that weird guy handshake hug thing.
I'm so glad you made it, man, Jonah said before sitting back down at his stool. And you wore the tie.
Liam smoothed out the red fabric and avoided my gaze.
Yeah, it was all I could find on short notice.
Obviously, Jonah said. I didn't miss the wink he shot Liam's way, as if they shared some secret I wasn't a part of. I'm so glad you're here to celebrate with us. I resisted the urge to throw my arms around his neck again. With Liam here, I didn't need the alcohol to take the edge off. Just his very presence made me forget all about the bad in the world. I still can't believe we won. Liam scoffed.
Yeah, well, it's easier when you're not trying to kill off your teammates.
Jonah took another sip of his drink.
Thanks, by the way, guys, for not killing me.
I swatted at him playfully. Stop it! We would never do that. I lowered my voice and hissed, We're not Haley.
I need to tell you something about that.
Liam glanced around to make sure no one was listening and leaned in. Even if someone was eavesdropping, there was no way they could hear over the chatter around us.
All of Haley's teammates are dead.
I drew in a sharp breath. But that Navita guy
didn't make it,
Liam interrupted.
Haley only passed because she got him to the finish line alive. But only barely. He was in the hospital with me. He passed away a few days after the tournament.
My hand shot over my mouth. That's horrible. Liam and Jonah nodded in unison. Meanwhile, my eyes scanned the crowd for Haley. She was no longer standing by the patio, and I didn't see her anywhere else.
Sophia.
Liam pulled my attention to him.
Don't go looking for trouble. Second place is still a highly honorable position. Haley has proven herself to the tribe and will become Chiefess of Coigny after her mother steps down. It wouldn't look good for you to pick a fight with her.
I gaped at him. I wasn't going to. Okay, yeah, maybe I was. I just wanted to see her show some remorse. But Haley could wait for another time. I wasn't going to let her ruin the magic of this night. I reached for Liam's hand and started toward the dance floor, but he remained firmly rooted in place. Come on, I tugged at him. Let's dance. Liam stumbled a step, but quickly righted himself.
No, Sophia, we can't.
My bottom lip jutted out. Why not? Liam lowered his voice.
Don't you notice something about the couples?
I looked toward the dance floor and didn't see anything out of the ordinary at first, until I realized it was all color-coordinated. So they're all dancing with members of their own house. Who cares? We were on the same team. We deserve to celebrate together. Liam bit the inside of his lower lip. I crossed my arms. Well, if you're not going to dance with me, I want to dance with Essus. And seeing as he's not going to leave your shoulder, you'll have to dance with me too. Essus peeked out from a curtain of Liam's hair. Liam sighed and smiled a little.
I guess I can't really say no to that.
I pulled Liam out onto the dance floor. His left hand came up to meet my right, and his other hand settled high on my back. Electric tingles spread up and down my spine. Oh, ancestors! How was I supposed to dance with my heart going haywire? Seriously, the damn thing was trying to beat its way out of my chest. Surely Liam could feel my blood raging through my veins. He was Toaqua and sensitive to all the water in my body. He had to feel the shift in energy. His hand dropped further down my back as we started to spin, and I gasped. Oh, what I wouldn't give to let those hands roam over me. Liam gazed down at me with soft eyes, and I stared back into his. The whole ballroom seemed to fade away around us. It felt like I was in a fairy tale, floating across the room like a princess who'd found her prince. If I could just lean in and kiss him again, the way we did in the cave. Ow! I cried as Liam's feet stumbled over my toes. He hopped backward.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I giggled as Esses leaned over Liam's shoulder to get a good look at my feet. It's okay, I'll be fine. Except my toe was throbbing. It seemed as if "I'm fine" was starting to become a code word between us.
Good,
Liam said.
because people are staring.
As much as I didn't want to take my eyes off him, I did. People were indeed staring. I even saw one Coigny girl pointing our way. Seriously, I asked with an eye roll. You barely stepped on me. We can't be dancing that bad. Liam's lips tightened.
It's not that. What we're doing, Sophia, it's kind of an act of rebellion.
An act of rebellion? I asked. By dancing together? Liam shrugged, but continued twirling me around the dance floor.
We're wearing each other's house colors and dancing together. It kind of looks like something.
Well, it is something, isn't it? I asked. I mean, shouldn't we challenge house boundaries? How else are we going to be together? Liam's entire body tensed, but he didn't stop dancing.
Do you, want to get out of here for a second? Away from all these prying eyes?
What was he suggesting? Every instinct told me to answer with a hell yes. Instead, I just said, I guess so. All the while, my heart was beating ferociously. Liam Mito wants to get me alone. Liam led me off the dance floor. We passed through the patio doors and out into the gardens. It was cold outside, but not chilly enough to cover up. Either I was too hot from my fire rising to the surface under Liam's touch, or the elders had allowed a small weather change for the event. Either way, I found the evening air peaceful. There weren't many people out in the gardens. The farther we walked from the doors, the fewer people there were. Where are you taking me, Liam? I was partially worried and partially excited. He was walking too fast for a leisurely night stroll, so either he wanted to break some bad news or break some more rules. Liam stopped me behind a big bush sculpture of a Pegasus. The wide wings and the darkening sky helped conceal us from the people back in the ballroom. Esses jumped off Liam's shoulder and climbed up the Pegasus sculpture's wings, then hopped from the end of it to the next sculpture of a horned bear. Liam took my hands in his.
Sophia, what you just said about us being together, I don't think you understand.
My brow furrowed. What's there to understand, Liam? It's against the rules, so we'll change the rules. No big deal.
No big deal?
Liam hissed.
Sophia, this is the way it's been for hundreds of years. These rules aren't just about controlling us. It's to keep our powers stronger so that no other house dies out after the Anichi.
I shrugged. So we just don't have kids. Simple. Holy crap. Were we seriously talking about having kids? We'd only kissed once. But damn it, that was all we needed. It didn't matter what Liam said about the house rules. There was no turning back from the line we'd already crossed. Liam raked his fingers through his hair. God, he looked sexy when he did that. I wanted to run my hands through his hair, and down his forearms, and in other places I probably shouldn't be thinking about, which could definitely lead to kids someday.
It's not that simple, though,
Liam said.
The elders would never allow it. This isn't just about us, Sophia. If we started dating, then so would other people.
So what? Is there actually any evidence that children from two houses are weaker? Liam opened his mouth, but hesitated. I raised an eyebrow. Liam, I don't care about the rules. I want to be with you.
Ancestors, Sophia. You can't talk like that.
Why not? It's the truth.
Because
Liam sighed and glanced toward the castle. No one was close enough to hear.
Because if you say things like that, it just might come true.
I know. I wouldn't say it if I didn't want it to happen, Liam. He stared down at me, his expression hard to read. He looked conflicted, like he wanted to agree with me but argue at the same time. A thought suddenly occurred, and I drew away from him. Do you not want to be with me? Liam looked hurt by the question.
Of course I do, but we don't have a choice.
I relaxed slightly. You always have a choice, Liam. His hands balled into fists, and his lips tightened until he couldn't hold it in any longer.
Oh, fuck, Sophia.
Liam growled. He honest to God growled. And then, like a wolf trapping his prey, he pounced on me. 1 second he was standing a few feet away from me, and the next he'd swept me into his arms and claimed my lips for his own. The world spun around me so quickly that I could no longer feel the stone path beneath my feet. Liam held me tightly to his chest. One hand tangled in the hair at the base of my neck, while the other settled on my hip. His lips parted, and I took the invitation to deepen the kiss. My hands ran up his back until they climbed so high they reached the side of his face. I pulled him in even closer, until every possible inch of our bodies were touching. My hands moved to his hair, tangling into the strands like he did with mine. He inhaled a sharp breath in response. Heat exploded through my chest like fireworks. I didn't even care if my fire surfaced and burned my dress off of me. Liam would like that, I was sure. And damn it, so would I. But my fire didn't escape. It just hung out below the surface, just enough to feel amazing and to warm Liam's cool skin. Kissing Liam was like witnessing a fire tornado colliding with a hurricane. We stood in the calm eye of the storm, while the elements combined and raged around us. The fire stood no chance against the rain, but the rain couldn't put out the fire. It burned brighter when the rain touched it, until the two elements matched each other's rhythm and swirled together to become one. The way Liam made me feel was breathtaking and impossible. Yet here we were, fire and water. We shouldn't mix, but we did. We so did. Liam's tongue grazed my bottom lip, and I moaned, which only made him wrap his arms tighter around me. His hand hesitated on my hip, as if he wanted to touch me in other places, but wasn't sure he was allowed. I didn't know what I was doing until I did it. I untangled my fingers from his hair and guided his hand to my backside. It surprised me, considering I didn't know until that very moment how comfortable I'd become with him. I knew Liam would never hurt me, and there was so much I wanted to share with him. My heart, my soul, my body. He just sort of rested his hand there, like he didn't know how far to take this. Read my signals, Liam. I want more. I wrapped my hand around the collar of his shirt until I had a fistful of tie, and I tugged him even closer, if that were possible. Liam gasped. Squeeze my ass, damn it! Message received. Liam's hand tightened on my butt as my tongue slid deeper into his mouth. Heat traveled down my chest and settled between my thighs. Being with Liam like this was unlike anything else. It was so overwhelmingly amazing that I thought I might cry. Feeling this way should be illegal. No sooner did the thought cross my mind did it hit me that that was exactly what this was. It was illegal. Liam and I were breaking the law by kissing like this. By kissing at all. Elders be damned. Breaking the law was great. If I knew it'd feel like this, I would have rebelled sooner. Essus chittered, pulling me out of the spell Liam had put on me. We both jumped away from each other. Essus was sitting on the bear statue's head, staring at us with interest. After a moment, Essus put his hands together and began a slow clap, then rose to his feet and cheered for us. My face went beet red, as did Liam's. "Essus," I scolded, "calm down. It's not a big deal." I apparently lied a lot. Essus hopped down from the bear bush and scurried over to me. I bent and scooped him into my arms.
"We should probably get back."
Liam sounded out of breath. "Yeah," I agreed in the same shaky tone. "We probably should." Liam gestured to my hair.
"You should probably."
I smoothed down the strands. "Yeah, you too." Liam ran his fingers through his hair and started toward the ballroom. If he thought that was the end of this, he had another thing coming. "So, what was that, Liam? Was it a farewell kiss?" He didn't meet my gaze.
I don't know."
"Well, will it happen again?" "Shut up, Sophia, you're ruining it." Liam stopped and turned toward me. He gazed down at my hands, but we were where people could see us again, so he didn't take them.
"It's up to you, Sophia. I'll never be able to resist you."
My heart swooned at his words. "I guess you'll just have to wait and see what happens then." I smirked. "Let's get back inside before Imogen and Jonah start accusing us of things." Liam laughed.
"They wouldn't exactly be wrong, would they?"
"No, definitely not." We walked past a group of Coigny in the gardens. The guy from the silver team, the one with the big dragon familiar, shot us a look of disgust. I'd heard he came in 3rd place and lost one of his teammates. I bet he wasn't too happy we won. I entwined my fingers in Liam's hand and breezed right by him. Liam squeezed my fingers back, but dropped them as soon as we entered the ballroom. I spotted Imogen and Jonah by the bar, Sassy and Squeaks nearby. We started making our way over to them. Before we reached them, Haley stepped in front of us. Anwara ruffled her feathers, and Haley crossed her arms. "Congratulations, white team!" Haley didn't sound the least bit genuine, but I'd already made it a point to not let her ruin my night. "Thank you," I said kindly. Haley blinked a few times, like she didn't think she'd heard me right. "I wasn't actually complimenting you, you Wolpertinger. Do you know how embarrassing it's been to lose to a bunch of misfits?"
"Haley, do we have to do this?"
Liam protested. I shrugged, but inside my fire raged. "That must be the worst. You know, right after killing all your teammates." Haley's face twisted in anger. "Anything's fair game out there. I did what I had to do to win." "And you still didn't," I snapped. Haley's eyebrows shot up, and a fireball formed in her hand. She was going to use it. Liam quickly pulled water from 6 champagne glasses in people's hands all around us and doused the flames. Water splashed up on Haley's dress, and she shrieked. All around us, people were starting to stare. A few took in sharp breaths. But the ballroom was big enough, and plenty was going on, that our little confrontation barely stirred the crowd. Haley held out her other hand, but before she could conjure flame, my hand shot out and clamped around hers. I pushed back against her heat, stopping her fire in its tracks. To anyone else, it looked like a mere handshake, as if I were apologizing for the mishap. But I made sure to put as much strength and hostility into my grip as I could. I even added a bit of my own heat for good measure, only as a warning. Then I leaned in close enough for only Haley and Liam to hear. "This isn't the elemental cup anymore," I hissed. "You can't just do whatever you want. But should you decide to, I will be there to extinguish your flame every single time." I know you're watching me, Haley, and I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, or you just might get burned." And then I swept past her with Liam at my heels, leaving her standing there wet and dumbstruck. Esses clapped from where he was cradled in the crook of my elbow.
"Holy ancestors, Sophia,"
Liam whispered.
"That was hot."
I smirked. There was, surprisingly, a lot more where that came from. Imogen rushed away from Jonah and squealed when she reached us.
"Tell me I just saw what I think I saw."
Jonah was close behind her.
"Did you just tell Haley off?"
I beamed, still riding the high of Liam's kiss and standing up to Haley.
"Yeah, I think I did."
"That's my girl,"
Jonah said, clapping me on the back.
"Just as long as, you don't start shooting fireballs at each other across the dance floor," Imogen teased.
"I won't be throwing anything at Haley," I promised. "But I can't say I won't be setting the dance floor on fire. It looks like the DJ is about to take over." I pointed toward the guy tinkering with a computer behind a pair of huge speakers. "Yes!" Imogen gushed. "We should have choreographed something." "Oh, man," I said. "That would have been fun."
"If you're all going to dance, I'm going to need a drink,"
Liam announced before turning to me.
"Can I get you anything, Pawi?"
Imogen's eyes went wide beside him. "Yeah, surprise me?" I suggested.
"Sure."
Liam headed toward the bar. Imogen and Jonah watched him go, then whirled back toward me in unison.
"Oh, my ancestors, Sophia," Imogen raved. "He called you Pawi. That is so sweet."
I glanced between the two of them, feeling like I was missing something. "Yeah, so? He calls me that because I'm so inexperienced, like a child," he said.
"But that's not the only meaning," Jonah pointed out.
"Isn't it?" I asked, uncertain. Whatever the second meaning was probably horrible. They seemed too shocked for it to be anything else. "What's the other meaning?" Imogen exchanged a glance with Jonah before she finally spoke.
"Cherished one."
"He's basically calling you his soulmate," Jonah whispered. "It's like the most beloved word a Hawkeye can use to describe someone."
My heart tumbled around in my chest as I stared at Liam, who was leaning against the bar. No way did he mean it like that. No way. But then he lifted his gaze and smiled at me. And I knew. Whether Liam admitted it or not, he was in love with me. Come hell or high water, we would be together. This society couldn't stop us. Even the prophecy couldn't stand in our way. Sure, my knees buckled just thinking about what was to come, about the prophecy and the people who might die because of it. But more than anything, I didn't want to see Liam hurt. We were in this together, now until the end. No matter what the elders did to keep us apart, I would watch this society burn before I ever found myself separated from Liam Maito. It didn't matter if we were allowed to be together. I would forever be his Pawi.
Chapter 25. I was tired. My muscles were sore, and it took a lot of effort just to move around. Every now and again, the room would spin a little. Yep, I felt like shit. But I felt like shit every day, so that wasn't new. This was one of the most amazing nights of my life, and I wasn't about to miss this. Not for the world. My doctors were going to flip when they found out I'd not only snuck out, but also had been drinking. But I won the damn elemental cup, for crying out loud. I deserved a beer. I snuck another glance at Sophia out of the corner of my eye. I'd been staring at her all night, but I couldn't keep my eyes off her. Her chestnut hair was in large curls, and she wore sparkling eyeshadow that brought out her chocolate eyes. Her dress was phenomenal. I was so into the fact she was wearing blue. Turned me on. And I think she liked that I was wearing red, too. I was really glad Jonah had told me to wear a red tie, though I didn't get why at the time. He and Imogen must have set this up. Wearing Coigny red when I was Toaqua was huge, just like Sophia wearing blue wouldn't go missed. Not to mention we couldn't seem to part from each other for a second. We were basically wearing signs that screamed we were together. I took a shot for courage. Whatever, I didn't want to think about that right now. I just wanted to enjoy the rest of the night. I took the beer and the mixed drink the bartender handed me and walked back to Sophia. I noticed there was something different about her. She was looking at me a bit weird, like she just found out some big secret or something. Were those tears? Fuck, I must have done something wrong. I held out the drink for her to take. I was so nervous I ended up spilling part of the drink on her dress. Oh shit, sorry, I said hastily. I grabbed a napkin off a table and started dotting her midriff, trying to clean up the mess. I hoped it didn't stain. Sophia actually laughed instead of yelling at me for ruining her gown. Don't worry about it. She took a small taste of her drink and her face lit up. Her earlier weirdness was forgotten. I hope you like it, I said. Ancestors, I was embarrassed. I threw the soaked napkin on the table. What is it? She asked, taking a sip. Sex on the beach, I rattled off mindlessly, and Sophia gave me a grin. I reddened a bit and said, Don't take it like that. It's fruity and girly, something I thought you'd like. It's something I'd like, all right, she said coyly, chewing on her straw. She was eyeing me provocatively. Down, virgin, I told her. You don't even know what you're asking for. She blushed a little, but then added, I thought virgins were supposed to be hot to guys. It was totally hot, but I didn't need to encourage us. We were already bad enough. Come on, Pawie. I laughed and took her arm, guiding her to the table where Imogen and Jonah were. Her smile got even broader when I called her my little pet name. Had someone told her something? Imogen and Jonah were at the table, drinking and chatting. Sassy and Esses were both on top of the table, and it looked like they were having a drinking contest. Chug, 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 Jonah chanted, pounding the table. Sassy gurgled and fell over, spilling her mug of ale, but Esses managed to finish his and let out a loud burp, patting his stomach happily. Cade had joined them at the table along with my brother. Ezra had a girl on either side of him, both of whom I was pretty sure were his dates. Player. Cade had his arm around Imogen's waist at the table. She leaned against him, looking super happy. Were they a thing yet, or... A Navita girl in a green gown came up to the table and put her hand on Cade's shoulder. Hi, Cade, she said, batting her eyelashes. She totally ignored that Imogen was all over him. Would you like to dance? He's kind of busy at the moment, Jonah snapped at her. The girl's eyes narrowed at him. No, it's okay. Imogen pulled away from Cade and looked down. You can go if you want, Cade. Cade seemed puzzled, like he didn't know what to do. If I could read his mind, I would have sworn he thought Imogen was sending him away. Oh, okay. He got up and walked away with the girl, and Imogen frowned sadly. Ugh, Imogen, get it together. You practically just let him walk away. You look really beautiful tonight, Im, I said, to try and bolster her confidence. Your dress is great. Oh, thanks. Imogen smoothed out a flower on it bashfully. I guess. Maybe I should have worn something more traditional. Bitch, please, Jonah said, and he flipped his hair over his shoulder. You're the prettiest slut in this room. Imogen forced a smile for him, but I couldn't help but notice her eyes followed Cade as he half-heartedly danced with the Navita girl. If I didn't know any better, I would figure Cade wanted to ask Imogen to dance. He was just scared that she was so shy she'd say no. I looked at Sophia and she shrugged sadly in a way that said we couldn't help Imogen if she wasn't ready. Ezra gave me a sly grin as I pulled my chair closer to Sophia. How you two doing? We're fine, Ezra, I said, putting emphasis on the words so he wouldn't ask questions. But Ezra was a pain in my ass, so he kept prodding. You two were gone for a while. Yep, just slipped out for a minute, I told him sharply, and he snickered. Sophia gave me side-eye, asking questions with her gaze. I'd told Ezra about the kiss Sophia and I shared during the tournament. I didn't mean to, it just slipped out when I was still kind of out of it and doped up in the hospital. I was lucky he was the only family member around at the time, though he hadn't stopped teasing me about it since. Still, I trusted him to keep his mouth shut. So that brought the total number of people who knew to 3. That was a dangerous number. Luckily, the 2 Tawakwa girls were too busy fawning over my brother to read too much into what we were saying. Ezra stood up. "Ladies?" He offered an arm to each girl, and they took it as they swaggered toward the dance floor. 3 more Tawakwa girls materialized around my brother, and I swear all of them were fine taking turns dancing with him. Jonah leaned in once Ezra was gone. "Dude, does he know?" he asked, thumbing at Ezra. "Yes," I said lowly before I grimaced and glanced at my Sophia. "Sorry, Soph." "I don't care," she said, and she waved her hand. "I'm fine with your brother knowing." Of course she didn't mind, because she didn't know what that meant. "The more people who know about us, the more we're at risk," I told her. "Is there an us?" Imogen asked curiously, her happiness back. She and Jonah leaned forward like they couldn't wait to hear all the juicy details. "Who are you guys, the Hawkeye tabloid reporters?" I asked. "You 2 know because there was no keeping it from you during the tournament, but now that we're back home, you need to mind your own business." Thankfully, that was the moment the music changed from classical to modern, and the lights darkened, giving the ballroom a club-like atmosphere. Jonah jumped up from his seat like he'd been electrocuted, gossip about my love life forgotten. "This is my song," he squealed, and ran onto the dance floor. Squeaks followed, racing after her elementi almost deliriously. Imogen jumped up from the table and grabbed Sophia's hand. "Come on!" The 2 girls raced off after Jonah. Esses and Sassy scampered to follow. I got up to lean against a pillar and watched them from afar. Imogen and Sophia didn't hold back at all. The girls bounced up and down to the music, grinding against each other like we were at a strip club. They pounded their fists into the air, did a waltz and then the tango. At one point, Imogen got down and did the worm, rising up on all 4s to shake her butt. Sophia slapped it, and they almost fell over laughing. They were fun to watch. It's like they didn't care about what people thought of them, only having fun. Jonah was worse than the both of them. He was twerking in the middle of the dance floor, shaking his ass so hard I'm surprised it didn't fall off. Squeaks copied him, wiggling her hindquarters until the music increased in tempo and she did her best moonwalk. It didn't help that Jonah was requesting the filthiest songs he could think of. The DJ made faces, but since Jonah was a cup champion, he couldn't protest. Some other gay dude in a purple suit with eye glitter and false eyelashes sauntered onto the floor with his Griffin familiar. He did some crazy sick moves, gliding along the floor like he had choreographed steps for each song. Jonah copied him until half the dance floor stood back to watch them in complete awe. I was pretty sure Jonah had spent the last few months practicing his moves more than preparing for the cup. It pissed me off a little, but the tournament was over now, so whatever. He could have his fun. People were watching on the sidelines, whispering to each other and laughing under their breath at my team's ridiculous dance moves. But fuck them. They were having the time of their lives out there. "Hey, you were on their team. Do you think Sophia Henley and Imogen Arnold are lesbians?" A dude I didn't even know leaned over and asked me when Sophia and Imogen started doing some sort of sexy dance against each other. His friend was next to him, watching me carefully for a response. No fucking way," I said, irritated. "They're just friends." "I swear that Sophia girl is bisexual," the other bro said, nodding his head as if that sealed the deal. Couldn't confirm that for sure, but at least I knew she liked dick. I couldn't say for certain because I hadn't shown that part of me to her yet and didn't know that she wouldn't run off screaming. But I was pretty sure she was into dudes. The way she was dirty dancing with Imogen, though, even made me wonder. Imogen knelt down on the floor. She pulled a small box from her dress and presented it to Sophia, opening it like it contained a wedding ring. There was a small bracelet inside, one it looked like Imogen had made with Coigny and Nivita charms attached. Sophia squealed and pretended to accept the fake proposal tearfully. It made me chuckle how close they were. "See, total lesbians," the bro added. Great. The way this school was, half the student body would be utterly convinced the girls were engaged and getting married next summer. People were so stupid. They were just girls being girls. Though if the elders did suspect they were engaged lesbians from different houses, which if it did happen, I was leaving this whole society, at least it wouldn't be as severe, because they couldn't reproduce together. They'd probably just end up with some jail time and a fine. It was different with us. I could get her pregnant, and that's what the elders feared the most. "Sophia is cute, though," the bro said, interrupting my thoughts. "Too bad she's from Coigny." "For sure. What I'd give to get my hands on that body. Sucks she's not Nivita," the other dude groaned. "Hey, back off," I growled. The guys stared at me with open mouths, and I stomped off before my big mouth could get me into more trouble. I couldn't be protective or jealous, not in public. And it sucked. I had noticed that half the guys in here were eyeing Sophia, especially the Coigny guys who knew they actually had a chance. But maybe they didn't have a chance, because her heart belonged to me. Watching her out there, enjoying herself with Imogen and Jonah, made me think back to our second kiss in the garden and how perfect it had been. In the moment, I couldn't control myself. After a week of not feeling those lips against mine, I just had to kiss her. When she'd practically forced me to grab her ass, I nearly came right then and there. Sophia had the most perfect ass. It was better than even my dreams had been. I was scared to touch her because I worried she'd get triggered because of what that creep had done to her on prom night. But she didn't. She wanted me just as badly as I wanted her, which boggled my mind. How could someone as incredible as her love me? Sophia gestured for me to join her and Imogen. I shook my head and she frowned. She seemed hurt. Sophia didn't understand. She thought I didn't want to be with her. That wasn't it at all. She wasn't taking this seriously. If people found out about us, we could be banished or imprisoned. Worse, we could be executed. She would be separated from Esses. I didn't have anything to lose in this game, but I wouldn't do that to her. Still, her words gave me hope. Maybe there was a way we could change the rules. Maybe the tribe would make an exception for us. It was doubtful. Sophia kept glancing at me. Made me feel bad. She really wanted me out there with her. Fuck it. I went to the bar, ordered another shot, and took it before I strolled onto the dance floor. At this point, Sophia and Imogen did some sort of coordinated dance, though I was pretty sure Imogen had made it up off the top of her head and that Sophia was just following along. Esses and Sassy copied them, trying to duplicate the moves their elementi were making. Jonah had joined in, and with Squeaks as backup, they looked like a horribly uncoordinated boy band. Sophia saw me coming. She reached out and grabbed my hand, pulling me in. I was a terrible dancer. I couldn't keep up with the rest of them, but I still tried to follow Imogen's movements, trying to play along. People moved off the dance floor and gave us room as we started tripping over each other, then getting down the rhythm of the dance. At the end of the song, we pretty much fell against each other laughing. I was breathless, and Sophia gasped for air. Her eyes sparkled like she wished this night would never end. If I was a sap, I'd say something nauseating, like I believed in that moment the four of us would be friends forever. The lights came up again. Dinner was ready. We staggered off the dance floor and returned to our table. Bane was sitting there waiting for us. As our tournament mentor, he was supposed to eat with us.
"People were staring at Imogen and me when we were dancing," Sophia said before we sat down. "Like we were freaks."
"They're just jealous they don't have the courage to dance like that," I told her gently. "Don't let them bother you. Their opinions don't matter." We sat down, and Bane grinned at us. "Enjoying the ball?" "Yes," we all responded in unison.
Servers started bringing us plates of roast corn, ground cake, buffalo steak, a sweet berry mixture, and a bowl of mutton stew. Oh, thank the ancestors. I hadn't had such a good meal in like weeks. The hospital food wasn't bad, but it was nothing like the school's cooking. Bain immediately dug in. He wasn't as bad of an eater as I was, but he ate loudly and had to constantly use his napkin to smear away the juices on his face. I couldn't understand this obsession women had over him. By the way, how did we win, Professor? I thought for sure we'd come in last, I asked before taking a bite. I tried to eat more politely this time, seeing as we were at a ball after all. You mean you didn't watch the recaps? Bain's eyes widened. I glanced at my teammates, and we all shared the same expression. I didn't have to ask. None of us wanted to watch the replay of our cup win. We probably would someday. Right now, it was just too fresh. Well, let's see. Bain raised his fingers and started ticking off names. The yellow team failed at the first task. None of them made it out of the ocean alive. A pit sank in my stomach. That's what I'd been afraid of. Bain continued, as if he wasn't talking about college kids dying and just making polite dinner conversation. The silver team came in third, but lost one of its members in the avalanche. The blue team was fourth, but only had 2 members left by the time they made it to the end. 2 died, one from the avalanche and one from dehydration, Bain noted. Purple and orange were both next, but they decided to unify their teams instead of fighting, and they made it to the end together, although there were only 6 of them left by that point. Bain cleared his throat and eyed Sophia. I could tell he was thinking about how our team and Haley's had fought against each other. Nobody had brought it up because it wasn't polite, and anything was legal during the Elemental Cup, but it was still shocking because it hadn't been done before. As far as I knew, no one in the history of the Cup had ever murdered their teammates. What about the rest? Jonah asked, clearly to steer the conversation away from Haley's insanity. Bain shrugged. The green team tried to avoid the mountains, but got lost in the woods and had to backtrack, which cost them a few days. And, well, the red team, I'm sure you've heard what happened with them. Bain made an unfortunate expression. Out of the corner of the room, Madame Doya came into view, Naomi prowling proudly at her side. Every move that she made was elegant and poised. She was a gorgeous lady and beautiful to watch, even if she was the most evil woman in the world, though I was pretty sure Haley had booted her to second place in the past few weeks. It had to be an embarrassment for Doya to only have Haley survive, even if she did get second place. Her behavior, or rather her murders, had been filmed on live TV for all to see. Those families weren't going to be happy with the Coigny tribe. They'd blame every fire person alive for their kids' deaths, not just Doya and Haley. Despite nearly winning the cup, Haley had shamed her tribe, and I was sure Sophia's incredible display during the fire challenge didn't do much for any of the other tribes but make them all nervous. It seemed like we were heading toward a war, and since I was pretty sure Sophia would be at the center of it, that scared the hell out of me. The pink team came in last, but they took their time and made sure they were prepared before they went into any challenges. Bain slurped the last of his soup. Besides the pink team, you were the only other team that had all 4 members survive. That was a humbling statement. It sounded like we just got lucky, I said. Way to ruin everything, Sophia said, and she elbowed me. You won because you paced yourself well and worked together. None of the other teams took care of each other like you 4 did, Bain said. Not to mention that instead of doing things the conventional way, all of you did things in a way that worked best for you. We all looked at each other with soft smiles. Bain was right. We had each other's backs, now and always. Bain rambled on and on about the rest of the teams and how they had performed during the tournament, which was fine because it gave the rest of us time to eat. I had my meal down in seconds, though Imogen and Sophia took forever. I'm pretty sure Jonah drank more than he ate. As Bain went on about how the other contestants had died,
falls, cave-ins, or lost within the region, I got a little confused. As far as I could remember, there were deaths every year, but the death toll had been steadily going up every year since I'd attended Orenda. Were the elders making the contest harder or something? I'd noticed Bain's eyes had hardly left Madame Doya's form the minute she strolled into the room. He rose to his feet and bowed to us. "Well, at any rate, I'm glad you four did so well," he said rather hurriedly. "I hope you enjoy the rest of your night." Bain went to the center of the room and held out a hand to Madame Doya. Naomi growled, but after a moment Doya took it, and soon they were turning on the dance floor. Bain's awkward and stiff dad moves looked very strange next to Doya's intricate twirling. Bain and Doya danced in a very proper way together. It more or less looked polite. I figured it was expected of them to dance together, since they were both the top 2 mentors this year. "I wish the Hawkeye didn't celebrate death," Sophia said, and she whooshed out a breath. "I don't understand how they can watch their children die and be happy about it. This cup is so cruel. I wish there was a different way." "Well, no one's really happy," Jonah explained. "It's just what's done." Imogen pursed her lips like she didn't agree, but didn't say anything. Sophia looked sad. "This is how our society is, Sophia," I told her quietly. "People don't really consider it barbaric, just how things are." She bounced her foot. "Well, maybe someday the rules will be changed, and the cup won't require sacrifices." There she went again with changing the rules. She didn't get it. No one could change anything, not even if they wanted to. The servers brought out peach crumble for dessert, and the invitation of sugar was at least enough to get Sophia talking about more pleasant things. "Are you sticking around during the break?" Sophia asked me. She fed Esses a bit of peach crumble off her fork, and he nearly fell over with how delicious it was. "I, won't be around much," I said regrettably. "After Christmas, I usually travel with my dad on the Hos-Ho to Europe. Water tribe stuff." "Aw," she seemed disappointed. "But isn't Ezra supposed to handle that stuff from now on?" I shrugged. "Yeah, but Dad still wants my help, I guess." Which was hopeful. Maybe if I couldn't be chief, Dad could still give me a place in the tribe. Not something as entitled as elder, but at least some position where I could be useful. "Well, I'll miss you," she said. "I'll miss you too, Pawi." Imogen and Jonah gave each other another cutesy glance when I called Sophia that, and I sent them a death glare. Imogen and Jonah totally knew what I was calling her, and I bet they'd told her, the little shits. "What are you doing over break, Jonah?" Sophia asked. She gave her fork to Esses, and he used it to suck down the rest of her dessert. "I'm going to every rave this side of California," Jonah practically yelled. "Squeaks and I are going to hit all the Hawkeye nightclubs, won't we, girl?" Squeaks squeaked excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of partying with Jonah over New Year's. I made an obnoxious sound. Jonah was going to come back next semester with a month-long hangover. Squeaks, too. "Are you spending Christmas with your fam?" Sophia started, but I quickly shook my head no at her. She went quiet. Luckily, Jonah hadn't heard her. "Jonah's spending Christmas with my family," I told Sophia quickly. "He usually does." "Oh," Sophia said quietly. "Are his parents here to celebrate our cup win?" Unfortunately, Jonah had heard that. "They couldn't be here. They were, busy," Jonah said quickly. Then, after a few seconds, he hurriedly added, "But I'm sure they're proud of me." Sophia had the good sense not to ask any more questions. Personally, I was glad Jonah's asshole parents weren't here, along with his snobby older sister and her stuck-up girlfriend. Jonah's family was awful, though it looked like he still wasn't over sticking up for them, which broke my heart. I'd hoped he'd finally seen the light, but I guess not yet. Imogen changed the subject, thank the ancestors. "We're spending a quiet Christmas at home before we go exploring the Mayan ruins in Guatemala." "I don't know where I'm going to go," Sophia said glumly. "I'm sure Doya won't let me go back home." "You can stay with me," Imogen offered cheerfully. "Mom would love to have you. We always need extra help exploring." "Thanks, Im." The girls smiled brightly at each other. Will Cade be there? I teased. I knew his family usually vacationed in South America this time every year. Imogen blushed.
I don't know.
Jonah and Sophia teased Imogen about Cade for a few minutes while we finished our desserts. Esses was practically rolling by now, and Sassy had peach crumble smeared all over her whiskers. We went back to the dance floor because, as I'd learned in the past hour, Sophia couldn't be contained if there was good music on. "Hey, losers," a dude called out as we passed. "Congratulations on getting lucky." I knew him. He was Kent from the blue team. I noticed that he was wearing sunglasses at night, which was a totally douchey thing to do. His friends, people from silver and green, snickered. I'd noticed that since we'd been crowned champions, some people had been trying to suck up to us to increase their status in society. Not everyone was like that, though. It didn't matter that we'd won the cup. To some people, we would always be outsiders. I went to say something back, but Jonah beat me to it. He threw his shoulders back and swaggered toward Kent like he had something to say. No," Jonah said in a very sassy way. He moved forward, swaying his hips with attitude. He snatched the sunglasses off the guy's face and put them on his own. "We're not losers. That's not our name. For your information, we're the reject team, bitch." Jonah strolled out of there in style, his hands waving above his head. Sassy strutted after him like a peacock. Sophia laughed, and Esses gave Kent the finger on both hands. Imogen scuttled off to the bar with Sassy giggling. I couldn't stop grinning as we joined Jonah on the dance floor, who was currently dropping it so low I'm surprised he didn't fall over. "Reject team, huh?" I asked as Jonah bumped against me. "Don't blame me. You came up with the name," Jonah replied. "I think it's perfect for us," Sophia said. She was absolutely glowing. Imogen had come back. She was carrying 4 glasses of champagne, which she distributed to each of us. "Here's one for the reject team," Imogen cheered, and she raised her glass. Sophia and Jonah raised their glasses to meet hers. I wasn't about to be the asshole who ruined the moment, so I raised my glass too and clinked it against the group's. I downed it in one go. I felt like I was going to ride the high of this night for the rest of my life. We were tournament winners, and we were freaking awesome. Fuck everyone else. Jonah and the 2 girls resumed their crazy dancing. I more or less did that fist bump thing guys do when they don't know how to dance, because, well, I didn't, and I didn't want to stand there looking like a jackass. I noticed Professor Perot was there at one of the tables, Baxter hopping on his lap. He winked when he saw me. He'd visited me a few times in the hospital. I'd had to sign a waiver so the doctors could give him my medical results for his research. As far as I knew, he hadn't made any progress on what was wrong with me. It was a bit frustrating, but since I'd squeaked by death more than once in the past week, I decided to let it go. As the night wore on, Jonah got less and less in control of himself and more drunk. He slammed drinks like they were going out of style and impressed the girls with his flexibility. "Jonah's out of control," Sophia said, though I wasn't sure that was the right word for it as we watched him tumble, doing a break dance. "Nobody can drop it to the floor like Jonah," I said, rolling my eyes. He had every gay dude at Orenda's eye on him. Even some straight dudes in here were checking him out. Except for one. I noticed Raynar had hardly glanced his way all night. Jonah was too drunk to notice. Oh, shit. Maybe that was the reason he'd been drinking so much. I shook my head. Jonah deserved so much better than that piece of shit. The crazy music became slow, changing into a song I hadn't heard since high school. Jonah grabbed the gay Yapluma guy and was turning drunkenly around the room with him, casting desperate glances at Raynar. Squeak's eyes seemed to frown, and she turned away from her elementi. I noticed Imogen had disappeared. Where had she gone off to? Sassy was still here on her hind legs and swaying back and forth, while Esses held her up in his version of a slow dance. He seemed refined and cool, like he'd done this before. Show off. Sophia stared at me expectantly. This was different than the dance we had earlier to the string quartet. It was more intimate. I knew we shouldn't, but I didn't want to tell her no. She raised an eyebrow.
Aren't you supposed to ask me to dance?
There was that Coigny attitude. I chuckled and took her into my arms, wrapping my arm around her waist and taking her free hand while she put the other one on my shoulder. It became very obvious very quickly that she wanted to do this dance her way. She pulled me around like this was her job and not mine. I'm the man, I'm supposed to lead, I protested as she dragged me in the other direction. We were totally uncoordinated.
Then act like it.
She leaned forward and whispered in my ear, giving me a smirk. Oh, that was a challenge. She wasn't just talking about dancing either. Maybe you need to learn to listen to me, I hissed sharply. I pressed my hand onto her lower back, yanking her to my body. She gasped, and I made sure that I led this time as we continued to waltz around the room. As the song went on, we pressed together even closer until we hardly moved at all and were more or less just swaying against each other. She let her head rest on my shoulder, and I allowed mine to fall so that it lay against her head. I wrapped her tightly in my arms and squeezed her, hoping I would never let her go. Snowflakes began to fall from the ceiling, something extra the Tawakwa teachers added for ambiance. People were watching, but I didn't care. I wanted to be this close to her all the time. It wasn't fair that couldn't happen. Change the rules. I wanted to, so badly. The song ended. I hated prying myself away from her, so I didn't let go, more or less just pulled away a little.
You should kiss me right now,
Sophia said lowly. Her tone made me want to do it, but I knew what would happen if I dared. I wrinkled my nose. You need to behave. I pinched her ass, quickly so nobody else saw. She jumped and made an adorable squealing noise. People were staring at us, whispering to each other behind their hands. Screw them. To them, we were just teammates celebrating our cup win. I finally untangled myself from her. We headed off the dance floor without even holding hands. Sassy and Esses followed us, dizzy from their slow dance. I noticed Sophia was pouting.
This sucks, she complained. A dance like that and I didn't even get a little kiss at the end.
If you're a good girl, you'll get it later, I said, under my breath so only she heard. I sent her a smoldering look that told her to do as I said. Sophia turned pink and went quiet, and I felt a grim note of satisfaction. Oh, she was going to be fun to tame. My mate. Ugh, I had to stop doing that. There were consequences to this shit. Now that the slow stuff was over, Imogen was back. Her eyes were kind of red. She looked like she'd been crying. It was probably over Cade, but I didn't want to ask and make her more upset. Jonah stumbled towards us, and I grabbed onto him so he didn't fall onto the floor.
Let's take a picture, guys, he slurred, so we can remember this night forever.
He fished in his pocket. I nearly fell over when I saw that he had a smartphone in his hand. How'd you sneak a phone in here, Jonah? I marveled.
I have ways, he said wisely.
Quick, let's take one before the teachers see. Ready? He turned the phone around to take a selfie, focusing in on all of us. 1, 2, 3. Sophia gave a squeal and jumped into my arms. I caught her and managed to smile just as Jonah took the photo. We looked at the picture. Jonah was front and center. Imogen was on the right side, beaming a bright smile, Sassy squirming out of her arms. I held on to Sophia on the left, and Esses was on top of my head, cheering. Squeaks was in the back, giving the camera a sultry look. Jonah hastily shoved the phone back in his pocket. I told the others I had to piss and went to the bathroom. When I came back, Jonah, Imogen, and Sophia were huddled together. Their expressions looked serious, like they were talking about something important. I only got the last fringes of the conversation as I approached.
I just need more time. He's not ready,
Sophia said anxiously, and she squeezed Esses to her.
Jonah gave her a look I couldn't read.
That's not fair, Sophia. You need to tell him.
Tell me what? I asked as I sauntered up to the group. Everyone's faces went kind of pale, especially Sophia's. She wore a panicked expression. Were they talking about me?
Nothing important,
Sophia said quickly.
It doesn't matter.
Imogen fiddled with her dress. Jonah had a disapproving look on his face, but I chalked it up to his drink being gone. Sophia stuttered to explain, but I pulled her to my side before she could answer. Hey, you don't have to tell me everything. I trust you, I told her. Sophia turned a little pink and Esses crossed his arms. I was curious and wanted to ask more, but at the same time, I figured it wasn't anything major. As much as I doubted the team at the start of the semester, I fully trusted each of them now. They were my friends, and Sophia was amazing. We'd all survived the tournament together. My friends wouldn't hide anything from me. Imogen left the ball shortly after that with Sassy saying she was tired, but I figured it was more to look for Cade. Esses and I danced to a few more songs, though none of them were slow, and Sophia and I didn't get intimate again, which was a good and bad thing. Jonah was drunk. He was on top of the bar singing shrilly and shaking his chest like he had boobs. Squeaks was just about as plastered as he was and was knocking over stools as her eyelids lolled. The 3 crates of beer bottles she'd gone through were scattered all over the floor. Get off! The bartender started slapping Jonah with a towel. Jonah slowly clambered down from the bar and ended up falling on his face. Everyone else had more or less gone home. There were a few stragglers on the dance floor, but for the most part the ballroom was empty. All right, bud, here you go, I said as I pulled Jonah to his feet. He hung on to me, barely able to keep his balance. I think it's time we took you to bed. I'd say, Jonah drawled. Somebody has to. Not like that. I started guiding him toward the door, and Sophia followed. His hippogriff moaned on the floor. Sorry, Squeaks, I told her. You'll have to walk. Can't carry you. Esses patted her head, and Squeaks was able to stand. Incredibly, she walked in a straight line. How was Squeaks less clumsy when she was drunk versus being sober? As we dragged Jonah into the hallway, I noticed Ezra was leaning against the wall, kissing the girls we saw from earlier. Yes, both of them. He would make out with one girl for a few seconds before he'd turn his head and make out with the other. The girls watched with wide and adoring eyes, as if they loved watching him kiss another girl just as much as they liked being kissed by him. Ez was really milking the college life. What exactly was this magical effect he had on people, especially women? He got away with everything. Ezra opened his eyes and pulled his mouth away from the one girl as we dragged Jonah by. Hey, Liam, he said. Dad's walking around. He's looking for you. You'd better be careful. Thanks, Ez, I told him, giving him a nod. We took Jonah around the corner. Fuck, he was so heavy, but luckily the Yapluma dorms weren't far from here. What does your dad want? Sophia asked. Jonah gagged, and I tried not to recoil from him. If Jonah threw up on me, I was going to lose it. Ancestors only know. Probably to yell at me for sneaking out of the hospital, I told her. That was all I needed, my dad following me around to babysit. We finally got to the Yapluma dorms. I let go of Jonah, and he leaned on Squeaks. He was able to walk on his own a little better now, so I hoped he made it to his bed, or at least a couch. Why'd you guys make me leave? Jonah asked. I doubted he would remember this in the morning. I was having so much fun. You're wasted, Jonah. You need to get some sleep, Sophia said kindly. Yeah, sure, Jonah slurred. You guys just want to get rid of me so you can do this. Jonah turned his back, put his arms around himself, and made movements like he was making out. I pushed him, and he fell over again. He barely managed to pull himself up by Squeaks' legs. Take care of yourself, brother, I said as I pushed the door open for him.
Jonah and Squeaks stumbled inside, and I heard the sound of him puking just as the door closed. Poor guy, he was going to wish he was dead in the morning. Sophia turned toward me. So, now what? Her face was slightly worried, but also anticipatory. What do you mean? It's time for bed, I said blankly. Sophia stared at me before she burst out laughing. Esses put his head in his hand and sighed. No, I mean... Her expression cleared up and the humor left. Are we going somewhere? I had no clue what she was talking about until Esses did that mating call thing again he'd done when we'd gone out for pizza. She was talking about... Wow, I felt like an idiot. I don't think we're ready for that, I said. I reached out and put my arm around her waist as we walked back to the Coigny dorms. This time of night, no one was in the hallways, so I wasn't worried about being seen too much. Plus, right now, I just wanted to touch her, because I knew I wouldn't be able to for the entire break. I just thought you would expect something, because it's the night of the ball and this is college after all. She talked quickly, like she was trying to explain herself. I don't expect anything, I said, amazed. How many shitty guys had Sophia met in her lifetime? You're such a gentleman, she smiled softly. Esses skittered up her dress and sat on her shoulder. He was eyeing me, as if expecting me to respond a certain way. I just think it's too early to talk about sex, I said quickly, especially when we don't know what we are. Esses glanced back to Sophia's face, which had fallen. Right, she said. I was pretty sure that was the best answer. I didn't think Sophia wanted to sleep with me tonight anyway. She seemed like she wanted more from me before that happened, if it ever did, though I wasn't sure what that would be. We stopped in front of the Coigny dorms, and Esses slid down the front of her dress and to her feet. We had to make this quick, as her dorms were the most restrictive and there was no telling when we could be found out. Saying goodbye in front of them was dangerous, but I didn't feel safe letting her wander back to them alone at night, even if we were at Orenda Academy, the safest place in the world. So, what about my reward for behaving? Sophia asked, putting her hands on her hips. Reward? I didn't say you'd get a reward, I teased. That's not fair. She pouted her bottom lip out like a little kid, like the Pawi I'd come to love so much and want to claim as my own. Seeing her like that, it was hard to come to terms with the fact that she was far more powerful than I was, more powerful than all of us. And one day, she was going to determine the fate of this tribe. Thinking about it made my legs want to become water. I laughed lowly and forced myself to calm down. Well, I suppose you have been good, haven't you? Her face brightened before she paused to ask something. About what you call me, Pawi? Jonah and Imogen said you were calling me your soulmate, she whispered. Is that true? I knew they had told her, but that was okay. I raised my hand and brushed back the curls from her face. You shouldn't have to ask, Pawi. Then we were kissing again. Fuck, it's like every time we got even a second alone, we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Her mouth ravaged over mine like she couldn't get enough, and I squeezed her to me as I tasted her, wishing this would never end and I would get to kiss Sophia Henley every day for the rest of my existence. Even if I did, it wouldn't be enough. When she pulled away, her breasts heaved against my chest. When did you know? She asked quietly. I took a deep breath and said, I don't know. From the first moment I saw you. Always. The way she looked at me, I'd never had anyone look at me like that before. Not any of my other girlfriends. Not Mia. Just Sophia. I was okay with living in secret and hiding our love forever. I never thought I'd get a second chance at love. Sophia was all I ever wanted. This unbreakable connection between us would be enough for me. But I didn't want that for her. I didn't want her to be married to a cripple. I didn't want her to suffer through never letting anyone know we were together and never having kids. I didn't want her to lose her familiar. I couldn't do that to her. It didn't change the fact that I felt like I'd been waiting for her all my life, and in her I thought I found the only person who matched me. Sophia was the one girl who could love a man without a soul. Sophia trailed out of my arms.
Will I see you when we get back to school?
She swallowed.
Like this?
I knew what she meant. Yes, that's a promise. I gave her a quick peck on the lips again before she turned to open the door. Her fingers trailed away from mine. Esses gave me a salute and a wink like I'd done good before he vanished into the dorms.
Bye, Liam,
Sophia said quietly, and she closed the door. I waited for a moment. Good night, Sophia, I whispered long after she was gone. I love you. I wish I had the balls to say it to her face, but that was scary, and I had a lot to think about over break first before I ever went that far. Sophia wanted a relationship. So did I, but I needed time to figure out if that was something that was worth the risk. And I had to go back to the hospital, which sucked. Time for another IV in my arm and machines beeping all night. Yay me! I hurried to the medical wing because I'd been gone long enough. I shouldn't have been surprised when I saw Dad sitting on a bench outside, Tatum sleeping beside him. The bear's shoulders shook with loud snores as he dreamed. Dad rose to his feet, but Tatum still slept. I felt pretty guilty as my father stomped toward me. He didn't look happy. How'd you know how to find me? I asked. Dad bluntly said, I knew you had to come back eventually. Well, he was right about that. No matter what I did, I'd always end up back here, it seemed, in a hospital. You're supposed to be in bed. Dad's tone was heavy. He'd hardly left my bedside all week, which had been annoying as much as it had been endearing. I wanted to celebrate my cup win, I said. I took care of myself. I was fine. I hoped he couldn't smell the booze on my breath, because if he did, he'd totally flip out. He'd taken it really hard that I almost died in the tournament, harder than even my mom had. Dad gave a disapproving glance at my tie. You're wearing red. I noticed Sophia had on blue. Shit, I'd hoped he hadn't seen her dress. Wearing the wrong colors was a big deal around here. How would people react if they knew Sophia and I had kissed and were considering a relationship? It was just... I shrugged. I didn't have a good answer. Dad sighed and shook his head. Liam, about you and Sophia, Dad started. It's not what it looks like, I quickly went to explain. We're just friends. We're not... That's not it. Dad cut me off. The water elders want you to get close to Sophia. It felt like a brick wall had smashed into my face. What? All the air rushed out of me. Why? Liam, listen. Dad put his hands on my shoulders firmly to steady me. I have to tell you something. Son, there might be a way to bring Neshoma back. The water elders have found a way that maybe he can still be alive. The sentence winded me. I was glad Dad steadied me because I was weak on my feet. Tears sprang to my eyes. I couldn't control them. Pure desperation at the thought of getting Neshoma back to make up for what I did was screaming in my chest. A way to bring my familiar back? A chance to restore my soul? It wasn't possible. Are you saying the water elders can bring Neshoma back to life? The words sounded fake, even though I was sure that's what my dad was telling me. My hearing went all fuzzy and I got a little dizzy. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. Yes, but Liam, you don't understand. If you want Neshoma back, you're going to have to do something for the Water Council, he said, slowly so I could comprehend him. I don't care. What is it? I'll do anything, I said in a rush. Dad's face sobered. His expression became grim as he said, Liam, if you want Neshoma back, you're going to have to kill Sophia Henley.
This story will continue in The Water Legacy, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 2. A note from the authors. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the Academy of Magical Creatures series. Rare disease. In the United States, a rare disease is defined as an illness that affects fewer than 200,000 people. Although Liam's disease is fictional, 25 to 30 million people in the U.S. are currently living with a rare disease, many of which are not clearly diagnosed or have no cure. The Academy of Magical Creatures series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Included in this universe are the following series: the University of Sorcery series, the College of Witchcraft series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Fire Prophecy. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Jennifer Gillaraya and Graham Halstead. Copyright 2019 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Production copyright 2019 by Tantor Media, a division of Recorded Books. Recording copyright 2021 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis.